Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Gao Wu, My Skills Have God-Level Entries. Chapter 61. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few days, Su Yang continued to practice crazily in this forest. As for so-called cultivation, that's right. The thunder demon ape in front of him possesses thunder and lightning energy and can even charge the thunder god's bodybuilding method. It was used by Su Yang to charge the baby. The eyes of the gang thunder demon ape were filled with violence and angry bloodthirsty killing intent. This human being in front of me. I would come and fight with him every day. It's better now. He immediately became a sparring partner for the human being in front of him. Even after every battle, he becomes extremely weak. And the other party is indeed lively and energetic. This really made the gangly demon ape feel like he wanted to curse. But it's a pity. A monster at the peak level of innateness. If you want to speak human words, you still need to be promoted again. Hey. Su Yang also felt that the Thunder God's body training method had improved again, and couldn't help but smile jokingly. Finally, I didn't expect it to work out. Su Yang clenched his fists in surprise. Similarly, the knotted muscles all over the body have also become more orderly, and there are also weak thunder and lightning auras. Slowly it gathered into the shape of a small caterpillar, wrapped around the wrist. This is just a good workout. If you want to take a step closer. Su Yang also understands that he needs to learn from a certain pervert. Struck by lightning. But if you are struck by lightning. Su Yang still didn't dare to grasp the output of thunder and lightning. Pity. When I think of this. Su Yang shook his head helplessly. For now, he would just slowly improve through the thunder demon ape in front of him. Roar. The thunder demon ape roared angrily, and there was a numb emotion in its bloodthirsty eyes. Don't get excited, let's keep going. Su Yang saw through the anger and helplessness of the gangled demon ape. But the next second, the two figures collided again. Bang! I saw Su Yang's figure flying out as well. Unfortunately, this time, Su Yang also gently waved the dust around him. Su Yang is now able to withstand the bombardment. But Su Yang frowned. Because just now, Su Yang met the Gang Thunder Demon Ape's fist and absorbed the thunder and lightning energy from the Gang Thunder Demon Ape's body. When the results were absorbed, Su Yang found that it was not working at all. Lightning energy is very small. Let's see it again. Su Yang originally thought that the Thunder Demon Ape might be tired from the battle, which made it unable to increase its lightning energy again. Bang, bang, bang. After some physical strength collision, Su Yang also found that the Gang Thunder Demon Ape was less and less helpful to him. It's like an adaptability. Now Su Yang can also withstand the fist of the Thunder Demon Ape in front of him. Are you saying that there is nothing we can do? Su Yang also understood that his body strength was also adapting to the thunder and lightning energy of the Thunder Demon Ape. Now it is completely useless. Forget it. If that's the case, then I'll give you a good time. Su Yang shook his head helplessly, looking a little regretful. It's not because Su Yang pities the Gang Thunder Demon Ape, but it's a pity that the Gang Thunder Demon Ape can't help Su Yang improve. Roar. The gangled demon ape also felt Su Yang's indifferent killing intent, and roared angrily. The huge fist hit Su Yang hard. Bang. Su Yang also raised his fist and charged forward. Along with the golden fist, Su Yang exuded a strong golden aura. And the violent lightning energy collided with each other. Produced a huge impact. Su Yang was not in a big deal, just took a few steps back calmly. It was a pity. The Thunder Demon Ape also staggered back. It's still quite sore. Su Yang shook his numb arm. Because of the effect of lightning energy, Su Yang's arm was also a little sore. But this was not a big deal. The most important thing was, Su Yang's Thunder God body forging method has been constantly adapting to the lightning energy, thereby blessing himself and tempering his own physique. Roar. Seeing that Su Yang could actually repel him, the Thunder Demon Ape had a few more angry and shocked emotions in his eyes. Su Yang also walked slowly towards the Thunder Demon Ape. The Thunder Demon Ape also did not stay for much, and jumped directly, raised his fist, and smashed Su Yang with both hands. Vajra fist. Su Yang also stopped talking nonsense when he saw this. He clenched his right fist. The golden aura around him became even more violent. Gradually, it formed a group of solid golden fists. Perfect martial arts. Bang! A huge figure was smashed into the entrance of the cave. It raised a wave of dust. A deep pit was also smashed on the ground. The thunder demon ape climbed up from the deep pit with difficulty, and watched Su Yang move forward step by step with a panicked look. Roar! The thunder demon ape roared and stopped Su Yang's steps. Su Yang looked at the cave behind the thunder demon ape in surprise. After the battles in the past few days, Su Yang also knew that the thunder demon ape seemed to care about the cave behind him. It was as if there was some important treasure in the cave. Interesting. Su Yang looked at the thunder demon ape and smiled coldly. No matter what was inside, Su Yang wanted to take a look. If there is anything good, it must be Su Yang's. Now Su Yang is in urgent need of something. Roar! The thunder demon ape saw Su Yang still trying to move forward, and raised his fist to hit Su Yang again. But Su Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense. Get out! Su Yang's figure was like a stream of water, turning into the shadow of a dragon, dodging the thunder demon ape's fist in one fell swoop. Then the golden violent aura emerged again around him, mixed with the power of sharp gold. Puff! A punch pierced the heart of the thunder demon ape. So Su Yang said coldly and calmly, "Be quiet." After that, there was an extra monster crystal core of the thunder demon ape in his hand. Puff! The thunder demon ape's breath immediately weakened, and his eyes were also scattered, as if he was about to die. Su Yang was not in a hurry to collect the body of the thunder demon ape. After all, there were not many students around. In one. Su Yang was indeed very curious about the cave guarded by the Ganglei demon ape. This is a kind of. The Ganglei demon ape is the guardian beast. Then Su Yang slowly walked towards the direction of the cave. A dark and damp smell came into Su Yang's nose. Corruption, and a dirty and foul smell. Su Yang just watched all this calmly. Su Yang had seen places that were even dirtier than this, but Su Yang was too lazy to recall. When walking deeper, Su Yang also found a very strange thing. That is, the cave is at the end, and there is no way. This made Su Yang feel very strange. No way out. Su Yang thought of the look of the Ganglei demon ape and shook his head. The Ganglei demon ape's emotions are not fake. And Su Yang has also personally searched around. He did not find any offspring of the Ganglei demon ape. Generally, there are two kinds of nervousness of the Ganglei demon ape. One is that the Ganglei demon ape is nervous about his child and cannot let the child make any mistakes. But Su Yang did not find any traces of the life of the other Ganglei demon ape. That's the second one. There are things guarded by the Ganglei demon ape in this cave. Or it may be a treasure of heaven and earth. After the spiritual energy revived, the medicinal materials on the entire planet have also undergone great changes. It can even provide greater help to warriors. What does Su Yang lack now? Lack of money, crystal core, lack of skills, lack of martial arts. All kinds of lack. Originally an ordinary person, he became a warrior by luck. If you want to continue to advance, you need to spend more. This is why some warrior families also look down on ordinary warriors. Now it seems, Su Yang also chose to get some treasures first. After all, he can get some college points. If it is suitable for him, then Su Yang will definitely choose to use it himself first. Is there a partition? Su Yang took out a long sword suspiciously and chopped it directly at the end of the cave in front of him. He found that he couldn't pierce it at all. Then he looked for several positions. Clang! Su Yang pierced the mountain wall with a sword. When he saw this scene, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Finally found you. Bang! Su Yang looked again and split the entire cave, thus revealing a crossroads. Su Yang then walked in and kept looking at the walls around him. He found that it was quite dark around. But for Su Yang, it was enough to see clearly. As for the danger inside, Su Yang didn't care. The Ganglei demon ape was naturally able to come in here safely. Su Yang naturally didn't worry about anything. Soon, Su Yang slowly walked into the depths. As he walked, Su Yang realized something was wrong. He felt that he was getting deeper and deeper. Hua hua hua. The sound of the stream around him also attracted Su Yang's attention. Is there water? Su Yang quickened his pace. He walked quickly. When Su Yang just stepped in, a huge pool appeared in front of him. In the center of the pool, a lotus-like pillar stood in the center. Su Yang's eyes lit up because he found that there was a purple lotus in the center of the lotus pillar. As for the treasures of heaven and earth, Su-young didn't know much about it. Su-young didn't know much about this thing either. How about asking Lu Qingyu? Su-young thought that Lu Qingyu had helped him so much, so he must be able to repay the debt of favor. But the premise is that it is useless to him. Crackling. Su-young heard the sound of the energy of thunder and lightning, and couldn't help looking around. After a glance, he didn't find any movement. Pa. Less than half an hour later, Su-young heard a noise again. Su-young then inspected the surroundings of the pool and finally discovered the lotus pillar in the center. No, it should be said that it is just the purple lotus. Could it be said that this is a lotus flower with lightning properties? Su-young was silent for a moment. System, is there any way to know what this thing is? Su-young originally wanted to ask Lu Qingyu to come over and take a look, but he felt the breath of thunder and lightning energy. Su-young can only choose to use it himself. What Su-young urgently needs now is something suitable for his thunder talent. Ding. 10,000 mall points will be automatically deducted and exchanged for an item scanner. Su-young currently also has a lot of mall points. For the loss of 10,000 store points, this is nothing. As long as you don't lose lottery points, that's fine. Let me see it quickly. Su-young couldn't wait too much. After all, this thing can be protected by the innate peak level Thunder Demon Ape, which is enough to show how precious the opponent is. Rustle. Information appeared in front of Su-young one by one. Name: Purple Thunder Lotus. Level: Gold. Composition: Lotus, Lotus Heart, Lotus Seeds, etc. Function: it can be made into a potion that enhances the thunder system, or it can be taken directly and swallowed completely to improve one's own strength and help break through the shackles of the realm. Maturity time: 0 hours 30 minutes and 13 seconds. Emotions: this is what the Ganglei Demon Ape has devoured. Purple Thunder Lotus. It was also the first time Su-young heard this name. But for Su-young now, this thing is of great help to him. System: can this thing improve my physique? Su-young looked at the Purple Thunder Lotus that matured in less than half an hour, and her heart was filled with excitement. Ding. It's absolutely possible, but all the petals of the Purple Thunder Lotus need to be turned into powder before it can be absorbed. Like this. After hearing the system's explanation, Su-young nodded thoughtfully. But I still choose to wait slowly for maturity. But not before that. Su-young also came outside the cave. Collect the corpse of the Ganglei Demon Ape. I also found a large stone template and sealed the entrance of the cave again. After all, this thing. But we can't let outsiders know. Good things should be enjoyed by yourself. Su-young was also waiting slowly. After all, it was only because the Thunder Demon Ape ate this lotus seed that it was able to imbue it with thunder and lightning energy. It is completely a mutant species of an innate warrior level monster. As time passes slowly, Su-young also saw the originally dim Purple Thunder Lotus. Suddenly there were clusters of purple halos flashing. Gonna mature. When Su-young saw this scene, he was extremely excited, and he also began to wait for the maturity of the Purple Thunder Lotus. Crack. The surrounding thunder and lightning began to flash continuously. Even Su-young felt it, and the surrounding thunder and lightning aura became extremely active. A faint fragrance floated out leisurely. Holy shit. When Su-young smelled this fragrance, she immediately felt something was wrong. After all, although the cave is blocked. But this fragrance cannot be blocked at all. But that's right, after all, it smells like a mature person. Su-young shook his head with a smile, completely ignoring the fragrance. His eyes were also fixed on the Purple Thunder Lotus in front of him. After all, once mature, Su-young must have held it first, and then completely crushed it into powder, becoming an important part of Thor's bodybuilding method. For improving the Thor's physical training method, Su-young can be said to take it seriously. If it weren't for the 5-element Dragon Elephant bodybuilding method, the Dragon Elephant entry wouldn't have been eliminated. Su-young even thought about bringing the Dragon Elephant entry to the Thunder God body training method. But due to the fact that the Thunder God's bodybuilding method is an incomplete bodybuilding method, if the Dragon Elephant mutation entry is added, while Su-young was guarding the Purple Thunder Lotus, a strange fragrance came out leisurely, floated around the entire cave. Roar, roar. Countless monsters smelled the scent of the Purple Thunder Lotus that was about to mature. Instantly, his eyes were filled with bloodlust and longing. Similarly, the entire sky is also under the concentration of fragrance. Gradually, clusters of purple lotus shadows formed. This scene, it wasn't just the monsters who noticed. The same goes for the warriors in the entire academy. Lu Qingyu, who was inside the academy, looked through Su Yang's records and couldn't help but murmured to herself strangely. This kid, it's been more than 10 days, why haven't you completed the task yet? How did Lu Qingyu know that Su Yang worked hard with the Thunder God Ape for almost half a month in order to improve his Thunder God bodybuilding method? There is also no progress in cultivation. On the contrary, his body became much stronger. Dee. A burst of information came to Lu Qingyu's mobile phone screen. What? This is a vision of heaven and earth. When Lu Qingyu saw the report of the heaven and earth vision of Purple Thunder Lotus, she was instantly stunned. Then he immediately became nervous. Because of this vision. It is certainly not just the warriors in the academy who know this, but also the monsters as well. Once a beast wave is triggered, then it must be another disaster with heavy losses. Quickly, let me know and be more vigilant. Yes. But when Lu Qingyu was anxious, she couldn't help but send a message to Su Yang. Let Su Yang come back immediately. Although Lu Qingyu knew that Su Yang was powerful and could fight against innate warrior-level monsters. But in order to prevent Su Yang from having an accident, he still asked Su Yang to come back first. Tasks or something. Lu Qingyu won't care. Senior, why are you looking for me? Su Yang was also waiting for the Purple Thunder Lotus to mature, but the next second he received a message from Lu Qingyu. In that case, this movement was caused by me, right? Su Yang laughed and shook his head. But it is naturally impossible to get Su Yang to leave here. Especially when there is a treasure in front of me. It's still the kind of treasure that can improve the Thunder God's bodybuilding method. How could Su Yang give up? Just wait slowly. Su Yang was also sitting cross-legged, and he was also running the Thunder God technique, frantically absorbing the thunder and lightning aura around him. Because the Purple Thunder Lotus is about to mature, the surrounding thunder and lightning aura became 10 times more intense than usual. This does not absorb. When will we wait? Crack. A thunderbolt brought Su Yang back to her senses. After taking a closer look, a small dark cloud appeared above Purple Thunder Lotus's head, and then a bolt of lightning struck down. It was as if the switch of the Purple Thunder Lotus was turned on. A purple light flashed in front of Su Yang's eyes. Su Yang couldn't help but tie up his hands and stand in front of him, not daring to look directly at the opponent. Wait for the light to dissipate. A group of lotus flowers glowed purple, and thunder and lightning appeared from time to time around it. Mature. The moment when the Purple Thunder Lotus matures. On the surrounding sky, a rich purple light burst out, and the smell was even stronger than before. Not far from the gangly demon ape cave. A team of 4 also rushed over. Quick, that's the place, hurry up, the treasure is ours. Don't worry, Captain, we will be the first to get close, unless someone comes before us. That's right, the 4 of them also became excited. Treasures that can generally cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth. It is definitely a rare treasure. Especially around them, they could also feel the violence and intensity of the thunder and lightning energy. It shows that this thing is one of those rare thunder and lightning attribute treasures. Such a treasure, if you can use it yourself, it will definitely be a huge help. If you don't use it yourself, choose to sell it to the college. The college will also award a large number of student points. It's completely a surefire deal. Hurry up, don't wait any longer. Here comes Captain. At the same time, there were monsters one after another, running towards the direction of the gangly demon ape cave. Although these monsters have not yet opened up too much spiritual intelligence. But they are still very clear about the improvement of strength and the role of instinct. Roar. Hundreds of monsters are also scrambling for the first place. Nothing more than that. Su Yang didn't know either. But Lu Qingyu's warning words made Su Yang understand that this place was not suitable for staying for a long time. Come on. Su Yang also took the Purple Thunder Lotus in front of him in one fell swoop. It's just that the Purple Thunder Lotus seems to have spiritual intelligence. There were bursts of lightning and struck Su Yang's chest. When Su Yang saw this scene, he immediately became excited. If it weren't for time constraints, Su Yong would actually give the Purple Thunder Lotus a few electric shocks to increase his physical strength and increase his physique. But now, Su Yong must hurry up and leave here. He stretched out his hand and forcefully took the Purple Thunder Lotus away. Not even a petal will be left for others, the choice is to take away even the roots. There are also the lotus stone pillars. Totally like a robber. Wherever he went, not a blade of grass was left behind. Gone. Su Yong also immediately left the cave, and then blocked the big stone template again. He clapped his hands. Su Yong smiled evilly and left immediately. Looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky, which persisted for a long time, Su Yong also knew that someone would definitely come here. A direction was chosen. Su Yong also planned to leave the cave of Ganglei Demon Ape. After waiting for Su Yong to leave for less than 3 minutes, the 4-person team came quickly and looked at the cave of the Gang Thunder Demon Ape. Captain, that's where the aura comes from. Let's go and have a look. The 4 of them also entered the Ganglei Demon Ape cave. But soon, it didn't take more than 10 minutes before he walked out cursing. Been robbed, gone. Captain, look around, it seems that someone has fought before. Apparently the 4 of them didn't notice these movements when they first arrived. Now after stopping, only then did he notice that there was a war happening around him. Come on, let's go look for him quickly. The man must have been injured and didn't escape far. The 4 thought Su Yong was injured and fled with the treasure. After all, there are traces of battle. It is also considered relatively fresh. And a new step appeared on the ground. Soon, the 4 of them also rushed out in the direction of Su Yong. As for Su Yong, she is a bit laid back. After all, the treasure Su Yong has been obtained. Now, we just need to go back and slowly deal with the Purple Thunder Lotus. But he didn't know that there were 4 people chasing him behind him. Stop, boy. When Su Yong was walking leisurely, he suddenly heard someone calling him. Su Yong turned around and saw that 4 people were also rushing around him. Boy, hand over the treasure you just obtained and the things you have on you. Su Yang's eyes narrowed slightly and he said a little funny. Seniors, what are you doing? One of them looked at Su Yong. Obviously, he would not give up until he reached the Yellow River. Boy, don't think that just because you hide that treasure, you think there's nothing we can do. That's right, kid, hand over the things, otherwise you won't suffer the pain of your flesh and blood. Su Yong looked at the 4 people in front of him as if they were sure of themselves. He couldn't help but reveal a cruel smile. Oh, it seems that the 4 seniors are planning to take action forcefully. If you are sensible, hand over your things. Although students are prohibited from killing in the academy, it does not mean that we cannot beat you to a semi-crippling state. Su Yong looked at the 4 people who looked convinced of themselves. Well, Su Yong sighed slightly. The 4 of them heard Su Yang's helpless sigh and thought that Su Yong had compromised. That's how it should be. Otherwise, if we take action, you, a 1-star acquired warrior, will suffer some physical pain. It will be very troublesome. Su Yong also understood that these people would definitely not let him go. Don't hand over that thing. Obviously it's impossible. But what Su Yong wanted to know was how these 4 people discovered that they had the Purple Thunder Lotus. Okay, then I'll leave it to the senior. Su Yong couldn't help but laugh ferociously, and had no intention of handing over Zilei Lightning. Boy, it seems that you are toasting and not eating, but you are drinking as a penalty. The 4 of them are all 2-star or 3-star innate warrior level. Facing a 1-star acquired warrior level warrior. He didn't take Su Yong to heart at all. Whoever goes, teach this junior a lesson and let him know what it means to respect a senior. Captain, let me do it. A 2-star innate warrior level took the lead. He clenched his fists and walked towards Su Yong with a wicked smile. Facing this scene, Su Yong didn't panic at all, just slightly stretched out his hand to indicate. Then, I hope the senior can teach me, as a junior. Arrogant. Seeing Su Yang's arrogant tone, the latter also shouted loudly, stepped on a small hole in the ground, and the figure rushed out, raised his fist and hit Su Yang's face. Su Yong saw the other party's actions and the moves that were full of flaws. He shook his head helplessly. Then he reached out and caught the opponent's fist. Seeing that Su Yong reacted so quickly, he immediately raised his right leg and kicked Su Yong again. Well, Su Yong sighed helplessly. Originally, Su Yang didn't really want to kill him. But the other party was too bullying. Shan legs. Bang. Su Yang directly used the Shan kick in the hand of the five elements Wanhua at the perfection level and stepped on the ground. In an instant, the ground collapsed. Thick mountain energy directly covered Su Yang's body. What? Seeing Su Yang's terrifying earth energy, he had even formed the breath of the mountain. Roll. In Su Yang's loud shout, his right leg, wrapped in mountain and river energy, mixed with the force of a landslide, directly faced the opponent's kick. Bang. The huge impact directly kicked one person away. PFF'd. He only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and at the same time, blood slowly overflowed from the corners of his mouth. You actually. Don't talk and take some rest. The leader of the four-person team immediately took out a potion and poured it into his injured companion. Then he looked at Su Yang solemnly. Who are you? I'm just a junior. Su Yang looked at the other person calmly. It seemed that not everyone was a fool. Junior. What nonsense are you talking about? My junior has perfect martial arts skills. Junior has such a terrifying physique. Etc. Physique. I thought that although Su Yang had perfect level martial arts, if he really wanted to challenge himself beyond the level, he would still be able to kill him with one strike. His own physique is also quite strong. Which bodybuilding lunatic are you? Madman. Su Yang looked at the four of them suspiciously, not knowing what the other person wanted to say. Forgot, you are the newborn madman who exercises during the freshman training. The four-man captain immediately thought of a character. Newborn. Physique. Perfect martial arts. If this guy is not crazy Su Yang, who else could he be? Su Yang's name is not very high among old students, but for some caring people, special attention is paid to Su Yang. Especially their four-person team, the same is true. But an easy kick. Let one of them completely lose his fighting ability, if he exerts his full strength. The captain of the four-person team thought of this. There was a burst of cold sweat on my forehead. No wonder. No wonder he can become a future heaven warrior, a hardsteel innate warrior level gang thunder demon ape. Turn out to be. All four of them were too naive. I'm sorry, Junior Su Yang. We apologize for our previous actions. Oh, Su Yang couldn't help but smile jokingly when he saw that the other party actually called out his name. Senior, what are you talking about? It's not your fault, it's just that I want to try my innate warrior level strength. But it seems that the seniors are not having all the fun yet. How about we give it a try? After all, I really want to fight against a strong innate warrior level. Seeing Su Yang's appearance, the captain broke into a cold sweat. Junior, this is just a joke. As seniors, we must have made mistakes. Here are 100,000 student points. As compensation, Junior, what do you think? Su Yang looked at the plans of several people. It is obvious that students' points were used to save money and avoid disaster. Captain, you, shut up and I'll explain to you later. Su Yang was silent for a moment, then chuckled, since the seniors have said so, then as a junior, it doesn't make sense to give in, right? Ha ha ha, junior fellow student is really generous. Su Yang couldn't help but smile at this. It's not because Su Yang is a kind person. But the four of them sounded a little arrogant in their tone. But he didn't show any killing intent towards Su Yang. Otherwise, there is absolutely no room for these four people to stand and talk to Su Yang. Instead, he was slapped to death by Su Yang. Then junior fellow student, you should be busy first. You should be busy first. Su Yang accepted 100,000 student points and then turned around and left. Captain, why? Not long after Su Yang left, the other three people also expressed their doubts. We can't afford to offend this person. Because his name is Su Yang. Su Yang, holy shit. The other three people were all shocked. It is Su Yang, the rising freshman in front of him. It's okay. Go back and take a good rest. Don't talk nonsense about other things. Facing Su Yang's powerful pressure and overwhelming physical strength. This also brings huge pressure to some old students. Happy, I got another 100,000 college points. Su Yang also became happy. I couldn't help but have an evil thought in my mind. The gold belt for murder and arson. This thing really makes you rich. But Su Yang just thought about it and did not take any actual actions. Gentlemen love fortune, in a proper way. Su Yang doesn't think he is a gentleman, but he understands this thing and still has some choices. As long as there is no murderous warrior, Su Yang will let him go. The premise is, the other party must have something that can make Su Yang attracted. Let's go back. Su Yang also planned to go back and rest for a while. But for now, we still need to submit the mission of the hunting hall first. Su Yang waited for the vehicle on the side of the road. Then drive towards the college. Soon Su Yang returned to the academy in less than half an hour. But because of Su Yang's name, Su Yang's face was also exposed in the academy. While passing by, Su Yang also felt that countless old students were constantly watching her. There are many popular people. Su Yang also completely felt that he had now become a fragrant steamed bun. Many old students are thinking about Su Yang's elite treatment. Forget it, let's go to the hunting hall first. Su Yang ignored the gazes of the surrounding students and walked directly in the direction of the hunting hall. Is that Su Yang? Yes, I heard that he has disappeared for half a month. Where? I heard that I received a 5-star mission at the hunting hall and am currently working on it. A 5-star mission, holy shit, an innate warrior level monster, he is an acquired warrior. Have you underestimated Su Yang? Do you really think Su Yang is that easy to deal with? Let me tell you, I heard that among the freshmen, it has been spread for a long time that during the assessment, Su Yang, a future heavenly warrior with 1 star, hardened the innate warrior level monster. Do you also believe what the freshmen say? You are really stupid. Someone has already posted the video on the college forum. That's why Su Yang became a hot topic for a while. It's just that Su Yang doesn't know these things. At present, Su Yang has also arrived at the door of the hunting hall. He also went in immediately, ready to hand in the task. Hello, Li Wenwen's sweet voice came again, which made Su Yang's dull mood slightly more smiley. Ah, Junior Su Yang, are you back so soon? Li Wenwen originally thought that another student came to accept the task. Who would have thought? It turned out to be Su Yang, who had disappeared for more than half a month. Senior, I'm here to hand over the task. Ah, okay, please come this way. Li Wenwen was also shocked, and then immediately took Su Yang in another direction, preparing to hand over the task. Junior Su Yang, just take out the monster's body. Li Wenwen obviously also noticed that Su Yang had a space ring. He also looked at Su Yang with envy. After all, not every new student can have a space ring. Su Yang also took out the body of the Ganglade demon ape. When Li Wenwen saw the corpse of the Gang Thunder demon ape in front of her, she couldn't help but exclaimed. Her beautiful eyes widened and she immediately called the monster dissector. Girl Wenwen, what happened? A middle-aged man with a strong build and 2 meters tall walked out. It was just after seeing the corpse of the Ganglade demon ape. A peak-level innate thunder demon ape. Wait a minute, this is a mutant species of the thunder demon ape. Your boy killed this. Su Yang also saw the other party, with a look that looked like a pervert, and couldn't help but feel a chill behind him. Master Wang, don't look at others like this. Li Wenwen immediately felt embarrassed, and then explained to Su Yang. Master Wang is actually like this, don't take it too seriously. How dare Su Yang care? Because in Su Yang's perception, Master Wang is in front of him. You can't even see through yourself. You can even see through the changes of the Thunder Demon Ape at a glance. This kind of ability, it's almost the same as Lu Qingyu. No, it should be many times more powerful than Lu Qingyu. In this regard, Su Yang also has an eye on Master Wang. Junior Su Yang, because the task level has been improved, we will report it later. If the student points are obtained, they may have to be given to you later. I hope you don't worry. Su Yang also nodded, as long as there is no debt anyway. In that case, senior sister, I will leave first. Su Yang still needs to seize the time to improve the Thunder God's physical training method, and has no time to stay here. Well, see you later, Junior Su Yang. Li Wenwen also watched Su Yang leave, staring at Su Yang's back, and then disappeared. Just when I was about to come back to my senses and get ready to work, I saw a big eye looking at Li Wenwen. Ah, Master Wang, you are scaring me again, right? Ha ha ha, girl Wenwen, are you attracted to that boy Su Yang? Li Wenwen's cheeks turned red when she heard this, and she shook her head. Master Wang, don't talk nonsense. Others have better ones, and I'm not worthy of them. That's true. Li Wenwen also couldn't help but lowered her head in disappointment. It's just that after Master Wang watched Li Wenwen leave, he looked at Su Yang's leaving figure. Muttered to himself, it's kind of interesting. I actually practice the thunder-type bodybuilding method, and there is also a mutated 5-element bodybuilding method, which is a bit like a dragon elephant shape. The 5 elements talent is also pretty good, and he also has the talent for kendo and sword dao. The lightning element talent is also quite strong. But such strength is not worthy of a girl like Wenwen. How did Su Yang know that Master Wang didn't look down on himself at all? But if Su Yang knew what Master Wang was thinking, just turn around and leave. I won't pay attention to Master Wang at all. Su Yang is not a person trapped in love. As for women, not to mention, Su Yang also returned to his residence. I simply cleaned myself. Report the same thing to Lu Qingyu. Let me explain, I have returned to the academy. This boy, you know how to tell me. Lu Qingyu couldn't help laughing and scolding Su Yang, but still looked at the vision of heaven and earth. On this screen, after a while, the purple lotus vision slowly disappeared. It should have been obtained by someone, but I don't know who was so lucky. Lu Qingyu also wanted to know who was lucky enough to obtain that treasure. Lu Qingyu is also based on records. Slowly I came to know what kind of treasure this purple lotus vision was. Thunder-type treasures are of great help to Su Yang. It's a pity. Lu Qingyu naturally believed that the treasure was not obtained by Su Yang. Because Su Yang has come back early. If Su Yang comes back later, Lu Qingyu could easily suspect that Su Yang had obtained it. Because of the timing, too much difference, so I think it was not Su Yang who got it. But how did Lu Qingyu know that this thing was really obtained by Su Yang? After Su Yang returned to the dormitory, he also reported his situation to Lu Qingyu. From the space ring, the purple thunder lotus was taken out. Looking at the purple thunder lotus wrapped in energy, Su Yang also sighed. Because the purple thunder lotus cannot be stored in the space ring at all. This cost another 100,000 mall points. Then it was reluctantly placed in the space ring. Otherwise, if you want to bring it back. Su Yang thought to himself that he would be chased by those monsters, and then the old students and students. Although Su Yang is not afraid of these monsters and the old students, but kept chasing, Su Yang still finds it quite troublesome. It's not a girl, why are you chasing her? When thinking of this, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Forget it, let's continue looking at this purple thunder lotus. Su Yang looked at the purple thunder lotus in her hand. Especially when he saw the thunder ripples flashing on the petals around the purple thunder lotus. Like a loach, it was floating around the lotus. This is also Su Yang's personal close-up view of the purple thunder lotus. The lotus petals of the purple thunder lotus are covered with purple ripples one after another. And within the range of lotus seeds in the center. The lotus seeds, which are as big as glass beads, are also eager to try, mixed with streams of thunder and lightning energy. Depend on. Su Yang cursed secretly because he found that one lotus seed was missing. Think about it. It must have been stolen by the Ganglei demon ape. But it's okay. The Gang Thunder demon ape did not directly waste the natural resources, and did not choose to swallow the purple thunder lotus when it was immature. It's a pity, but now, it's all mine. Su Yang reached out and touched the purple thunder lotus directly. It's like touching a girl's delicate skin. Very cautious. Bang! Waves of lightning beams, like loaches, continuously shocked Su Yang's arm. Little one, is there another protective measure? When I think of this, Su Yang also had a sinister smile on his face. Now Su Yang doesn't care about this weak thunder energy at all, the purple thunder lotus has long been uprooted. There is also no energy infusion. Today's lightning does not have much lightning energy. But next, I will use you to forge my thunder god's bodybuilding method. Finished. Su Yang's big hands roughly tore off the petals of the purple thunder lotus like a delicate hand destroying a flower. According to the system's narration, Su Yang also began to gradually separate the petals of the purple thunder lotus. Only part of the lotus seed is retained. 13 in total. But one of the purple thunder lotus seeds was eaten by the Ganglei demon ape, and now there is only one lotus seed left. 12. It's okay. Su Yang also began to separate the lotus seeds of the purple thunder lotus. Then rhizomes and the like. All the petals of the purple thunder lotus were ground into powder. Found a bucket. Su Yang also took out a pile of spring water from the pool where the purple thunder lotus was found. He fell down instantly. The originally clear spring water came into contact with the purple thunder lotus powder. Bang, bang, there were bursts of thunder and lightning. The spring water in the barrel also turned into purple spring water in an instant. From time to time there were bursts of thunder and lightning. Su Yang was stunned for a while. I thought to myself, this thing, will it be okay? But in order to improve his own thunder god body forging method, Su Yang gritted his teeth and sat directly in the bucket the next second. Looking at the purple thunder lotus seed in his hand. Gudong. Su Yang swallowed a purple thunder lotus seed in one gulp. Then he activated the thunder god body forging method. Crack, crack, there were bursts of lightning in the wooden barrel, constantly hitting Su Yang's whole body. Suddenly, Su Yang also felt extremely sore and numb all over, and also noticed a bloating feeling inside the body. The same is true for Dantian. Not good. In order to prevent the purple thunder lotus seeds from being absorbed by Dantian instead of being absorbed by the body, Su Yang immediately increased the output of the thunder god body forging method. For a while, Su Yang's skin all over his body instantly turned purple. Waves of purple glowing stripes began to appear all over Su Yang's body. Like a series of strange ancient runes. The spring water, which was originally purple, gradually became much clearer. This is also the effect of Su Yang's absorption. The purple thunder lotus powder is also being absorbed by Su Yang. The purple thunder lotus powder strengthens Su Yang's body strength. And the purple thunder lotus seeds. It also strengthens Su Yang's 5 internal organs. Under the combination of each other, Su Yang's body also slightly changes. In addition to the purple skin, there are also those mysterious purple glowing stripes. If Su Yang counts, there are a total of 12. Time is also slowly passing. Su Yang is concentrating on improving his thunder god body forging method. It's not easy to come across a treasure. Su Yang will not relax. There are also 12 purple thunder lotus seeds, and Su Yang only eats one. Is it the last one? Su Yang reached out and touched the last purple thunder lotus seed, and then raised his head again to swallow it. The purple thunder lotus powder also gradually decreased. It was only 3 minutes. Su Yang opened his eyes again, and a purple light flashed. On the forehead, without Su Yang's knowledge, there was a purple thunder lotus mark. So effeminate, Su Yang also found something strange about himself through the mirror in the bathroom. Especially looking at the purple skin. And the glowing mysterious stripes. This made Su Yang feel a kind of softness. Originally Su Yang was very handsome, but now he couldn't get rid of the appearance of a pretty boy. How can this thing disappear? Ding! The energy of the purple thunder lotus has not been completely absorbed, and the thunder god body forging method is only broken, so it will become like this. Closing square bracket. Then how to disappear? Su Yang looked at the purple skin and the purple thunder lotus on the forehead. This gave Su Yang a strange feeling. Ding! Fight! Use the body to fight, so as to speed up the fusion of the purple thunder lotus energy with itself. Closing square bracket. The level of the purple thunder lotus is too strong, and it will take time to completely merge. Closing square bracket. And the first level of the thunder god body forging method has not been successfully repaired. Closing square bracket. Lin Yang also understood how to make this purple skin disappear. It's very simple. One is to fight against the innate warrior level monster with only the physique. Second, that is to successfully repair the thunder god body forging method. In this way, the thunder god body forging method will completely absorb the lightning energy of the purple thunder lotus. But if you go out like this now, you will be laughed at to death. Su Yang looked at the mysterious purple stripes on his arm, like a series of lightning snakes, wrapped around his arm. There are a total of 12 mysterious lightning runes. This movement, Su Yang said it was very mysterious. Demon slaying platform. It was already full of freshmen who had just finished their exams, as well as some old students. But many people were looking in one direction. A well-dressed figure. Can't see clearly the appearance of Jiran. But I found that the opponent's strength was only 1 star at the acquired warrior level. In the end, I just glanced at it without paying any attention. Next, innate warrior level peak monster, please invite that junior to fight. As soon as these words came out, countless students were surprised. After all, once the peak innate warrior level monster appears, there will be an even more sensational battle. But after all, not many students thought of speaking first. I come. A familiar voice sounded, but he saw that the other party was wrapped tightly. Many people are suspicious. A student of the acquired warrior level is so bold that he dares to challenge the peak innate warrior level monster. Haha, I guess this kid just wants to test the pressure of an innate warrior level monster. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Everyone else shook their heads with regret. He also looked like he was watching a show, wanting to see the guy in front of him hiding his head and tail, preparing to make a fool of himself. Su-young didn't pay any attention to the words around him. After all, now Su-young has no face to see anyone. A purple skin. Su-young wouldn't even take off his clothes until he died. Junior, say your name. Nameless. Ha. Several people were surprised, wondering what Su-young wanted to do. But after asking the console for instructions, agree to Su-young's battle. Nameless vs Violent King Kong. Odds, 10 to 1. Su-young also directly suppressed his 300,000 student points. Many people looked at this news and the odds. I became excited instantly. Ha ha ha, isn't this just to give us points? It's just great. At least someone will give students points. Isn't it wonderful? I don't care, the bet is on the other side, the villa is close to the sea. There are also people who are beginning to choose the opposite. But only a small part. In another part of the stands, a beautiful but ordinary-looking woman frowned. Master, why does this person give me a familiar feeling? This guy is Su-young. Su-young. Wang Yayuan originally came here today to take a look at the demon-slaying platform, hoping to find monsters suitable for her realm. As a result, I waited for a long time. I discovered that they were basically innate warrior-level monsters. Just wait here and watch the elite old students or the ordinary old students fight. Learn some fighting skills. As a result, a Hautian warrior wearing a black robe was waiting for him. Su-young. Wang Yayuan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but have waves, and she didn't know why Su-young became like this. Thinking of Su-young's strength and steady character, Wang Yayuan directly chose to bet all her college points on Su-young. Monitor, why did you push all in? Several girls on the side also couldn't help but become anxious. After all, they also knew clearly that Wang Yayuan was not a gambler. This time, it is true that it exceeds the awareness of several other girls. It's okay, I believe him. Ah, Monitor, do you know this person? Seeing Wang Yayuan's appearance, several people looked at each other in surprise. Especially looking at Wang Yayuan's confident smile. This must be the first time they laughed after meeting Wang Yayuan. Do not know. Wang Yayuan didn't know why Su-young did this. But for Su-young's sake, I still chose to say frankly that I didn't know him. The main reason is that Wang Yayuan doesn't know what Su-young plans to do. Look at this man's battle, maybe you can find something good. Wang Yayuan saw the suspicion of several people, and then explained with a chuckle. This boy's strength has become stronger again. Hear the master's words. Wang Yayuan didn't say much. Although he knew in his heart that Su-young was very powerful, he had even seen him leapfrog and kill an innate warrior-level monster with his own eyes. But peak-level monsters surpass most innate warrior-level monsters. Once you are not sure, maybe Su-young will be injured too. It's just that Wang Yayuan told her master that there is no need to reveal Su-young's information. After all, this is also Su-young's privacy. No matter how much you say, that's Su-young's privacy. In just half a month, Wang Yayuan also understood that Su-young must have done a lot of exercises in order to improve his strength. The beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at the battle in the square. Su-young was also slowly walking towards the center of the demon-slaying platform at this moment. His eyes looked at Violent King Kong. Roar! The aura of the innate peak-level Violent King Kong is much stronger than the acquired one. But Su-young seemed calm and didn't move at all. This kid is scared to death, isn't he? This shouldn't happen, right? Looking at that steady appearance, are you really scared to death? The students in the stands couldn't help but feel that Su Yang, a one-star acquired martial artist, was frightened. Bang, bang, bang. The violent King Kong kept running, and the ground made waves of vibrations. Roar. When he came in front of Su Yang, he couldn't help but beat his chest, opened his mouth and roared to the sky. Snort. Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle, slightly raising his wrapped head, revealing a touch of purple eyes. After seeing Su Yang's gaze, violent King Kong subconsciously took a step back. Scared, the appearance of this scene caused consternation among countless students. How is it possible? The violent King Kong at the peak of his innate nature is actually afraid. Holy crap, am I dreaming? I suddenly regretted pressing the left side. Wang Yayuan was also extremely surprised when she saw this scene. After all, he is an acquired warrior-level human being. To actually make a monster at the peak of innate fear. The truth of this shocked everyone. It seems that Su Yang's strength has become stronger. Although Wang Yayuan also absorbed a lot of monster crystal nuclei in half a month. He was also promoted to the acquired warrior 1-star. But when facing Su Yang, Wang Yayuan's master has only one sentence. The you now, wanting to surpass Su Yang is just a dream. Sure enough, I thought too much. Although Wang Yayuan is a girl, she is also very strong. Su Yang is powerful. Wang Yayuan also regarded Su Yang as a pursuit target. But it's a pity. Su Yang's powerful strength can give Wang Yayuan a shock every time. Know the relationship between yourself and Su Yang. There is an unbridgeable gap. He really is a monster. Wang Yayuan said that Su Yang cannot be described in human terms. To describe it, he is completely a monster. Afraid. Su Yang couldn't help but look at violent King Kong in surprise, with an extremely weird expression on his face. But in order to improve one's own physique, in addition, let his purple skin disappear. Su Yang simply stretched out his hand to indicate. Made a provocative move. Roar. Violent King Kong saw Su Yang's movements, although he didn't know what they meant. But the dignity of being a monster. Roared again. He raised his fist and rushed towards Su Yang. Su Yang, on the other hand, had no intention of dodge and directly resisted the blow of violent King Kong. Bang! Su Yang's figure was hit hard and flew out. Everyone sighed. That's it. How strong did I think you were? When that violent King Kong retreated just now, it scared me. That's right, I thought I was going to lose money. Hee, it means that this kid is also fancy but not useful. Su Yang's behavior was indeed a bit unsatisfactory. The same is true for Wang Yayuan. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, her beautiful eyes looking at Su Yang's fallen figure. My mind became even more speculative. What the hell is Su Yang doing? Roar. When violent King Kong saw that the human being he feared was defeated so easily, the desire to fight in his heart became even more violent. Su Yang also slowly stood up and gently waved away the dust and smoke around him. He didn't take the opponent's attack into consideration at all. Continue. Su Yang waved again, making a provocative gesture. Roar. Violent King Kong couldn't help but roar. Both fists were directed towards Su Yang's sides again, intending to crush the hateful human being in front of him with a meat bun. Bang! Su Yang also spread his hands to resist the opponent's palms. A wave of air suddenly echoed in the square. Wait for the smoke to clear. Su Yang's figure also stood on the spot, not looking injured at all. Good. Su Yang withstood the violent King Kong attack and nodded with satisfaction. Because Su Yang also felt that the Thunder God's physical training method was also slowly improving. Even the thunder and lightning energy of the purple thunder lotus. Gradually, he was absorbed by Su Yang. It's just that the absorption speed is a bit slow. Su Yang couldn't help but look at violent King Kong, knowing that violent King Kong's attack had worked. Roar. After seeing that Su Yang was okay, violent King Kong roared angrily again, and hit Su Yang's face with a fist again. Snort. Su Yang snorted coldly, and swung out the Vajra fist without spiritual energy again. Although there is no spiritual energy blessing, no various momentum has been formed. But the power of sharp gold still symbolizes Su Yang's perfection-level martial arts. Bang! Two forces from the body collided with each other. As for Su Yang's figure, he also flew upside down, and his feet left two traces on the ground. Violent King Kong also did not gain any benefits. The huge figure also staggered twice. I almost fell to the ground. After finally stabilizing his body, he saw Su Yang's figure already standing there. As a monster, violent King Kong was so humiliated when he saw a thin human being. The anger in his heart was gradually ignited. Oh! Su Yang looked at the aura emerging from violent King Kong's body, and it looked like he was going to kill him. But Su Yang still maintained a cold and calm attitude. Bang! 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 The sound of fists hitting flesh reappeared in the whole square. Gudong! When everyone saw this scene, a figure appeared in their minds. Su Yang. Because only Su Yang would be so perverted to want to strengthen his body and strengthen his physique. The only one who wanted to fight head-on like this was probably the new bodybuilding madman. What a strong physique. Even Wang Yaoyuan's master was the same. At first, I thought Su Yang was just physically strong, but after the second awakening of the thunder system, maybe he would give up. But now, Su Yang has not given up any of his talents. He is really a madman. If Su Yang's talent can still be felt, but it is still a bit difficult to clearly feel something like physique. Otherwise, Su Yang is not Su Yang anymore, Wang Yaoyuan said with a smile. Her beautiful eyes were still looking at Su Yang's battle. He had never used spiritual energy to fight. In addition to his strong physique, he only had physique to fight. Roar, roar, roar. The violent King Kong roared 3 times in anger. But these 3 roars sounded so weak. As for Su Yang, the same thing happened. His body was also a little tired. But in order to practice the Thunder God bodybuilding method, and to completely absorb the lightning energy of the purple thunder lotus, Su Yang was also excited at the moment. He gritted his teeth and fought with the violent King Kong again. Bang, bang, bang. The violent King Kong saw that Su Yang was still so lively, and he felt even more ashamed and angry. He planned to fight with the human in front of him. The time was very long. When the students in the stand saw a man and a King Kong fighting each other, their cheeks were numb. Because such a scene seemed to have been seen somewhere. Isn't this the crazy freshman who trained his body? When they thought of this, many students couldn't help but feel distressed. How many student points were lost? This guy, how can he hide himself? Yes, he is really a little rascal, causing me to earn so many student points. Hearing the Versailles words of others, the students who suffered losses were speechless. There is no way. Su Yang hid himself, causing many people to never see Su Yang. Bang! A loud noise spread throughout the entire demon-killing platform. The figure of the violent King Kong collapsed heavily on the ground, gasping weakly. Su Yang knew that the violent King Kong had been completely drained. Thinking of this, Su Yang also punched through the throat of the violent King Kong. Ding! Kill the Pekinate monster by leaps and bounds, and get lottery points, 100. Su Yang turned and left. Now, he needs to rest again. Refine the lightning energy of the purple thunder lotus, so as to make his own physique further. The powerful lightning constantly hits Su Yang's whole body. Su Yang is also constantly controlling the thunder god body forging method. Started to slowly absorb the energy of the purple thunder lotus. When Su Yang absorbed the purple thunder lotus, Lu Qingyu also received Su Yang's combat information. What's wrong with this kid today? Originally Lu Qingyu thought Su Yang would practice well for a while. But the result was different. Not long after returning, he immediately started to challenge the Pekinate monster, even in hand-to-hand combat. It's really a little monster. When Lu Qingyu saw this scene, he couldn't sit still instantly. Su Yang's powerful strength. It was enough to show that Su Yang's physique was going to be further improved. Demon slaying platform. More than a week has passed. Su Yang has also entered the inner courtyard for almost a month. After returning from a hunting mission, Su Yang just stayed at the demon slaying platform every day. Every time it was a fist-to-fist fight. There was no use of spiritual energy at all. The purple skin on Su Yang's body is also slowly disappearing. After the last streak of purple skin disappeared, Su Yang suddenly felt his body strengthen. Promotion again. Su Yang was naturally very excited. Looking at himself in the mirror, he also discovered the purple lotus mark on his forehead, which disappeared immediately. Good. Su Yang couldn't help but nodded, looking at the muscular man in front of him, with his bulging flesh and tight chest. It exudes a faint purple light, and purple stripes appear. 12 stripes appeared again. In addition, Su Yang's eyes also became a bit thunderous and pale. Like a thunder god, streaks of thunder and lightning appeared all over his body. However, Su Yang also stopped the 5 yuan dragon elephant bodybuilding technique and the thunder god bodybuilding technique at the next moment. Restored to its original appearance. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction and relaxed. Still quite good. Those guys already know who they are. If they go to the demon-slaying platform again, it might be a bit troublesome. Su Yang also understands. Among the entire freshmen, including those old students. Although there are some lunatics who exercise, they pale in comparison to Su Yang. But for now, we still need to exchange some monster crystal cores for a look. After these few days of earning academy points at the Demon Slayer platform, Su Yang now also has millions of student points, totally on the millionaire level. 1 million academy points can be exchanged for the acquired warrior level monster crystal core. Su Yang couldn't help but settle the accounts fiercely. An acquired warrior level monster crystal core is not very expensive. 1 star is just a few points. When I think of this, Su Yang couldn't help but open the location of the hidden store. Elite students. Naturally, there will be a discount when purchasing monster crystal cores. 1 million student points. Su Yang exchanged a full 1 million acquired warrior level monster crystal cores. There are still 50,000 student points left. What? Why did Su Yang exchange so many 1-star monster crystal cores? Are you crazy? Lu Qingyu heard the notice from the treasure pavilion, especially after hearing Su Yang's plan. I wanted to curse even more. Su Yang, what are you doing in exchange for so many monster crystal cores? Where did he get so many student points? Lu Qingyu looked unbelieving and opened Su Yang's student points transaction record. Then I found it in the direction of the demon-slaying platform. Su Yang seemed to have earned a total of 3.7 million. Then Su Yang also exchanged a month's worth of monster blood for body refining in the treasure pavilion. Did this kid really spend so much money? Lu Qingyu couldn't help but feel that Su Yang was like a monster that devoured heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as devouring monster crystal cores. But there is no way. Lu Qingyu also understood that Su Yang was in urgent need of these things. You brat, you used up all those things so quickly, why don't you tell me? Lu Qingyu knew that Su Yang might be a bit macho and didn't want to owe others too much. He couldn't help but glance at Su Yang. Forget it, since you have the ability now, then it's up to you to make your own choice. Subsequently, Lu Qingyu also informed, 1 million acquired warriors and 1-star monster crystal cores are not enough, so use others to make up for it. He collected enough 1 million acquired warrior monster crystal cores and gave them to Su Yang. Wait, bring the things to me, and I will deliver them personally. Yes, Su Yang is also waiting with joy. After all, there are 1 million monster crystal nuclei. 1 million lottery points. Random draw. Screw you. No dog smokes the thing. Su Yang also set his sights on the exclusive lottery queue. Although a bit expensive, but with Su Yang's character, I still believe that something good will happen. Boom, boom, boom. There were knocks on the door. Su Yang immediately opened the door excitedly, but the next second, his face darkened. Hello, senior sister. But he still said with a smile. What, are you not happy to see me? Lu Qingyu looked at Su Yang with a playful smile on her lips. After all, Su Yang has always been very mysterious. Happy, how could I not be happy? Su Yang also invited Lu Qingyu to come into the room and sit down, and couldn't help but bring tea and water. Senior sister, why do you have time to come to my place? Why, can't you come if you don't have time? Where is it? Su Yang also tidied up the things in the bathroom. After all, some things are still shameful. For example, purple thunder lotus powder and the like. You kid, you are so mysterious, you actually want so many monster crystal cores this time. Tell me, what are you planning to do? This, senior, this is my secret, I'm sorry, senior. Su Yang would definitely not tell Lu Qingyu that it was for a lottery draw. After all, no one would believe it. You brat, you still have a secret, you need to hide it from me, right? Forget it, I just came over to see you. As Lu Qingyu spoke, she threw a space directly to Su Yang. Su Yong also took it immediately, preparing to start transferring those monster crystal nuclei. These are all treasures. For Su Yong, it is indeed a treasure. You are still so greedy for money, but you are much better than others. At least you are just greedy for money, not lustful. Lu Qingyu also made fun of Su Yong. After all, Su Yong didn't have any dark history to ridicule. Senior sister, you are just joking. It's better to feel good about improving your strength than a woman. Su Yong shook his head. Although he didn't agree with Lu Qingyu's words, he didn't say much. Then you continue to improve your strength. Don't use the monster crystal core for too long. Otherwise, your foundation will be unstable. Be careful and I will beat you. Lu Qingyu raised her pink fist and shook it twice in front of Su Yong. He looked like he was going to beat someone up. Su Yong couldn't help but nodded helplessly. After all, for Su Yong, there is really no way to deal with Lu Qingyu. Let us not talk about Lu Qingyu's strength. It is completely based on the foundation of martial arts. Su Yong did not take action against those who helped him unless the other party really wanted to kill him. But Lu Qingyu had been helping Su Yong, and Su Yong had no reason to do anything. And Lu Qingyu was also worried that Su Yong would absorb too much at once. This leads to its own unstable foundation. Okay, practice hard and strive to reach the strength of an innate warrior. When the time comes, you will encounter a new world. After establishing the foundation of martial arts, there will also be a new world. Lu Qingyu waved her hand and told Su Yong to practice slowly by herself. Senior, walk slowly. Su Yong also sent Lu Qingyu away immediately. The moment the door closes. System, I want to top up money. Oh, I want Krypton gold. Ding. A large number of monster crystal nuclei have been detected and are being screened. Ding. Redemption completed. Total, 1,530,000 lottery points. Is that much? Su Yong saw that he actually had 1.53 million lottery points. This time, Su Yong plans to have a good draw. The system will open an exclusive lottery for me. Swish. A ray of light appeared in front of Su Yong. Exclusive lottery. 100 at a time. 9,000 for 10 times 10% off for 10 times. The exclusive draws are Kung Fu, martial arts, body skills, weapons, mutations, foundation bones, talents, bloodlines, auxiliary categories, functional categories, etc. What is Su Yong lacking currently? Then Su Yong also opened his own properties panel. Host Su Yong. Talent 5 elements intermediate thunder system advanced kendo elementary sword Dao elementary. Goldfinger all things entry system. Cultivation realm 1 star for acquired warriors. Body forging realm innate warrior 1 star. Practice skills 5 elements Kaiyuan technique, extreme shadow sword technique, tyrant sword technique, thunder god technique. Body strengthening technique 5 Yuan dragon elephant bodybuilding technique, thunder god bodybuilding technique. Bloodline human bloodline. Foundation building bone none. Martial skills 5 elements 10,000 transformation sword perfect level, storm sword perfect level, shadow whirlwind perfect level, thunder god's fist skilled. Shenfa none. Weapon none. Maul points 50,000. Lottery points 1,530,000. If you want to build the foundation and bones, don't think about it for now. Su Yong understands that foundation building bones are only useful when building a foundation in martial arts. At present, Su Yong is only a 1-star warrior. There are still 2 big realms left before establishing the foundation of martial arts. Talent is also needed. As for blood, human blood will suffice. Martial skills. Su Yong also understood that martial arts were a bit too ordinary, but then he also understood that martial arts also needed to be improved. Shenfa and the like. The wandering dragon step in the 5 elements Wanhua hand. Pretty good. Weapons and the like. Su Yong was silent for a moment. 3 weapons were taken out, a long sword, a long knife, and a glove. Basically fighting. Su Yong always kills monsters with his fists. Unless he was fighting Yang Yu, he also used his swordsmanship talent. Let's not rush for the moment. Let's take a look at the talent draw first. Su Yong also wanted to extract some good talents from the talents to see if they could enhance his own strength. Ding. Deduct 9,000 lottery points and open 10 talent exclusive draws. Clang, clang, Clang. 10 unremarkable beams of light appeared in front of Su Yang. Su Yang looked at these things and shook his head. I could only comfort myself. This can only be used as a cushion, and the next one will come out with a better one. Come again. Come again. Continue. Continue. Su Yang also gritted his teeth because he couldn't get the 50,000 to 60,000 lottery points. Absolutely nothing appears. Not even an orange talent entry has appeared yet. This made Su Yang want to curse. System. What you want to play with is, no, IDAS made for you. Su Yang almost broke his back molars as he spoke word by word. If you don't give it to me, I will just draw these points and keep them if they get moldy, and I won't draw them from you. Continue. Clang, clang, clang. Gone. Su Yang was so angry that he almost ran away again, and there was an unknown fire in his heart. I'm going to find something to vent my feelings about. But it's okay. Calm down completely and take a deep breath. The mood gradually calmed down. Why don't I stop drawing talents? Su Yang also directly clicked on another interface, selected another exclusive lottery, and started clicking frantically with his eyes closed. Clang, clang, clang. Waves of colorful light flashed. There was nothing Su Yang wanted, and Su Yang immediately felt that the world was hopeless. The joy of life is no longer interesting. Lottery. Su Yang said weakly. Today Su Yang finally understood that it was not appropriate to draw a lottery. Didn't look at the auspicious days of the zodiac. Difficult. Then came a single draw. Su Yang believes that single extraction is a miracle. Chang. A burst of golden light instantly appeared in front of Su Yang, making Su Yang's originally depressed mood immediately become excited. Come, let's see what kind of treasure it is. Ding. Obtain the entry for intermediate gun talent, Screw you. Su Yang cursed secretly, although this thing is very good, but for the current Su Yang, it's just the icing on the cake and not of much use at all. Forget it, system, just give it all to me. Just close your eyes and forget about it. Su Yang is completely ruined. After all, nearly 100,000 lottery points came out with such a golden thing. Suddenly there is one. How could this thing be worse than a random lottery? Keep pumping. Su Yang is also constantly clicking on the interface in front of him. Anyway, Su Yang is very arrogant now. There are more than 1 million lottery points. It's enough for Su Yang to draw a lottery, and it will take so many hours. As countless rays of light flashed out, Su Yang secretly opened one eye and looked at the colorful screen. Only there is no color that Su Yang wants. I couldn't help but cover my chest. He looked so heartbroken that he almost fainted from anger. Clang, 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 clang. Perhaps God took pity on Su Yang's situation. At the same time as he fired 10 rounds, Su Yang's eyes widened and he looked at the golden card. Holy shit, luck has gotten better now. 10 companies, 1 golden hair, 8 orange hairs, 1 pink hair. Not bad luck. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction, although there was no legendary red divine light. But for Su Yang, who is currently in a non-Emirati state, also quite satisfied. Ding. Obtain advanced wind talent gold. Ding. Obtain the intermediate dark talent pink. Orange talent. Su Yang also didn't pay too much attention, just looking at the advanced wind talent. He also thought of his talent in swordsmanship and swordsmanship. Such words. It's also quite good. Su Yang also nodded with satisfaction, with a smile on his lips. But I still chose to continue the lottery. 1.5 million lottery points. Su Yang couldn't believe that a red divine treasure couldn't be found. Talent or whatever. The mutation entry is also the best. Certainly. Entries for various martial arts. Su Yang also welcomes everyone. After all, Su Yang is in urgent need of these things now. Only in this way can Su Yang become more powerful. It is best to have a red auto repair entry. The Thunder God's bodybuilding method or the Thunder God's art have all been repaired. Chapter 71. At this moment, Su Yang had a gloomy face and slowly walked out of the door. Because Su Yang spent 500,000 lottery points. The results of it, except for 1 golden entry, nothing was given to Su Yang. Now this moment, Su Yang also knows that this thing really depends on luck. Take a break and find a monster to fight to vent your anger. Su Yang walked directly in the direction of the demon-slaying platform. Because of the appearance of Su Yang. The senior in the control room of the Demon Slayer platform had already noticed Su Yang. He wasn't even setting up a gambling game for Su Yang. After all, this kid in front of me. That's really not taking the gamble seriously. It is directly used to improve strength and never cares about students' points. If Su Yang knew, there will definitely be a rebuttal. Who says they don't care? Su Yang is currently short of student points, and then uses the student points to exchange for monster crystal cores. Thus the lottery continues and the entries are drawn. Gone. Su Yang angrily punched to death a 1-star innate warrior level thunder demon ape. Then the whole body left. Su Yang thought that it must be because he didn't take a bath or burn incense. This leads to bad luck. Well, that must be the case. Su Yang also turned around and left under the stunned looks of others on the demon-slaying platform. Su Yang looks very angry. Yeah, this kid, who offended him. Nah, I killed an innate thunder demon ape with one punch, but it's still not a human being. Whenever Su Yang gets angry from now on, it's better to avoid provoking him less. Hey, Su Yang, who messed with him? It was also the first time for Wang Yayuan to see Su Yang so angry. But now it seems, when Su Yang is angry, he is obviously more violent and cold-blooded. At least, during the time when Wang Yayuan was in contact with Su Yang. I know a little bit about Su Yang. 1. Su Yang has a pretty good personality and gets along well with other people. Basically you won't offend anyone. Unless someone offends Su Yang first. Otherwise, Su Yang would not have conflicts with others. Wang Yayuan also noticed Su Yang's departure and thought for a moment. She really couldn't imagine why Su Yang was so angry. Su Yang also returned to the dormitory. It starts the same as the first time. Take a bath, burn incense. A perfect move. Su Yang then sat neatly on the ground and started drawing. The system, the lottery, if you can't draw anything good, I can only say that you are ruthless. Susu. An exclusive lottery interface appeared in front of Su Yang. Subsequently, Su Yang glanced around and introduced. I still chose a talent-exclusive lottery. Let's try a single shot first to test the waters. Su Yang chose to draw a miracle alone. Clang. A white light flashed out and appeared in front of Su Yang. Su Yang didn't even look at it and chose the next one directly. 10 draws in a row. Clang, clang, clang. Su Yang saw something. A red light appeared in Su Yang's eyes. Definitely red. Su Yang was not wrong. Su Yang also became excited. He stood up involuntarily and looked at the red light in front of him. Chang. Okay, great, we finally have something amazing. Su Yang became excited. The divine entry finally appeared in front of him. I heard Su Yang say a little suspiciously, how about taking a bath and burning incense for the next lottery? Su Yang nodded heavily and agreed with this approach. In fact, everything is a matter of metaphysics. Come, let's take a look at the entry for this divine item. What is it? Ding. Obtain the primary time talent of divine entry. Holy shit, time talent, God level. Su Yang was silent. Logically speaking, junior talents are basically in the orange category. Orange entries are basically primary talents. Pink is intermediate. And gold is high-end. In this case, system, I need to explain. Ding. Time, including space entries, are absolutely rare. It is reasonable to appear as a divine entry. Okay, all the right of interpretation belongs to you, whatever you say is yours. Su Yang was too lazy to answer the system's explanation. There is no way, the most important thing is that finally a magical product is released. Then let's continue to draw other prizes. Su Yang has spent nearly 800,000 exclusive entries for lottery talents. Finally, a red divine item appeared. Su Yang is already very satisfied. It's just words. Su Yang doesn't quite understand it, because it's just a junior time talent. Gone. Exclusive lottery for martial arts. Su Yang also started to draw exclusive draws for martial arts, and he also started to be the Smurf for the light of purple cloud. Just as Su Yang was drawing tens of thousands of shots out of boredom. Clang. Su Yang once again saw a familiar and most desired light beam. Red. A red light appeared in front of Su Yang. Then he fell into the prize pool of the lottery entries. Cool. Su Yang almost jumped for joy and then said. System, I believe you will still take care of me. Ding. Obtain a breakthrough in the quality of divine entries. Su Yang did not continue to read the specific content of the entry, but chose to continue the lottery. As Su Yang's 2 shots fell in succession, Su Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. System, I admit that I was a little too loud when I spoke just now. How about I apologize to you first? Ding. Obtain the attribute increase of divine items. Ding. Unlock the restrictions on obtaining divine items. 2 divine entries in a row. Then have I used up all my luck today? Su Yang couldn't help but remain silent. There are so many divine entries at once. Su Yang was completely panicked. After all, these 3 people were just like a dream. It really gave Su Yang the illusion of not waking up. Or maybe he is still dreaming. Forget it, keep smoking. Su Yang also gave up on the lottery of martial arts, and instead looked at the lottery of kung fu. The main reason is that Su Yang also wants to get what the system said before. Automatically cultivate entries. System, skill draw. Swish. Su Yang's 10 consecutive lashes began again. After all, good luck is coming now. If you don't draw it now, then when will you wait? Clang. 1 shot and 10 consecutive shots is correct. Su Yang. It's okay, just use it as a mat. Another trial shot failed. Su Yang. It's okay, continue to be a cushion. As Su Yang's sword drawing points dropped crazily, Su Yang didn't know how many exclusive skill entries he had drawn. I also never expected anything good to come out. Oh, I'm really out of luck. As Su Yang said this, a red light appeared again. Ding. Obtain a breakthrough in the quality of divine entries. Yeah, there are really good things. After Su Yang looked at this entry in disbelief, he nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at the exclusive mutation entry. Lottery. Although Su Yang didn't get the entry he wanted now. But Su Yang is still very satisfied with so many red entries in a row. Simply, mutation entry. Su Yang didn't expect anything good to come out. Continue. Su Yang looked at the lights flashing in front of him, but they were basically all 1 color, or 2 colors. Basically there is not much attention. Continue. Again after some time passed. Su Yang also completely consumed all 1.5 million lottery points. But look at the entry backpack full of loot. Su Yang was silent for a moment. There are 5 red divine ones in total. 10 golden ones. 100 pinks. 1,000 orange entries. Several other entries. Smelt all the entries below orange. Ding. 1 click smelting. Su Yang didn't care about the number of mall points after smelting, but looked at the abilities of the 5 divine items. Talent entry. Elementary time system. Level. Red. Introduction. It allows the user to have the talent of time, and his perception of time, skills, and martial arts can be increased tenfold. Martial arts entry. Quality breakthrough. Level. Red. Introduction. It can improve the quality of martial arts to the highest level, and can only be used by martial arts foundation builders. Martial arts entry. Attribute increase. Level. Red. Introduction. The power of martial arts moves can be increased by 100%, and can only be used by martial arts foundation builders. Martial arts entry. Restrictions unblocked. Level. Red. Introduction. You can remove restrictions on exercises that do not meet your own requirements, and only those who are restricted to martial arts foundation building can be used. Exercise entry. Quality breakthrough. Level. Red. Introduction. You can improve the quality of your skills to the highest level, and can only be used by martial arts foundation builders. Su Yang looked at these 4 red divine items. Except for the gift of time. Look left and right for other entries. All 4 words were revealed. Martial Arts Foundation. Only martial arts foundation builders can use these entries. System, don't you just want me to hurry up and break through the martial arts foundation building? Su Yang also understands that apart from his strong physique, there are other things. The realm of cultivation is a bit low. But it doesn't mean that Su Yang is unwilling to practice. System, integrate all the entries for me. Ding. Fusion begins. Swish. Su Yang watched as beams of light leapt out in front of him. As dozens of red lights appeared in front of Su Yang's eyes. No way. After all, Su Yang has no lottery points, but now Su Yang has hundreds of millions of mall points. Fusion of entries and evolution into a red divine product. There is still enough to rub. Ding. Obtain the divine entry. After Su Yang glanced at these entries, his face suddenly darkened. 30 red beams. There are only 10 entries at present. System, melt the entries that do not match your own. Ding. One click melting starts. Su Yang looked at the 10 entries in front of him. Talent entry. Top Kendo. Level. Red. Introduction. Can master Kendo talent, practice Kendo martial arts and techniques, and improve 100 times. Auxiliary entry. Automatic repair. Level. Red. Introduction. Repair incomplete techniques and martial arts, which can only be repaired 10 hours a day. Talent entry. Top knife. Level. Red. Introduction. Can master knife talent, practice knife martial arts, techniques, and improve 100 times. Su Yang did not look at the other red talent entries. Because the remaining entries, Su Yang also knew that these were all related to his own strength. Martial arts, techniques and the like. Su Yang also knew that he needed to upgrade to the foundation of martial arts. Otherwise, he still could not use these entries. But for now, these talent entries. Su Yang couldn't help but be silent for a moment. Thinking of the time when the thunder entry was added, the movement was quite big. But what was the result? Su Yang had to expose his talent, so he escaped from Lu Qingyu's clutches. It's not that Su Yang doesn't like to be high profile. But it's right to choose to be low-key. But everything seems to be the opposite of Su Yang, and things go against his wishes. The old students also began to spread about Su Yang's terrifying physique. Fortunately, Su Yang has really been using his own physique to fight. Looking at the many talent entries in front of him, Su Yang thought of a place. That is to go to the hunting hall, accept a task, and then replace the talent entry again in the hunting forest and then add it. That's it. Su Yang thought of this and immediately went to the hunting hall. Hunting hall. Li Wenwen's pretty face, with a look of astonishment, looked at Su Yang, who came over in a hurry and picked a task at random. Then Su Yang turned around and left. Poochie. Li Wenwen couldn't help but smile at Su Yang's anxious look. But she still looked a little disappointed. After all, Su Yang is now the most popular student in the academy. It is even said that he may be promoted to the rank of genius students. Although his cultivation is only that of a postnatal warrior. But his physical strength has long surpassed that of ordinary innate warriors. This girl, is she really moved? It shouldn't be possible, right? Master Wang on the side was just about to come over to hand over the work, but as soon as he came in, he saw Li Wenwen's sweet smile. Then he followed his gaze. He saw Su Yang's anxious look. Is it this guy again? No, this guy is handsome and I heard that he has a good personality, but there are many men like this in the academy. Girl Wenwen didn't like other people, but she liked that guy. Master Wang was very unbelievable, but Li Wenwen's happy smile did not look fake. But Li Wenwen looked disappointed. Obviously, Li Wenwen naturally felt that she was not worthy of Su Yang. This girl, is she really moved? Master Wang shook his head with a smile, but then he thought about following her to see what kind of magic Su Yang had. But after just 2 steps, Master Wang immediately came back to Li Wenwen. He no longer wanted to follow Su Yang. Because what he needed was to protect Li Wenwen, not to follow Su Yang. I almost made the same mistake again. Thinking back to the previous experience, Master Wang couldn't help but have a look of fear in his eyes. Phew, the sound of a car sounded, and a figure got out of the car. After looking around, he quickly headed towards the forest. This person is Su Yang. Su Yang randomly picked a 5-star mission in the hunting hall. Prepare to hunt an innate warrior level monster. As for what level it is, Su Yang didn't pay attention to these, and he didn't bother to look at them anyway. Hunting this side of the forest. Basically, there won't be any martial arts foundation building monsters. After all, the higher-ups of the academy will come regularly to clean up monsters that are building martial arts foundations. This is the place. Seeing that Su Yang was already in the center of the hunting forest, he immediately found a cave. When sitting cross-legged, talent entries are also added one by one. Ding! Add entry for junior time talent. Buzz! Suddenly, Su Yang felt that the breath all over his body seemed to have stopped. Even the surrounding time stopped. The ability of primary time talent. Although the effect is not very good, it is a time talent after all, such a rare talent. Nature is quite precious. It's just that from Su Yang's point of view, nothing has changed. But I also feel that the flow rate around me is a bit slow. Elementary time talent. Next comes the other talents. Su Yang didn't bother to care about the ability of the time talent. After all, it was a basic level, and the effect was definitely not as powerful as higher levels. Continue. Ding. Add top kendo talent entries and automatically uninstall low-level entries of the same type. Clang. Su Yang's mind suddenly fell into a state of emptiness. Then, an extremely majestic kendo aura emerged around his body. It penetrated the entire sky in an instant. Such a powerful kendo aura instantly triggered a riot of spiritual energy all around. Clang. The kendo aura is like a spreading wave, spreading out into the distance layer by layer. Lu Qingyu in the academy. Lu Qingyu, who was resting, couldn't help but take out her sword. I haven't used you for a long time. I wonder if you miss me. After speaking, he gently stroked the thin sword that looked like a willow branch. Just as Lu Qingyu said this, a moment, the thin sword trembled slightly in Lu Qingyu's shocked eyes. Then he took it out directly from Lu Qingyu's hand. Clang. A sword pierced the wall, if it were not blocked by the wall. Probably have to fly a long way again. Lu Qingyu also saw her rapier in front of her, and it kept making soft chirping sounds. The blade of the sword kept trembling back and forth. What's happening here? Lu Qingyu also encountered such a situation for the first time. At the same time, it's not just Lu Qingyu's side. In the college villa, an indifferent figure sat on his knees, carrying a long sword beside him. Buzz. Yang Jian immediately opened his eyes from training and took out his weapon from behind. Looking at the trembling sword, he even looked like he was about to get out. Quiet. Yang Jian seemed to have thought of something and immediately held down the rioting long sword. Someone has awakened for the second time. He still has a talent for swordsmanship. Yang Jian himself has advanced swordsmanship talent, but he saw such movement. At this moment, Yang Jian's heart was beating wildly. The rumored top talent, Yang Jian couldn't help but feel a proud look in his heart. So what about top talent? Yang Jian will definitely become the #1 in swordsmanship. Yang Jian's desire for swordsmanship has surpassed that of anyone else. But for now, however, Yang Jian was still unable to suppress his weapons of rebellion. I also understand in my heart the power of top talents. So, Yang Jian will also have to work harder than anyone else. This is also the foundation that Yang Jian laid for his inner martial arts. Inside the college, on an empty mountain peak, a white-haired old man stared in one direction with his cloudy eyes. Behind him, countless long swords kept making gentle chirping sounds. Just thinking about leaping over there. But unfortunately, Lao Chan was so powerful that he directly suppressed those rioting swords. It's interesting. There is actually a top talent in swordsmanship. He is probably a lucky person who has awakened for the second time. Then he touched his white hair and beard on his chin, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. It seems that the genius of my human race is slowly emerging. Such a powerful kendo aura. A complete explosion. Lu Qingyu also heard the specific things from her grandfather. Top sword talent. Isn't this a rumor? Lu Qingyu had only heard about high-level talents in the beginning, rumored top talents. In human history, it is also just a rumor. But rumors are just rumors after all. No one has ever seen it. A top-notch swordsmanship talent. He is indeed powerful. Lu Qingyu thought of the terrifying movement and looked at the faint blood stain in her palm. Just now, Lu Qingyu still wanted to control the rapier. Can bear fruit. Instead, he failed to control it and even made a small cut on his palm. It's really a terrifying talent. Master, what happened? Wang Yayuan also felt something, and the weapon in her hand was released directly. Someone has awakened his top swordsmanship talent for the second time. What? Wang Yayuan heard what her master said. Currently, the only known talents on this planet are high-level and top talents, and that is just a rumor. But Wang Yayuan heard her master say that top talents do exist. Top kendo talent. Wang Yayuan immediately thought of someone, Su Yang. But Su Yang has already awakened his swordsmanship talent, so it must not be Su Yang. It's true, I have been in contact with this pervert too much, and I can't help but think of him. Girl, don't worry about it. Although top talents are very powerful, they only exist on this planet, so don't worry about it. Although Wang Yayuan said she didn't care on the surface. But now, Wang Yayuan naturally knew that her own strength was insufficient, and she still envied those warriors who had awakened their talents for the second time. Girl, don't worry, just practice well. Yes, I understand, Master. Su Yang's fusion talent is unusual, and it has also begun to cause a sensation in the academy. Many people were extremely shocked. I really want to see who can awaken such a powerful sword talent for the second time. After all, it will be like riding a roller coaster in the future. The strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Master Wang was also so surprised. Top sword talent, it's interesting, but it's not enough. Master Wang also sensed Su Yang's talent for swordsmanship. But he just glanced at it lightly and stopped paying too much attention to this situation. Su Yang slowly opened his eyes, looking very calm. In his eyes, there was a flash of sword light. The next step is the way of the sword. Su Yang also looked at the talent in front of him. Ding! Add God level entries for top sword talent. Buzz! Su Yang suddenly fell into a state of emptiness again. Clang, clang, clang. Countless knife marks suddenly appeared on the surrounding walls. A violent, domineering, and murderous aura emerged from Su Yang's body. Then it penetrated the entire sky. It caused waves. Like a rising tide, it quickly reverberated throughout the forest. The old man on the mountain peak stared slightly. He was previously a top-notch swordsman talent. Now here comes another top sword talent. Clang, clang, clang. The sword weapons behind Lao Ruan were also shaking constantly. As if he couldn't wait. It's interesting. I wonder who has awakened for the second time. No matter who wakes up. It's not bad for old age. Because of all this, they are all geniuses of the human race. Ha ha ha. Amidst the roar of the wind on the mountain peak, the old man couldn't help but laugh. I don't think we, the human race, would be born with such a powerful talent. Immediately, the whole body appeared like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, as if it had arrived on the battlefield, filled with the aura of killing. HMPH, the demon clan, and your demon clan that is eyeing you with eagerness. Just wait, the moment my son of the human race rises up, it will be the time when both of your races will perish. Then the killing momentum all over his body disappeared without a trace in an instant. He continued to return to his harmless appearance. Master, what's wrong? Wang Yayuan couldn't help but be surprised for a moment, because she heard the master's sigh again. Another person has awakened for the second time, and this time he is still a top talent in the art of swordsmanship. What? Once is enough. Wang Yayuan was completely shocked the second time. Swords are at odds. Wang Yayuan naturally knows this truth. Swords are inherently incompatible weapons. Perhaps it is because of the talent of top swordsmanship. This also triggered the second awakening of someone else, and successfully awakened the top talent of swordsmanship. By the time, there will definitely be a sword fight. But who would have thought? Two top talents appeared in Su Yang. Holy shit. Su Yang suddenly felt a tightness in his heart, and he felt like he was going to go berserk. System, what's going on? Ding. In a battle of swords, swords cannot tolerate each other. 8 simple words. Su Yang completely understood what happened. Top sword talent, not giving in to each other. If one party is relatively low level, then nothing will happen. In other words, they are all low level. But now they are in top condition. No one will give in to the other. This also led to Su Yang's unlucky situation. If he hadn't been physically strong, he would have been torn apart by the chaotic aura of his sword talent. Is there any way to make these two talents quieter? Ding. To eliminate one of them, or to suppress the two talents with one's own strong body, there is another way, which is to have a certain bloodline that can be perfectly integrated. Bloodline. However, with Su Yang's current lottery points, he can't draw the bloodline the system mentioned. There are only two ways at present. Either remove a top talent. If it is a talent of other element types, it is acceptable and there is no need to go through so much trouble. But the sword talent is completely a more murderous talent. It doesn't matter much to remove one. But Su Yang thought of his own physical ability. System, add the God level automatic repair item to the Thunder God body forging method for me. Ding. Add God level automatic repair and remove the same type of low level items. In an instant, the repair speed of the Thunder God body forging method became faster. Afterwards, Su Yang did not merge other talent items. Instead, he practiced the Thunder God body forging method with all his strength. Absorb the lightning energy of the purple thunder lotus seeds stored in the 5 internal organs of the body. Although Su Yang absorbed the lightning energy in the purple thunder lotus powder on the surface of the body, there was still a lot of it left in the body. The Thunder God body forging method is also constantly repairing. Su Yang also began to use the Thunder God body forging method and began to absorb the lightning energy in the 5 internal organs. For a moment, a group of purple lightning halos appeared around Su Yang. It was like a big light bulb emitting purple light. As time slowly passed, in a blink of an eye, when Su Yang opened his eyes again, it was already night. Puff! Su Yang spat out a blood clot from his mouth. Take a deep breath. He began to activate the Thunder God body forging method and used his own strong physique to suppress the 2 violent talents. Fortunately, it's not those bloodlines, otherwise it would be more troublesome. Su Yang was also in a heavy mood. For now, the talent is very strong, so start preparing to improve your strength, and then improve all the martial arts. Next, Su Yang looked at the talent entries in the entry backpack. It was already empty. There were only 1 or 2 dark attribute talent entries, and 1 light attribute talent entry. These 2, won't they also? Light and darkness are originally positive and negative. Su Yang was also a little afraid after the fusion. Don't let the body strength be injured again. System, can you hide my talent? Su Yang didn't draw the talent entry of hiding aura, otherwise he would definitely hide all his talents. Ding, there is a hidden talent ornament in the store, which can be purchased. Then Su Yang also looked at the store. A small jade belt pendant, which seems to be hung around the waist. Exchanged. Su Yang exchanged it immediately without saying anything. Now for Su Yang, there are too many secrets. Let's not talk about the sword talent that was awakened before. Obviously it was only elementary. But now it has become top. Su Yang thought of Wang Yayuan who could see through him. This is still only her who can see through. If other people can see through. Su Yang felt his scalp tingling when he thought about it. The secret of the entry. Su Yang will never let anyone know. Next, I will complete the hunting mission and then go back. The pendant on Su Yang's waist is in a completely shielded state. As long as Su Yang doesn't use his innate abilities in battle. Everyone feels that Su Yang is just an ordinary person. After all, not everyone can return to nature. Not to mention Su Yang's practice. It was also less than half a year. It was just a simple 3 months. Roar, roar, roar. When Su Yang moved towards the forest, there were bursts of wailing in the forest. PFF'd. A sword light flashed out. The corpse of the innate warrior level monster fell to the ground instantly. Su Yang also had a sharp long sword in his hand. He is indeed a top-notch swordsman talent. Su Yang wanted to test the power of his swordsmanship talent. He couldn't help but cast the perfection level storm blazing sword. It was just a slight sword strike, mixed with sharp sword light, and the monster's head was cut off with 1 strike. This also shocked Su Yang. Then he became extremely excited. This time Su Yang also has a general understanding of the overall talent ability. Later, he also brought the corpse of the monster from the hunting mission back to submit the mission. After all, this is a lot of student points. Now Su Yang needs something urgently. Money, it's just student points. Su Yang also began to choose to move towards the college. Just when on the road, I encountered many students walking towards the place where Su Yang just stayed. Let's go and see who has awakened his talent for swordsmanship for the 2nd time. Yes, holy shit, we will definitely have to hug that guy's thigh from now on. Hey, why is Su Yang here too? Isn't it the pervert Su Yang who has awakened for the 2nd time? It can't be Su Yang, it can't be him. Why? Some students also ask the other party in confusion. You're stupid, it's only been a while now. Even after awakening for the 2nd time, you still have some aura of swordsmanship in your body. But as for Su Yang, there is no aura of swordsmanship on his body, which means that Su Yang is not awakening for the 2nd time. That's it. Su Yang's ear power is also quite amazing. The words the other party talks to. Apparently Su Yang heard it clearly. Then the corners of Su Yang's mouth raised slightly, and he understood in his heart. At least, Su Yang also hid it from others and could not let anyone know that Su Yang also had two other top talents. Then Su Yang also got on a vehicle driving in the direction of the college. Along the way, even on the entire college forum, there are also countless rumors. The lucky person who has awakened his talent for the second time. When Su Yang heard the news, he couldn't help but open the college's campus network and log into his account. Take a look at this information. Su Yang's face suddenly darkened. My boyfriend has awakened for the second time, why? These people are really. Su Yang laughed and scolded, and immediately closed these messages out of sight and out of mind. After all, keep watching. Su Yang suddenly felt like he had a headache. But now for Su Yang. Let's go back to the academy first. Time passed quickly, and Su Yang also came to the college. Rushed towards the hunting hall. It's just that the front desk is not Li Wenwen, but Su Yang who takes over the task. Anyone can do it. Hello senior sister, hand over the task. Ah good. Su Yang's words also made the front desk lady in front of him look stunned. But when I saw the other party showing the elite student card, expressed surprise, looking at the 5-star task submitted by Su Yang. I could only sigh with emotion at Su Yang's strength, and couldn't help but watch Su Yang leave with envious eyes. After all, everyone wants to be a strong person. No one wants to stay here and hand over tasks to others. Su Yang also returned to the elite single room, and began to choose to continue to improve the 5-element dragon elephant bodybuilding method. Thor's physical training method. This Su Yang is just repairing the skills. It will take some time for a complete repair. Su Yang simply took out piles of bodybuilding medicinal materials again, as well as 5 kinds of monster blood with different attributes. Gudong, gudong. Large amounts of blood poured into the bucket. Then a drop of dragon elephant blood exchanged was poured into it. Hold head high. Su Yang once again heard the cry that sounded like a dragon but not a dragon, like an elephant but not an elephant. At the same time, he was too lazy to pay attention to the cry. Su Yang sat in the bucket together. Thus began to operate the 5-element dragon elephant bodybuilding method. Currently, if Su Yang wants to improve his physical strength, this is the only way. Thor's physical training method. Su Yang also needs to have more lightning energy. It's even better to have experienced lightning strikes. Lightning. Su Yang said that now, he still can't withstand the attack of that thing. It can only be done by improving the 5-yuan dragon elephant bodybuilding method. Hold head high. Roar. There were waves of monster roars, accompanied by bursts of dragon roars. As Su Yang continued to absorb, all of them rushed into Su Yang's body and began to continuously strengthen Su Yang's body. After a long battle, Su Yang also had some bruises on his body, hidden under the skin. Medicinal herbs in buckets. It also penetrates into Su Yang's epidermis. Su Yang began to continuously clean out dirt such as blood congestion. Su Yang's whole body has become more solid and compact, and his bulging muscles are slowly condensing. This is only part of the way to improve your physical fitness. Next comes the battle. Su Yang finished absorbing the energy of these medicinal materials, then opened his eyes, showing a stern expression. Have you finally absorbed it? Su Yang also understands. The current 5-element dragon elephant bodybuilding method has reached its limit. Because the effect of monster blood is only temporary. A real improvement. It is also necessary to fight, and fight. But for now, Su Yang felt that his physique should be considered top-notch in the academy. Although some of the old students in the college are exercising. But the physical training he gained was only temporary, and he would not be compared to the lunatic Su Yang. Learned by Su Yang. If you want to increase your physical strength, in addition to medicine, you also need monster blood. That's actual combat. It is best to find a monster that is also forged to fight together. This can also improve each other. Pity. Su Yang sighed secretly, hoping to find such a bodybuilding madman in the academy. Estimate. Then Su Yang also thought of someone. That is Lu Qingyu. I wonder if Lu Qingyu knows of any such students. What is this kid doing looking for me? Lu Qingyu didn't expect that Su Yang would come to him, and she was extremely curious. Check the message sent by Su Yang. Lu Qingyu's smooth forehead, a black line secretly cursed. You brat, you really want to build up your physical strength. Su Yang's words still made Lu Qingyu very concerned. A message was then sent to Su Yang. He said he would pay attention to it in the future and asked Su Yang to seize the time to improve his strength. Su Yang also had a smile on his face after receiving the news. At least, Su Yang doesn't have to go through so much trouble to search one by one. I don't know how long it will take. The competition between the two talents made Su Yang eager to improve his physique. Su Yang has been back in the academy for more than a week. In this little more than a week, in order to improve my cultivation level, I also practice every day. But in order to make their own skills levels similar, Su Yang did not choose to improve quickly, especially the top sword talent. When you have time, Su Yang will also take on some hunting missions, earn some student points, or go to the demon-slaying platform and choose 1 or 2 innate level monsters to fight. But for now, Su Yang was also bored and wandering around the college. Su Yang, long time no see. A familiar voice appeared behind Su Yang. Su Yang turned around and saw a familiar figure, Wang Yayuan. Long time no see, Yaya. Su Yang also smiled and watched the other person walking over. Wang Yayuan also nodded and looked at Su Yang, feeling slightly emotional. I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly. You also improve your strength very quickly. Su Yang smiled slightly. At present, his own strength is only 3 stars for acquired warriors. Wang Yayuan's strength is actually also a 5-star acquired warrior. It's 2 levels higher than Su Yang. But no matter how fast my strength improves, it's still far behind compared to you. Wang Yayuan knew that Su Yang's strength could be described as a monster. The main thing is, Su Yang chose physical fitness rather than cultivation. It's just a very bland way to improve your own strength. This is why Su Yang can stand out among freshmen or old students. Haha, just so. Su Yang was modest, as if he didn't care much about his own strength. This kid is a little bit invisible, his aura is completely hidden. Wang Yayuan heard her master's words and didn't care. Instead, he looked at Su Yang with a smile. Where are you going next? Wang Yayuan originally wanted to go to the demon-slaying platform, but when she was passing by, she spotted Su Yang. He simply said hello to Su Yang. Let's go to the demon-slaying platform and have a look. Su Yang also thought about it and saw if he could try it at the demon-slaying platform. Physical strength. Su Yang still cares about what needs to be improved. Then let's go together. Su Yang couldn't help but nodded, and also followed Wang Yayuan. They walked together towards the direction of the demon-slaying platform. At the same time, Su Yang also met a familiar person halfway. Yang Jian. It's just that Yang Jian is slightly confused at the moment. It seemed as if something difficult had happened. But Su Yang did not choose to disturb Yang Jian's thoughts and took Wang Yayuan to the demon-slaying platform. When I first entered, the noise from the demon-slaying platform reached Su Yang's ears. But Su Yang has long been used to it. Finding a seat at random, Su Yang also sat on one side with Wang Yayuan, preparing to look at the center of the square. A new student with a 3-star acquired warrior level is also challenging a monster with a 6-star acquired warrior level. To this, Su Yang just watched all this calmly. It doesn't matter who loses or wins at all. Hey, Junior Su Yang, why are you willing to come? Yang Jian's words also appeared behind Su Yang. Then he also sat next to Su Yang. Senior Yang. Su Yang also replied calmly, looking calmly at the man and monster fighting below. Senior, haven't you broken through to martial arts foundation building yet? How can it be so easy to break through martial arts foundation building? I am also worried now. Worrying, Su Yang looked at Yang Jian as if he was indeed troubled. This is nothing like the proud look before. As for family matters, I heard that a cousin has disappeared for many days. I don't know where he went. Cousin. Su Yang looked at Yang Jian's appearance, and it was obvious that Yang Jian had a big family. But what Su Yang didn't know was Yang Jian's cousin, Yang Yu. He was the one who killed it. And the family said yes, the life card has been broken. Yang Jian waved his hand helplessly. Maybe he was killed by a monster. Su Yang smiled instead. After all, Su Yang didn't know that Yang Yu was Yang Jian's cousin. That's not necessarily true. Although his strength is a bit weaker than mine, he is still at the level of an innate warrior. If he thinks he can't beat him and wants to escape, it's easy. Oh, Su Yang couldn't help but become a little interested. Su Yang relatively recognized Yang Jian's strength. Thinking of cousin Yang Jian. He must be very strong as well. Then what is the name of senior Yang's cousin? Yang Yu. Yang Yu. It looks familiar, as if I've met it somewhere before. When Su Yang heard this name, he looked very familiar and didn't know where he had seen it. But the next second, Su Yang couldn't help but look at Yang Jian in surprise. What's wrong, Junior Su Yang? Yang Jian saw Su Yang's surprised look and thought Su Yang knew something. It's okay. Senior Yang has such a good relationship with his cousin. Do you actually care about him so much? Su Yang couldn't help but subconsciously asked. But the killing intent in his eyes flashed away, but it was well hidden. Yang Jian didn't notice either. The same goes for Wang Yayuan on the side. But who her master was, she naturally sensed it. Be careful, Su Yang has murderous intentions. Killing intent. Su Yang. Wang Yayuan looked at the flat smile on the corner of Su Yang's mouth and the indifference in her eyes. Think again of the cousin Yang Jian mentioned. Obviously. Yang Jian's cousin, Yang Yu, may have died in the hands of Su Yang. As for the relationship, it's okay or not. Oh, doesn't the senior's family seem to be quite harmonious? The title in Su Yang's mouth also changed, but Yang Jian didn't know it. He just wanted to pursue the ultimate in swordsmanship. I only heard Yang Jian's helpless sigh. It would be great if they really got along so well. Yang Jian looked up at the sky regretfully, as if he was lost in memories. Originally, I am just an outsider of the Yang family. I accidentally awakened my swordsmanship talent, and then I was reluctantly accepted. It's a pity. The entire Yang family is completely a large killing field. Once you are not sure, it will be eaten by another person. Raising Ji-Yu, Jr., do you understand? Su Yang nodded indifferently, but did not relax his vigilance against Yang Jian. It's not that Su Yang is cautious, but it's better to be careful when going out. And the Yang family where I live is just an outer door. The real Yang family probably wouldn't even look down on me. While Yang Jian laughed, his eyes also became firm. So, I will always pursue the ultimate in swordsmanship and let those people show me that I don't like their so-called head of the family at all. Su Yang looked at the high-spirited Yang Jian and couldn't help but smile scornfully. Su Yang did not stay at the demon-slaying platform any longer. As for everything Yang Jian said, Su Yang just looked at the joke indifferently. Although Yang Jian is a little resentful of the Yang family's GU raising model, don't forget that the favors Yang Jian received also came from the Yang family. But what path does everyone take? Su Yang wouldn't care at all. Su Yang simply didn't bother to say anything more and left after watching the competition for a while. The same is true for Wang Yayuan. Su Yang, what's wrong? Are you worried? Wang Yayuan looked at Su Yang with a playful smile. After all, Wang Yayuan now knew some of the truth. It's no big deal. Su Yang smiled calmly and said that this is his own business and does not require your intervention. So, classmate Su Yang still doesn't regard me as a friend. Hearing what Wang Yayuan said, Su Yang couldn't help but stop. He paused and glanced at Wang Yayuan. Are we friends? Aren't we? Wang Yayuan asked back. Su Yang was silent. To friends, Su Yang was also lost in thought. In a certain place, friends are meant to be betrayed and betrayed. This also led to the fact that Su Yang didn't really want to make friends. I don't even bother to pay attention to those people. Although I don't know what you have been through, Su Yang, we can be friends. Of course, we are also good friends. Su Yang heard Wang Yayuan's words and understood that Wang Yayuan must have taken a fancy to her talent and so on. If you like it, Su Yang has a crush on everyone. It's just that once someone hurts Su Yang, or uses murderous intent, then Su Yang will definitely use thunderous means to completely kill him. Thank you, Yaya. Su Yang couldn't help but think about it. If he wanted to make a friend, then just make him. He won't suffer any loss anyway. So, if you have any problems, you can tell me and I will help you settle it. If you can't settle it, I will bear it with you. Wang Yayuan knew that Su Yang must have a grudge in her heart. No way. Mainly because when I first approached Su Yang, I had a purpose. If you want to build a good relationship now, it may take some time to witness it. Su Yang, then, I'll leave first. If I go back in the evening, I will explain something to you. After all, friends, especially best friends, won't hide anything from you. Wang Yayuan understands Su Yang's character. Then he planned to meet Su Yang openly. After all, sincerity is replaced by sincerity. Besides, Wang Yayuan also felt that sooner or later her identity would be revealed, so she could just say it out loud. Well, let's talk about it tonight. Su Yang nodded and didn't take Wang Yayuan's matter to heart. Just the word friend. Su Yang still looks a little serious. It's just that Wang Yayuan is completely mysterious in Su Yang's heart. Su Yang had to be careful. But now Wang Yayuan said this. If Su Yang refused, he couldn't help but feel that it was a bit too much. After all, Su Yang's character is not that rebellious or arrogant attitude. Said, some people want to make friends with themselves. Then they say that others are too weak and not worthy at all. In this case, Su Yang said he couldn't accept it. When Su Yang escaped from that place, he had seen too many betrayals by his friends. There is just some resistance in my heart. Full of intrigue. But Su Yang was still able to keep his original intention. But next, do we need to fight between warriors? Su Yang stopped thinking about it and abandoned those bad memories. But now, Su Yang is still thinking about improving his strength. In this world, only strength can change one's destiny. Ding ding ding. Lu Qingyu also sent a message. After Su Yang looked at it, his eyes also became slightly brighter. It turns out that I am not the only one who chooses to exercise my body, ha ha ha. Su Yang couldn't help laughing. It caused a lot of onlookers and whispers from passers-by. Isn't that Su Yang? Did he mess up his brain while training? Who cares? Anyway, I heard someone is going to challenge Su Yang. Really? Then are we going to see something interesting? Ha ha ha, that's right. After all, among the seniors, Su Yang is the most confusing one. Who knows his specific strength? Maybe he is a silver spear wax head. Shish, let's go, let's go. Su Yang was delighted when he heard someone was going to challenge him. I hope it's not the kind of guy who can be killed in one move. Otherwise, Su Yang was a little disappointed, and he was thinking about finding a master to fight. But the conversation just now, it made Su Yang understand one thing completely. That is challenge. Ordinary seniors can challenge elites. And elite students can also challenge geniuses. As for genius students, Su Yang didn't notice it, or it could be said that not many genius students would hang out. Then Su Yang was also ready to send a message to Lu Qingyu. But Lu Qingyu didn't reply to Su Yang at all. After waiting for less than 3 minutes, Su Yang saw a few words. Wait, in less than 10 minutes. Su Yang saw the anxious figure of Lu Qingyu, rushing over. He pinched Su Yang's ear. Ouch, senior sister, let go, let go. Let go of your head, do you think I don't know your physique? Lu Qingyu looked at Su Yang's rogue look and was furious. Look at you, are you crazy? You actually want to challenge the genius students. Do you think you can defeat the innate warrior level monsters and become arrogant? This is it. Su Yang was grabbed by the ear by Lu Qingyu and walked towards the elite single room. Su Yang also begged Lu Qingyu to let go with great difficulty. Lu Qingyu gave up. Tell me, what are you doing this time? Senior, I want to challenge, because my physical strength can no longer be improved by the blood of monsters. Su Yang couldn't explain much outside. But in this room, Su Yang also chose to tell Lu Qingyu. What about your thunder body building method? Do you really need to be struck by thunder to train your body? Su Yang nodded after hearing this. After all, Su Yang also understood the effect of the thunder god bodybuilding method. You must not relax. But there are not many good things to improve the thunder god bodybuilding method, and the thunder god bodybuilding method is still a broken bodybuilding method. It seems that you really plan to keep training your body, right? Lu Qingyu understood that Su Yang might choose to train his body. But only Su Yang himself knew. That is, training the body, and other training. Su Yang, the genius challenge may be a bit difficult for you now. Lu Qingyu is a member of the academy. For gifted students. Still quite understanding. What? You're not convinced, are you? Lu Qingyu looked at Su Yang's plain expression, as if he was unconvinced. This made Lu Qingyu couldn't help but smile. You have also met Yang Jian. Do you think Yang Jian is strong? It's okay. After a while, I guess Yang Jian won't be my opponent. Su Yang is not exaggerating. But it looks very plain. After all, in Su Yang's view, it only takes another week, and Yang Jian will not be his opponent. Although Su Yang has never seen Yang Jian make a move. But Su Yang is also constantly learning sword moves and sword techniques. But if the swordsmanship talent is not exposed, Su Yang still needs some time. Because Su Yang's physical fitness is still difficult to improve. I know you are strong, but I also tell you, this world is originally a place of crouching tigers, hidden dragons. Yang Jian is only in the middle to lower stage of the genius category. The real geniuses are not in the academy. Not in the academy. Su Yang couldn't help but look at Lu Qingyu in surprise. Your current strength is too low. Only when you reach innate strength can you be exposed to those things. But my body is completely capable of resisting innate warrior level monsters. Su Yang also wanted to see what Lu Qingyu had to say. After all, Su Yang was still very concerned about some secrets. Do you think you are physically strong? Lu Qingyu smiled slyly, and then stared at Su Yang with a serious look. I know that your physique is very strong, even surpassing many freshmen. But if you go to that place now, there is only a dead end. Because there are existences over there that transcend martial arts foundation building. What? Su Yang was also shocked and froze on the spot, silent for a long time. What is the best strength to improve a person? Suffered desperate battles. Experienced the battle of life and death. Genius students. Who can survive in the hands of those beings who transcend martial arts foundation building, who is a good person, and who is not strong in strength? Lu Qingyu looked at Su Yang's silent aura and couldn't help but feel panicked. Realize if you have said the wrong thing. Or maybe it's too serious. Ha ha ha, is that so? Who would have thought? Su Yang didn't panic at all, but became even more excited. I see. Can talented students actually receive such treatment? It seems that I want to challenge the talented students even more. When Lu Qingyu saw Su Yang's behavior, she immediately felt that what she just said was completely in vain. But seeing Su Yang's full of fighting spirit, Lu Qingyu also felt that Su Yang was really like a madman. As you wish. Lu Qingyu shook her head helplessly, completely afraid of Su Yang. By the way, why did you tell Yang Jian about Yang Yu? After all, it is a fact that Su Yang killed Yang Yu. If Yang Jian wants to avenge Yang Yu, just let him come over. Su Yang has never been afraid of anyone so far. Lu Qingyu also said that as long as Su Yang did not leave the academy, no one would do anything to him. Don't worry, the Yang family can't protect themselves now. Lu Qingyu couldn't help but shook her head, not caring about the Yang family at all. But if the Yang family is on the upper floor, it might be a little more troublesome. Lu Qingyu also began to tell Su Yang about the Yang family's information. The Yang family is a large and complex family of warriors. As for Yang Jian's location, they are just outside descendants of the real Yang family. There are also many descendant families from outer sects. As for Yang Jian, he is only a member of one of the outer sect groups. Each descendant of the Yang family of the outer clan needs to compete for the position of patriarch of the outer clan. Then they will move towards the higher Yang family inner sect group. So, brat, as long as your talent is stronger, find a better master. The Yang family, even the core ethnic group, will not do anything to you at all, let alone the outer ethnic group that cannot even enter the inner sect. Su Yang heard that Yang Jian was still so complicated. I can't help feeling that the Yang family has a great family and a great business. But now Su Yang is eager for those people to trouble Su Yang. In this way, you can also improve your strength and strengthen your body. Actual combat is the only criterion for testing. I know, senior, I will pay attention to it in the future. Well, work hard and don't forget it. After Lu Qingyu patted Su Yang's shoulder, she slowly raised 2 fingers. Su Yang smiled lightly and nodded slightly. After all, the relationship between Su Yang and Lu Qingyu was a warrior relationship. Su Yang was still quite clear about it, and then sent Lu Qingyu away. Sitting on a couch. Start making calculations as well. Will the next improvement in strength require more external force? In terms of martial arts, Su Yong felt that his perfection-level martial arts skills were obviously not lacking. But the same thing, Kung Fu and the like, except for the Thunder God technique which needs to be repaired. Others just need to use the quality of the entries to break through, which is completely fine. It seems that there is only one option at the moment, and that is to improve your cultivation first. Improve your cultivation. Su Yong thought for a while and gave up for now, planning to challenge those elite seniors. But while Su Yong was still thinking, a red document appeared. This is. Su Yong looked at the red envelope and it appeared on the phone screen out of thin air. Challenge letter. The corner of Su Yang's mouth raised slightly. She finally got the challenge letter. Originally, Su Yong thought it would take some time. The results of it. Su Yong received the challenge letter today. Then go and have a look. Su Yong replied directly to the other party and accepted the challenge. In the next moment, the college's campus is online. In the ranks of a challenge category, there is a huge red message. Ordinary category, Li Hong. vs. Elite category, Su Yong. Holy crap, Li Hong actually wants to challenge Su Yong. No way, I remember that Li Hong only seems to be at the peak of acquired martial arts, right? Are you kidding? Our eldest brother has already reached the 3-star level of the innate warrior. Hey, where did the dog come from? It's so protective of its owner. What are you barking at? Oops, are you in a hurry? You're in a hurry and the dog starts barking. Okay, Li Hong's dog, stop barking here. Li Hong has been in the ordinary category for so long and wants to find a soft persimmon to transition to the elite category. He really has cerebral palsy. You don't think Su Yong is so easy to bully, do you? Be careful of being beaten until you can't get up. Ha 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 ha, Su Yang's physical strength is as strong as that of a monster. Even elite old students don't dare to challenge this monster. As for why we don't talk about geniuses. Students who are obviously geniuses are also too lazy to deal with these petty quarrels. Battle news between Su Yong and Li Hong. The same message came from among ordinary students. The same is true for elite students. Time to fight. Right now. After all, Su Yong was too lazy to talk nonsense and just chose to challenge. Then Su Yong also walked in the other direction. This direction is exactly the other marked red area on the map Su Yong obtained at the beginning. Challenge stage. There is still a bit of a gap with the demon-slaying platform. Although the appearance and construction method are similar, there is no smell of blood and no sound of quarrels. All over the stands, many students are already dissatisfied. The purpose is to see who can win. Or maybe it is. Is Su Yang's strength as rumored? He is quite physically strong. As for Li Hong, he has also been waiting here for a long time. He stared in the direction of the door. I want to see if Su Yong will come. Boss, don't worry. This kid actually dares to say he wants to accept the challenge now. He must be thinking of being defeated by us early and falling to the normal category so that no one will challenge him. That's right, boss. When the time comes, you can just kill him with one move. The two losers around Li Hong also began to celebrate Li Hong in advance. After all, they had only seen Su Yang's true strength in videos. True strength, who knows? No one has seen Su Yang's true strength, and Yang Yu, who has seen Su Yang's moves, is already dead. And Yang Yu has only seen a little bit of strength. Look, Su Yang is here. Someone also discovered Su Yang's arrival. All the students looked at Su Yang. After all, Su Yang is also the protagonist of this battle. HMPH, are you finally here? Li Hong thought Su Yang would be scared, but Su Yang came here. Although I was slightly confused as to why Su Yang dared to come, it was so that he could be promoted to an elite student. Li Hong. Finally, it was time to challenge Su Yang for promotion. Is Su Yang really here? If Su Yang comes, will Li Hong be beaten? Not necessarily. Su Yang's strength has been exaggerated by those people. I have never seen Su Yang take action. Hey, I told you to come out with me to have a look. The result is good. I have been thinking about practicing. I have seen Su Yang take action with my own eyes. Su Yang walked out from the door of the passage. The quarrel in his ears made Su Yang frown. I originally thought it was just a small battle. The result became known to everyone. Su-yong, we meet again. It turns out to be you. Su-yong saw that the other person turned out to be Li Hong, the old student who had just finished the assessment and went to look for his presents. At that time, Su-yong did have a slight conflict with the other party. But nothing. Li Hong was too aggressive at the time. It was obvious that he was not living a satisfactory life, yet he still wanted to ridicule and attack the new students. This is also typical. After being bullied by those above, they start to bully those below. What, Junior Su-yong, are you surprised to see me? It's a bit surprising indeed. When Su-yong first heard the name Li Hong, he was indeed a little familiar. He wasn't thinking about the person before. Now that I see the other person, he is really an old student who has completed the freshman assessment. Who do you think will win? I can't say, but I feel like Su-yong might want to beat up this scumbag Li Hong. Yes, if Li Hong gets beaten, we will also feel happy. That's right, Li Hong was quite disgusting back then. Many students who were disgusted by Li Hong naturally did not think highly of Li Hong. Su-yong heard the surrounding students mocking Li Hong, and it was obvious how annoying Li Hong was. Junior Su-yong, thank you for your status as an elite student today. Li Hong couldn't help but smile greedily, still staring at Su-yong. It was as if Su-yong was determined. Senior is really joking. Su-yong couldn't help but stare at Li Hong with a cold and stern look. Senior, it seems that you have failed 9 promotion challenges, right? HMPH, so what if it's 9 times? As long as I defeat you, I can be promoted to an elite student. Li Hong seemed to be poked into the center of things. His eyes also became extremely cold. I originally planned to make Su-yang's loss look better, but now. Li Hong also had no intention of holding back. Stop talking nonsense and take action. Clang. Li Hong also took out his own weapon, a broad and sharp wolf head machete. From the looks of it, the quality is not low. Well. Su-yong also shook his head and moved a bit. Finally, he stretched out his hand to indicate that Li Hong was ready to take action. Arrogant boy, get beaten. Li Hong raised his wolf-headed machete and rushed towards Su-yong, hitting Su-yong directly in front of his face. Snort. Li Hong snorted softly when he saw Su-yang's unwillingness to dodge. He has no intention of letting go of Su-yong. Crazy wolf sword technique. Su-yong looked at the opponent's actions, obviously intending to kill him with one move. Then Su-yong couldn't help but sneered. The wandering dragon step, which has no aura attribute, is slightly executed. Clang, clang, clang. Li Hong's mad wolf sword technique struck the ground as if it was striking the air. Hateful. When Li Hong saw Su-yong showing no intention of fighting back, he instantly became angry. The mad wolf sword technique in his hand was mixed with the sounds of wolf howls. Su-yong also avoided Li Hong's violent sword light calmly. Su-yong, do you know how to hide? Li Hong felt even more angry when he looked at Su-yong, who was avoiding the attack. Su-yong did not answer Li Hong's words, but simply stretched out his hand to signal Li Hong to continue the attack. Su-yong, that's too much. Everyone on the stage saw a scene. Li Hong waved the wolf head machete like crazy and kept hacking at Su-yong. But Su-yong just stayed there and dodged the attack. It's as simple as eating and drinking. Su-yong is playing tricks on Li Hong. Yes, this Li Hong really deserves it. If we say that Li Hong should be expelled from the academy. That's right, Li Hong and his lackeys are really disgusting. HMPH, bullying monsters is not good, but bullying other students is better than the last. I don't understand what's going on in the academy. Why do we insist on keeping this scourge? But it's okay. If Li Hong loses this time, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I almost forgot about this. Hearing the news about Li Hong's misfortune, everyone else around him laughed. But don't forget, this guy Li Hong actually licked a genius senior as his cousin. I almost forgot. Is this all your strength? Su-yong couldn't help but turn sideways to avoid Li Hong's mad wolf knife technique. There was a hint of disappointment in his tone. He looked at Li Hong calmly. If your strength is this, I won't have any interest in you anymore. Finished. Su-yang's figure also disappeared in front of Li Hong. When the students watching the show saw this scene, they instantly became excited. Because Su-yong is finally taking action. What? When Li Hong saw this scene, he couldn't help but stop his movements. But when he saw a figure next to him, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Where are you looking? Su Yang's disgusting words filled Li Hong's ears. Bang! A fist landed directly on Li Hong's abdomen. Whoa! Li Hong suddenly felt that his internal organs were in disarray and in excruciating pain, and the blood in his mouth was also spat out. There were even some visceral remains. Cough, cough, cough. Li Hong covered his chest and tried to break free from Su Yang's wrist. At this moment, Li Hong was lifted up by Su Yang like a little chicken. Looking at Su Yang's eyes, it was like looking at a dead person. Li Hong screamed in complete panic. Ahem, cough, forgive me, junior fellow student, yes, I'm sorry, junior fellow student. Su Yang looked at Li Hong's begging for mercy and felt disgusted in his heart. But he still chose to lift Li Hong's body high. Under Li Hong's frightened eyes, a huge fist crashed down again. PFF'd. A figure was thrown away by Su Yang like a kite with its string broken, falling heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Li Hong kept coughing, large amounts of blood emerged, and his pupils looked at Su Yang in fear. Boss, are you okay? Boss, how are you? The two younger brothers of Li Hong on the side also rushed over immediately and helped Li Hong, who fell on the ground. What's going on with this guy Li Hong? Yeah, isn't it just that I was taught a lesson? Why is it as if my mother is dead? Ignore him, I was very happy when I was taught a lesson by Su Yang. That's right, at least you stood up for us people, right? Ha 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 ha. Everyone on the stage had not noticed what happened until Li Hong's shrill roar. Su Yang, you actually crippled me. What? As soon as these words came out, many people frowned. I also felt how cruel Su Yang was. It actually directly destroyed Li Hong's dantian, turning him into a complete useless person. What? The boss is useless. One of the younger brothers, who still didn't believe in evil, directly used spiritual energy to explore Li Hong's dantian aura. Then he shook his head in horror. Su Yang, you actually destroyed my boss. Li Hong's younger brother only responded with Su Yang's plain indifferent eyes. For the first time, everyone also discovered the horror of Su Yang. It's gone, it's gone. Do you have any objections? If it were anyone else, Su Yang would definitely show mercy. But Su Yang knew about Li Hong's bad deeds, how could Su Yang be merciful? Su Yang didn't kill Li Hong with one punch, which was considered as being extra kind to Li Hong. Su Yang, wait, we have to report to the academy. Oh, what a pity, Su Yang is too trusting. Yes, if Su Yang simply defeats Li Hong, then he will be expelled from the academy. It's okay now. The result is that Li Hong was expelled from the academy and Su Yang will be punished now. Many people felt sorry for him. After all, if Su Yang could be so ruthless, they really didn't expect it. Now it seems, Su Yang is completely considered a ruthless madman. This is what others have in mind too. Su Yang also gained another name again. But Su Yang didn't care about this and just looked around calmly. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? I have time today, so let's go together. Su Yang also spoke in an understatement, with a calm and indifferent voice that echoed over the entire challenge stage. For a while, many students expressed their disapproval. Whoever wants to go will go. I come. An ordinary old student also stood up in the same way, planning to challenge Su Yang. You're crazy. The companion on the side also immediately grabbed the challenger. As you can imagine, the other party walked directly in front of Su Yang as if I had already made up my mind. Junior Su Yang, please. Su Yang looked at the other party's straightforward look and nodded indifferently. Then slowly, he stretched out his hand to signal that the other party could take action. Chang. A spear was also the first to take action, hitting Su Yang's chest like lightning. When Su Yang saw this scene, his eyes lit up. Finally a decent one. Su Yang also immediately ducked sideways, thinking about evasive actions. But the opponent's spear seemed to be tracking, and when Su Yang dodged sideways, it swept across again. Zheng. Suddenly there was a sound like a collision against an iron wall. When the latter saw this, his pupils also shrank. I originally thought that Su Yang was very physically strong. Even a very strong person can still be defeated. But now it seems. The latter also felt as if he was hit on the wall, Su Yang did not move at all. As steady as Mount Tai. On the contrary, the opponent's wrist was directly shocked and numb. What a strong physique. As expected, Su Yang's strongest strength is really her own body. But this guy's spear skills are equally impressive. But there is still a long way to go to beat Su Yang. Yeah, no one is that pervert Su Yang. Another battle against Su Yang. Many students once again saw Su Yang's powerful physique. Same. Su Yang saw that he had been attacked. Although this was harmless, he was very satisfied with the new challenger in front of him. I'm going to take action. Su Yang still has some care for other people. Except for that guy Li Hong. Otherwise, Su Yang would never take action in advance. Diamond Fist. Su Yang shouted softly, and the fist in his hand turned into a ball of golden energy that gathered together. Shadow of the Dragon Spear. Hold head high. A burst of dragon roar appeared in front of the opponent's eyes. But when Su Yang saw this scene, there was nothing strange at all. There was only excitement in his eyes. Well done. Bang. A roar sounded. Whoa. All I saw was an embarrassed figure falling under the ring. Then he saw the spear that had been broken into 3 pieces on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. The latter also covered his chest, slowly got up, clasped his hands in fists. Thank you, Junior, for showing mercy. I told you not to go. Let me see if you are okay. The companion on the side immediately came over to check his body. I immediately breathed a sigh of relief when I found that my Dantian was still fine. Thank you, Junior Su Yang, for showing mercy. Admit it, Senior. Su Yang nodded calmly, and then said goodbye to the senior whose spear was broken into 3 pieces. Chapter 81. Su Yang. At this time, Su Yang had arrived at a college hall. Lu Qingyu was so angry that she kept walking back and forth around her. From time to time, his eyes looked at Su Yang's silent expression. Even more furious. Do you know that you are in big trouble this time? Do you understand? Su Yang was still indifferent and stared at Lu Qingyu indifferently. He said calmly and indifferently, I don't think so. Lu Qingyu was almost mad at Su Yang. Because Su Yang completely destroyed Li Hong just now, which had already violated the rules of the academy. You've obviously already defeated him, so why do you want to destroy him? Do you know that it's very difficult for me to protect you now? Lu Qingyu helplessly held her forehead. After all, Su Yang was too impulsive this time. I think it would be better to destroy him. Su Yang never regrets. People like Li Hong will definitely do evil outside even if they are kicked out of the academy. Once you encounter an ordinary warrior with low strength, it will definitely be looted. Lu Qingyu didn't know Su Yang's plan, but now it seemed that Su Yang was speaking out. You brat, just defeat him directly and let him get out of the academy. Lu Qingyu sighed helplessly. She also knew about Li Hong's deeds. After all, Li Hong's deeds have already spread in the academy. As for the inside of the academy, there are also headaches. But they don't have any reason to expel every student. Li Hong has always found loopholes in the rules of the Card Academy. But Li Hong has failed the challenge 9 times. The 10th time also had a reason to expel the academy, but the result was good, and he became a useless person. Hey, you kid, why are you so angry? Lu Qingyu found that Su Yang looked a little different today. It used to be very gentle. Senior, you're a good judge of people. Su Yang smiled slightly. There was no sign of lying. You are really going to cause trouble for me. Lu Qingyu helplessly reached out and tapped Su Yang's forehead, and then sighed. Warned Su Yang again. Wait a minute, the dean will come over here. After all, your matter is a big one. Don't talk then and let me speak. Do you understand? Okay, senior. Su Yang nodded, and then waited quietly beside Lu Qingyu for the so-called dean of the college. After all, Su Yang has never seen the dean appear. Whoosh. Waited for more than an hour. Only a sound of howling wind was heard. Blow around Su Yang. When Su Yang saw this scene, his pupils shrank slightly, and he saw that the person coming was an old man with gray hair. Likewise, there is a certain mysterious aura surrounding him. It's like an energy that can be seen everywhere, but it also gives people a feeling of coming from ordinary people. Meet the dean. After Lu Qingyu saw the visitor, she also bowed her hands in greeting. Meet the dean. Su Yang also followed. Lu Yuanong nodded. His old and turbid eyes looked at Lu Qingyu, and then looked at Su Yang again. Su Yang was a little confused by this gaze. He is deeply afraid that his talents will be discovered. System, can that thing really block other people's perceptions? Ding. No one or any strength can detect it unless the host itself is exposed or used. That's good. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. But then he also became nervous. Because Su Yang has never felt such forced pressure. After all, it wouldn't be like this in front of Lu Qingyu, and neither would Master Wang. Your name is Su Yang. Yes, Mr. Dean. Lu Yuanong looked at Su Yang's neither humble nor arrogant appearance and nodded with satisfaction. He still looks like a bit of a genius. Tell me, why did you break the academy rules? Give me a reason. I know your talent is very strong, but rules are rules. If I'm not satisfied, then you have to accept punishment. Think of this. Su Yang was also silent for a moment. I will do this both in public and private matters. Oh, tell me. Lu Yuanong couldn't help but wonder how Su Yang behaved in public and private matters. Li Hong has a bad record in the academy. Even if he leaves the academy, he will still do evil in the outside world. Rather than letting him bully others in the outside world, it's better for me to destroy him now. In private words, it's mainly because he's unhappy, nothing else. Another one, I didn't hold back my moves during the battle. Dean, you should also understand. I am just an acquired warrior. I defeated an innate warrior with all my strength. It should be normal that I didn't hold back my strength. Su Yang's words made Lu Yuanong slightly startled. However, Lu Qingyu on the side was holding her forehead, feeling that what she had just said to Su Yang was in vain. Ha ha ha, what a person who is more concerned with public than private. Lu Yuanong was amused by Su Yang, and the whole hall was filled with laughter. After waiting and laughing for a while, then he looked at Su Yang with cold eyes and looked at Su Yang. That discerning eye seemed to see through everything. Girl, get out. Grandpa, what are you doing? Lu Qingyu couldn't help but become anxious, as if she was afraid that her grandfather would do something to Su Yang. Go out. Lu Yuanong couldn't help but glared at Lu Qingyu and told her to leave here immediately. Grandfather, didn't you hear what I said clearly? Lu Qingyu looked at her grandfather's angry look and felt extremely anxious. Scolding Su Yang secretly. Brat, I told you to stop talking nonsense. You must talk nonsense. It's okay now, I made Grandpa angry. Lu Qingyu finally left the hall helplessly. Snap. The doors to the hall were all shut by a strong gust of wind. Boy, you. Lu Yuanong looked at Su Yang's nervous look and couldn't help but laugh. Take it easy, kid. Su Yang complained secretly. It's weird if you're not nervous, who knows what you, an old monster, want to do. Sit down. Lu Yuanong stretched out his hand to indicate that Su Yang could sit down and chat slowly. Young Su Yang, right. The noise in the previous paragraph was probably caused by you, right? Su Yang was shocked and secretly cursed the system. System, didn't you say no one saw it? Ding, it's unnoticed. What are you talking about? The system stopped talking. Hurry up and compensate for 1 or 2 red divine items, and I will forgive you. After Su Yang saw the system acting rogue, he couldn't help but curse the system's cunningness. But he still shook his head. Master Dean, I don't know what you are talking about. You kid, are you still pretending to me? Lu Yuanong originally wanted to investigate Su Yang, but found that Su Yang had something that isolated perception. This made Lu Yuanong very curious. But there are a lot of things happening recently. The noise was too loud. Moreover, Lu Yuanong's perception of things was dozens of times higher than those of the same realm. Naturally, he can clearly understand the weak energy in Su Yang. Forget it, you are so naughty. Lu Yuanong looked at Su Yang's actions and couldn't help but smile. I know Su Yang probably doesn't want to expose his abilities. Simply don't force Su Yang anymore. There is no suitable technique for you within the academy. Lu Yuanong sighed helplessly. The level of the skill. It is also a difficult problem in the entire academy. The dean is joking. I feel that the current ordinary level skills are quite good. You kid, you just know how to joke, right? Lu Yuanong couldn't help but sigh, and then told the truth. Ordinary level exercises can only bring you a little help. When it comes time to establish your martial arts foundation, ordinary level exercises will restrict you. Su Yang naturally knows this. But at present, Su Yang's cultivation level is only that of an acquired warrior. From Shantian to martial arts to build the foundation. Then we still need to wait for a long time. Master Dean, now I only have the strength of an acquired warrior. Ha ha ha, I almost forgot. When Lu Yuanong heard this, he was slightly stunned and immediately burst into laughter. But then his face became extremely solemn, and he looked at Su Yang seriously. But Su Yang, I want to ask you a favor. Help, how can I, an acquired martial artist, help? Sir, please tell me. Lu Yuanong was silent for a moment, and then continued talking. Girl Qingyu should have told you that our college is only a third-rate college. Yes, I heard it from my senior sister. Su Yang disagreed. What about a third-rate college? Lu Yuanong then began to tell the truth about some things. In a while, there will be a martial arts conference for the whole college. When the time comes, I hope you can represent the college in the competition. Similarly there, you can also find forces that are more powerful than the academy, and you can even find your own master. Of course, I'm not the only one who said these things to you. There are also talented students who have said these things. But the academy only takes the top 10 in the gifted category. Next, you still need to work hard to improve your strength and qualify for the top 10 in the genius category. After all, every genius student knows this. The path of a warrior is all about competition. After all, this is also a good opportunity for you to soar into the sky. Presumably, you will not be an exception. Su Yang nodded. If he can accept higher resource help, Su Yang will definitely work hard. Then Mr. Dean, how long will it take? In less than half a year. Half a year, Su Yang nodded when he heard this. It was quite early at that time. But don't worry, half a year is enough for you to improve your strength. Lu Yuanong thought Su Yang was worried that he would not be able to improve to the level of an innate warrior within half a year. Thank you, Dean, for your instructions. Yes, but you must seize the time to advance to the innate realm. For the all-college martial arts conference, the minimum requirement is a 1-star innate warrior level. Su Yang nodded silently after knowing the request, but still chose not to rush these things. The strength of an innate warrior. Su Yang can still improve very quickly. However, when you enter the Genius Academy, you will also come into contact with the other side of the earth. Boundary. Before Su Yang could ask anything again, Lu Yuanong waved his hand, indicating that Su Yang could leave. What is on the other side of the land? Su Yang wanted to ask Lu Yuanong, but found that he didn't want to say more. So he didn't ask too much. Su Yang, are you okay? Lu Qingyu also came over in a hurry to check Su Yang's body. After finding that Su Yang was fine, he completely relaxed. Okay, Su Yang, you can go back. We'll talk about the punishment notice later. Yes. After watching Su Yang leave, Lu Qingyu asked Lu Yuanong curiously. Grandpa, what did you say to Su Yang? Isn't what I said what you wanted to say? Lu Yuanong caressed his granddaughter's head affectionately, and then sighed helplessly. I don't know why you think highly of Su Yang, but today I saw that he is really good and has a good talent. He will probably get a good ranking in the martial arts competition of the whole academy. With the addition of several other people, our academy may be promoted to the second-rate ranks. Although it is not as good as those first-rate academies, it is also quite good to be a second-rate academy. Besides, you will also go to the first line of defense, isn't it over there? After hearing that his grandfather was finally willing to let him go out, Lu Qingyu was even more excited. But the premise is that Su Yang can get the top 10, the conditions cannot be changed, and he has to take a move from me, understand? Okay, whatever Grandpa says is what it is. After hearing his grandfather's affirmation, Lu Qingyu was also very excited. After all, going to the first line of defense is Lu Qingyu's obsession. If a warrior has an obsession, then if he does not get rid of the obsession, it will be difficult to break through the cultivation. Soon, Su Yang's notice came down. College announcement, Su Yang student abolishes student Li Hong's cultivation. The notice is as follows. Close double angle bracket. A huge red-headed message appeared on the college's notice forum. What? Su Yang was punished. Wang Yayuan, who was originally resting in the residence of ordinary students, also heard the notice. She opened the notice bar anxiously. She read all the information intently. After looking left and right, Wang Yayuan couldn't help laughing. Is this a punishment? It's more like a reward. The punishment is as follows. Su Yang must start killing 108 warrior-level monsters today. All 5-star tasks of the hunting hall are assigned to Su Yang. Similarly, Su Yang also received a pile of 5-star tasks. Su Yang said, or, how about a little more? I can only say that Su Yang's talent made the college change the punishment. The world of warriors is originally like this, isn't it? Wang Yayuan and her master also chatted with each other. After all, in Wang Yayuan's view, or under the guidance of her master, they all think so. It's an unfair world, especially in a world where warriors are respected. This is even more true. But girl, do you really want to reveal your face and be honest with Su Yang? It's nothing, after all, I will reveal myself sooner or later. Wang Yayuan actually wanted to be honest with Su Yang. And let Su Yang completely recognize her as a friend. Okay, it's up to you, but you have to be careful and never let others see your face, otherwise. Master, don't worry, if Su Yang finds out my true face and tells me, I can only say that I met the wrong person. Is this mission a punishment? Su Yang looked at the pile of 5-star tasks and couldn't help laughing. After all, this thing. Su Yang was quite satisfied. As long as students gain more and more points, Su Yang can redeem those monster crystal cores. In this way, Su Yang can also start the lottery. The only way for Su Yang to become stronger. There is only a lottery to draw god-level entries. So Su Yang really needs those monster crystal nuclei and the like. Then I'll be very busy next time. Su Yang glanced at the time and found that it was already dark. Take a rest and start killing monsters tomorrow to earn college points. Just when Su Yang was about to take a rest, a request for video call recording appears on Su Yang's screen. Su Yang, who was just about to take a rest, became impatient. Then watch the video and ask for comments. Wang Yayuan. What does this woman want from me? Su Yang had obviously forgotten what he had said to Wang Yayuan, but he still chose to get through. Su Yang. Ya, do you have a problem with me? Su Yang looked at Wang Yayuan, who still looked ordinary and plain, and couldn't help but smile. Aren't we friends? I plan to show my true colors and make friends with you. Don't. Su Yang immediately blocked Wang Yayuan's idea. Why? Wang Yayuan couldn't help but be surprised, thinking that Su Yang wouldn't want to be friends with her. There is no reason. Isn't it normal for friends to have secrets? Su Yang asked back, and then said words that reassured Wang Yayuan. We are together, haven't we been friends for a long time? Wang Yayuan looked shocked when she heard this, but then she nodded. Good. Naya ya, hurry up and improve your strength. I have to practice. Don't let your strength, be lower than mine. After Su Yang finished speaking, he also hung up the video call. This made Wang Yayuan feel a little unconfident, but when she thought of Su Yang's character. PFF'd, he's really an interesting guy, but I'll send you a picture to see if you care. Wang Yayuan also subsequently sent a picture to Su Yang. As for the picture, it is of course Wang Yayuan's real face. But next, Wang Yayuan received a sentence that made her vomit blood. It's true that it's the 4 great evil arts. It's pretty good. You don't have to worry about your appearance. Just be the best version of yourself. Su Yang, it's your uncle. You'll die if you say something nice, right? Su Yang's words reminded Wang Yayuan of a word. Dead straight man. HMPH, Su Yang, it belongs to your uncle. Wang Yayuan groaned angrily, clenched her pink fist, and punched the red rabbit doll in front of her. I really wanted to run to the elite student area, knock on Su Yang's door, and let her take a good look at her true face to see if she was P. Girl, don't be angry. This guy is also a straight man. Take the time to improve your strength. Well, I understand, master. Although she was very angry, Wang Yayuan still did not choose to reveal her face. Because behind her, there is still a blood feud. Simply. Wang Yayuan also chose to continue to endure it. In the blink of an eye, the next day has arrived. Su Yang also headed towards the hunting forest outside the college. After all, there are a lot of tasks that need to be completed. This also led to one thing. Su Yang has become quite busy recently. Hey, Isn't that Su Yang? Yes, I heard that Su Yang was punished by the academy. You're kidding, is that punishment? It's obviously a reward for Su Yang, right? You don't know. I heard that the senior sister begged the dean and secured Su Yang's life. But without Su Yang knowing. The rumors are getting more and more mysterious. Say what? The senior sister and Su Yang have already established a relationship. There are other things like the senior sister and Su Yang having a child. Snapped. When Lu Qingyu heard the rumors outside, she was so angry that she smashed the teacup in her hand. Those nonsense, all points will be deducted from me. For a while, many people have discovered their student points and directly deducted 10,000 points. Someone even apologized to the college for 10,000 yuan. Wow, senior sister, no, we were wrong, we talked nonsense. Screw you, who spread it everywhere? We didn't spread it. Why are our students' points deducted? Senior sister, we were wrong, please spare us. Some people shook their heads. Knowing Lu Qingyu's little devil character, I feel that these people really want to die. It's not a good idea to make fun of anyone. If you have to make a joke about Lu Qingyu, do you really think that the little witch was just a joke? HMPH, this is your punishment. The next time you spread rumors, I will have you in 10,000 ways to make you leave the academy. Lu Qingyu said a simple sentence. It hangs directly under Su Yang's punishment notice. This time, the old students in the entire academy suddenly recalled the fear of being dominated by the witch. As a result, Lu Qingyu didn't punish anyone in the past few years, and some students became bolder and made fun of Lu Qingyu. It's better now. Completely lost. HMPH, a bunch of idle people dare to make fun of me, it makes your skin itch, right? Lu Qingyu snorted lightly, but after hearing those rumors, there was also a blush on her cheeks. But when I think about it, Su Yang is so straight. Lu Qingyu spat and cursed softly. Bah, you straight man is blind when he sees money. No, he is the one who is blind when he sees crystal nuclei. Regarding Su Yang's money-grubbing character, Lu Qingyu shook her head helplessly. But knowing Su Yang's character, Lu Qingyu couldn't say anything. After all, Su Yang is really dedicated to improving and working hard. Sigh, I don't know what this kid's achievements will be in the future. Su Yang's talent, especially the advanced lightning talent. This is considered top-notch. But the thunder system technique. Su Yang's improvement has always been limited, otherwise Su Yang's strength will be even more terrifying. I can only hope that Su Yang can stand out in the all-college martial arts competition. Only in this way, Su Yang's lightning talent can be noticed by first-class colleges, first-class forces, or even the top forces. But when she thought about it, Lu Qingyu felt that it was unrealistic. That force is a force that overrides all other forces. The selection of students is even more stringent. In a world where every student is selected secretly, how can one select popular warriors? Forget it, but Su Yang just needs to work hard to improve. The rest is up to the strong ones to choose. Su Yang's talent. Naturally, he is also famous within the academy. Let's not talk about physical ability. Coupled with that high-level lightning talent. This already shows that Su Yang plans to take the path of thunder ability. Ho ho, ho ho. There were bursts of wailing sounds throughout the hunting forest. And also saw a shirtless boy. There was a smile on his lips. He was also holding a monster 3 times larger than himself. There is also a burnt monster hind leg in the mouth. His whole body was like a savage. His hair became extremely unkempt, and his clothes became extremely tattered. Finally completed the last mission. This person is Su Yang, who completed the mission in the hunting forest. Su Yang saw the completion of the last task, and then stretched his muscles. In order to complete the task, Su Yang was also in the hunting forest and stayed there for more than half a month. Naturally, what he eats is monster flesh and blood. When it comes to fighting, it's all about fighting with your body. I have never used those kendo martial arts and sword martial arts. Once so, Su Yang's body will feel chaotic. Qi and blood flow backwards and rush into Dantian, causing the spiritual energy in Dantian to become extremely chaotic. Su Yang simply chose to fight those monsters directly with his body. Gone back, Su Yang also quickly cleaned up his own dirt. He sat on the suspended car and drove quickly towards the academy. Inside the hunting hall, Li Wenwen saw Su Yang taking out corpses of innate warrior-level monsters one after another. Already numb, Master Wang was the same way. He looked at the corpse of the innate warrior-level monster in shock and felt that all the bones of the monster were broken. He looked at Su Yang like a monster. My view of Su Yang is a little weirder. Is this kid really planning to take the path of body training? He's really a pervert. Master Wang also understands that those who exercise are all lunatics. After all, who wouldn't cherish their own body and destroy it everywhere to strengthen their body? If this kid grows up, he will definitely be a ruthless person, but it's not that easy to get fit. Master Wang couldn't help but fall into memories. I couldn't help but feel lost. As for Su Yang, he also saw something strange about Master Wang, but he didn't say much and just watched indifferently. After all, Su Yang also sensed that the so-called Master Wang was quite terrifying. You have to be careful about Master Wang. Junior Su Yang, the amount of tasks you may have completed is quite large. We will transfer student points to your card tonight. Well, thank you senior sister, I'll leave first. After Su Yang submitted the task, he turned around and left. Now Su Yang also has to plan to take a good rest. Girl, stop looking, everyone is gone. When Master Wang saw Li Wenwen's appearance, he couldn't help but remind her with a smile. Li Wenwen immediately blushed and ran to the front desk to help. However, Master Wang's eyes were indifferent for a moment, looking at Su Yang's back. Don't know what to think. Forget it, this kid is leaving soon anyway, don't worry about him. Master Wang seemed to know something, and then he didn't think too much and reached out to touch the dead monster's body. He closed his eyes slightly. In his mind, fighting figures suddenly appeared one after another. This is also his special ability. Combat retrospective. Then Master Wang couldn't help but open his eyes and sighed a little. Are you really planning to exercise? I wonder if you can inherit his last wish. After Master Wang finished speaking, he took out an old photo that couldn't be replaced. His eyes were filled with memories. Old Wang, tell me, if I die during the exercise, will the inheritance of the exercise be cut off? Old guy, you won't be at peace even if you die, and you still want to ask me to help you find an apprentice, crawl. Master Wang's eyes were filled with mist. Then he cursed under his breath and put away the photo in his hand again. But this kid still needs to pass my assessment. Otherwise, if he wants to obtain your bodybuilding inheritance, don't even think about it. It was as if he had followed an agreement with an old friend. I thought I would have to finish the assessment of Su Yang. Did Su Yang complete the task so quickly? Lu Qingyu apparently also received the news that Su Yang had completed the task. I feel that Su Yang's strength has improved a lot. But according to the report from the hunting hall, hunting target, all of them were beaten to death with fists, beaten to death by force. Hear the news. Lu Qingyu was also shocked and understood that Su Yang might plan to take the path of thunder system training in the future. In this case, it's still very good. At least the 5 elements are too ordinary and complicated, so it's not suitable. Su Yang also returned to the elite student area and her own single room. Clean it again. Su Yang was just doing some simple cleaning in the hunting forest. There is still most of the dirt on the body that still needs to be cleaned. In the process of Su Yang's return, news of Su Yang's return also appeared on the college network. Have you heard that Su Yang is back after completing his mission? It took half a month to complete those tasks so quickly. Hey, who doesn't know Su Yang's strength? Who doesn't look at that terrifying physique? Wang Yayuan also heard the news of Su Yang's return. Master, do you think Su Yang's strength has improved again? This kid is improving every day, who knows? Yes. Wang Yayuan sighed with emotion, recalling Su Yang's terrifying strength and the speed of progress. As long as Su Yang disappears for a while, then Su Yang's strength will surely become stronger. He's really a pervert. Then Wang Yayuan stopped thinking about other things and continued to practice. If Su Yang were here, he would naturally be able to find that Wang Yayuan has reached the realm of the innate warrior. After Su Yang came out of the elite student area, he also started to walk around the academy. Until the evening time, Su Yang was just walking boringly. Dee, a stream of messages came. Su Yang's eyes lit up as the students' points arrived. A moment. Su Yang immediately bought countless monster crystal cores again. This time, it is no less than the monster crystal core from the last time. When the task was completed, a total of more than 4 million student points were given to Su Yang. Su Yang simply chose to exchange it for the acquired warrior level 1-star monster crystal core. More than 2 million monster crystal cores were exchanged. There are still more than 2 million. Su Yang chose to directly purchase some auxiliary medicinal materials for cultivation. After all, Su Yang's Thunder God strengthening method. Although it is incomplete, but some drugs are also needed to make potions to assist. Even the 5 yuan dragon elephant body strengthening method is the same. It's just that it is not used in conjunction with the blood of monsters, but as a plan for the future. Why is this kid exchanging so many monster crystal cores? Lu Qingyu heard that Su Yang exchanged another 2 million monster crystal cores. This suddenly made Lu Qingyu feel a little less confident. The last monster crystal core. Su Yang is all used up. This was the only thing Lu Qingyu couldn't figure out, but she still informed the treasure pavilion. Because Su Yang has almost finished all the acquired warrior level monster crystal cores. But Lu Qingyu didn't know why Su Yang exchanged so many monster crystal cores. But I informed him anyway. Let those people prepare for Su Yang. If it is not enough, just use higher level monster crystal cores to supplement it. Su Yang also received 2 million monster crystal nuclei again. Then the system starts the exchange directly. Ding! A large number of monster crystal nuclei have been detected, and the exchange has begun. Ding! Lottery points obtained. 2,700,000. 2,700,000. Su Yang looked at the 2,700,000 lottery points and felt excited. This time, it seems to be enough to have a good time. At present, Su Yang also needs to obtain some entries. Especially the automatically repaired entries. Or maybe it's a talent entry or something like that. However, the system, which column is the entry that hides its own attributes? Ding! Functional class, auxiliary class. These two. Su Yang thought that every time when merging talents, there was so much movement, so it would be better to hide some of it. Just smoke it. Su Yang opened the exclusive lottery, functional categories, and auxiliary categories. Then he started clicking like crazy with his eyes closed. Anyway, Su Yang currently has 2.7 million lottery points. It's enough for Su Yang to smoke for a long time. Chang, Chang, Chang. Su Yang also didn't know how long he had been drawing, and his lottery points were also dropping crazily. Ding! Obtain the divine entry and conceal your breath. Ding! Obtain divine item vision shielding. What? Forget it, never mind, let's continue with the lottery. Su Yang didn't know what he had drawn, and he continued to draw. Su Yang also told the system to remind him when he spends 500,000 lottery points. Ding! The host has extracted 500,000 auxiliary classes and functional classes. So fast, Su Yang saw that half an hour had passed and couldn't help but feel relieved. Finally, there is no need to draw auxiliary and functional entries. Let me see what's good. Then Su Yang also opened the entry backpack. I saw 2 red marks appearing at the front of the backpack. Check. Auxiliary entry. Concealed breath. Level. Red. Introduction. Conceal one's own aura, and the user's talents, martial arts, etc. cannot be perceived when using abilities. Function entry. Hidden vision. Level. Red. Introduction. The vision of heaven and earth produced by the fusion of talent entries will be blocked and will not cause any changes in heaven and earth. In this case, it's okay. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction, also thinking that these 2 entries were exactly what he needed. The system added it for me. Ding! Add the entry for breath concealment, add the entry for vision concealment. Ding! Added. Su Yang also nodded, and then looked at the other entries in front of him. In terms of talent entries, Su Yang also understands that there are still many differences between himself. Those foundation building bones. Su Yang feels his own strength, the strength of the acquired warrior 7 stars. When hunting the innate warrior monsters, Su Yang was also practicing the 4 techniques. After all, hunting monsters, exercising your body, and improving your cultivation level. These have nothing to do with each other. There is no conflict at all. It's better to choose to draw mutation entries. Su Yang thought about it and found that the mutation entry was quite powerful. System, extract the mutation entry for me. Clang, clang, clang. Su Yong knew that the exclusive lottery did not have any guarantee mechanism, so Su Yong simply started drawing fiercely. Su Yong didn't bother to look at the light that appeared. As long as it's not red, Su Yong won't care at all. As for why Su Yong behaved like this, he looked down on other low-level entries. No way. Now Su Yong is a rich man. 2 million lottery points can be drawn at will. In how to draw, Su Yong also believes that there will be some good entries. No matter what, you're out of luck. There will also be a red divine item. Su Yong was also drawing frantically. Chang. A burst of red light flashed out instantly. Ding. Obtain the divine item Dragon Elephant. What? Dragon Elephant? Su Yong also looked at the familiar Dragon Elephant, and couldn't help but wonder what changes had happened to the Dragon Elephant entry. Mutation entry. Dragon Elephant. Level. Red. Introduction. Inlay anything, including exercises, martial arts, body forging methods, etc., to form a physical phenomenon of the power of dragons and elephants in the world, producing invisible pressure. Restrictions. It can only be used to build the foundation of martial arts. System. Do most of the divine entries require martial arts foundation building? Ding. Yes, the power of the divine item will cause the host's body to collapse. Insufficient strength. Su Yong also understood this truth. However, Su Yong also thought so. After all, it is a divine entry, and it is understandable that it can only be used with martial arts foundation building. It's still too weak. Su Yong couldn't help but feel that even if these entries were extracted, it would be useless. Just like a beautiful woman with long legs wearing black stockings is teasing you. But when I asked, the other person was on her period. This is very uncomfortable. Sir, I've decided, let's choose to extract the talent entries. Su Yong also plans to use lottery points to draw all talent entries before being promoted to martial arts foundation building. After all, talent entries. Su Yong understands that there are no limits on ability. There are also no restrictions like martial arts foundation building. Let's get started. Su Yong also started to extract talent entries continuously, but now it seems the talent entry is completely as if it is deliberately hidden. Su Yong looked at the lottery points and they continued to drop. 1 million lottery points. A full 90% of it is gone. Gone. The system belongs to you. Su Yong secretly scolded the system for its profiteer behavior. At the beginning, there were so many divine red entries, but now it seems that it was just for this one. Then Su Yong sighed helplessly. If I had known, I would have drawn talent entries like crazy from the beginning. Okay, if it's gone, it's gone. Su Yong looked at the lottery points that had bottomed out and felt extremely calm. Later, Su Yong also began to plan to take on some more hunting missions from the hunting hall. This is currently the only way for Su Yong to earn points. Ding. Obtain the God level entry like talent. Finally, another God level entry has arrived. Su Yong nodded with satisfaction. At least he now had talents of various elemental types. Continue. Su Yong saw that there were less than 300,000 lottery points left, and then started to click on the lottery frantically. The wait was less than half an hour. Su Yong also saw a red God level entry again. Ding. Obtain the God level dark system talent. When Su Yong faced the reappearance of the God level entry of light and darkness, he immediately said that he would never add it. Su Yang's talent for swordsmanship almost overwhelms Su Yang's physical ability. In merging these two competing talents, Su Yong feels that it is mainly about fusion. Then when it is completely competed by the four energies, the body will be completely torn apart by the four talents. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but shake my head. Forget it, let's continue with the lottery. But next, no matter how Su Yong smokes, he can't draw anything good. System, please fuse all these low-level talent entries for me. Ding. Integrating. Swish. Waves of light flickered out. There are also many more divine items. But in Su Yang's view, except for a few useful elemental god level entry talents, the others are of no use at all. Let's not merge for now. Su Yong thought it would be better to improve to his innate strength first and then earn some student points. In this case, Su Yong also started drawing lottery tickets, preparing to draw those bloodline entries. Let's upgrade to an innate warrior first. Su Yong plans to immerse himself in it for a period of time, during which time he will be able to rise to the level of an innate warrior. Retreat. Su Yong was practicing in seclusion during this period. Many people also discovered that Su Yong had not appeared, leading others to think that Su Yong was doing something. That's weird, why did Su Yong go? The same was true for Lu Qingyu, wondering if Su Yong was delayed by something. Forget it, it's good to let this kid settle down for a while. Every time Su Yong fights, he basically ends in a violent physical fight. Hey, this is. After Lu Qingyu couldn't help but see the news, her beautiful eyes immediately shrank slightly. Why did these guys come back from the underworld so quickly? At this time, a huge warship slowly docked inside the academy. The scene that seemed to block out the sun caused countless students to raise their heads and look up at the sky. At the same time, many people became excited. It's those genius monsters who are back. Yes, I heard that every genius student needs to experience more powerful killings. Where? I heard that you still need to fight the monsters that build the foundation of martial arts. Holy crap, it's true. You're a freshman, so it's normal that you don't understand. By the way, I heard that Li Hong didn't leave the academy not long ago. He should be waiting for his big brother. Tisk, 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 I wonder if Su Yong can handle the anger of genius students this time. Why do you care about this? Genius students have nothing to do with us. Forget it, let's go quickly. Then some old students and students turned around and left. And the battleship slowly docked on the ground. Phew. The hatch opened instantly. Many students along the way also got off the battleship talking and laughing. Brother Li, is this your academy? One of them was dressed gorgeously, and every item he wore was extremely luxurious. Some of them were wearing masks, but their figures also looked like women. Li Yong nodded, and then introduced the people behind him. Sorry, the academy may be a bit crude, which made you laugh. Brother Li was joking. We are already used to this. Then, Brother Yang, please come over here. Yang Feiyin nodded, looked at the entire academy indifferently, and then left with Li Yang. This time, very few talented students returned. After all, these talented students still need to improve their strength again. Just as Li Yang also started to move towards the villa, an elite student stopped Li Yang. Quietly said something in Li Yang's ear. Yang Feiyin looked at this scene without paying any attention to it. Others were whispering, and he was not someone he really wanted to know. What did you say? Li Yang couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling very unhappy about the news he just received. What's wrong, Brother Li? It's okay, Brother Yang, it's just some small things in the academy. Li Yang thought it would be better to deal with these things first and talk about the others later. Please come this way, Brother Yang. Yes, please. The three of them followed Li Yang unceremoniously and walked towards Li Yang's villa. Senior, these people are. Shut up, let's talk about this later. Li Yang also immediately shouted away the junior students on the side, and then started to arrange Yang Feiyin and others with a smile. This Li Yang actually brought the second-rate Yang family inner sect members into the academy. When Lu Qingyu heard the news, she couldn't help but frown slightly. I originally thought that Li Yang was the only one who came back. I didn't expect it to be several people, and they are all disciples of the inner sect of the Yang family. Now, Su Yang is really in trouble. Lu Qingyu sighed helplessly, but felt that the strength of these people was only at the level of innate warriors. It is probably just a dispensable stepping stone in Su Yang's eyes. It's better to remind Su Yang. However, Su Yang did not reply to Lu Qingyu's message, and was just practicing alone. Wait until Yang Feiyin and others rest. Li Yang, who originally had a smile on his lips, couldn't help but look extremely gloomy. Come in. Li Hong walked in weakly, looking like a dead mother. Cousin, tell me what happened. Li Yang knew that although Li Hong was his cousin whom he had just recognized for a short time, he thought that Li Hong was also his family member, so he just recognized him. Cousin, you have to help me get revenge. Li Hong wailed and told everything in detail. He even said it in a sarcastic way. But Li Hong didn't notice Li Yang's increasingly cold eyes. Clang! A long sword penetrated Li Hong's body directly. You, cousin, you. Trash, do you want to use me as a shield? Li Yong was not a fool, and he also thought about a lot of things, even if Li Hong came to ask for help. As for whether to help Li Hong, Li Yong still had to consider. Tell me all the news about Su Yong. Yes, the elite students on the side immediately began to talk about everything Su Yong had done in the academy. Su Yong opened his eyes again and felt the change in strength. It's not bad. At least he has reached the peak of the acquired warrior. Su Yong was not in a hurry to break through to the strength of an innate warrior, but wanted to see if he would need more training to improve his physique. Let's go out and have a look. Su Yong also plans to continue to the hunting hall, looking for 1 or 2 5-star missions, and plans to have a hand-to-hand fight with the peak Shantian. Hey, what message did senior sister send? After Su Yong took a look at the news, there was a strong look of excitement in his eyes. Genius students are back. Su Yong ran out immediately and then sent a message to Lu Qingyu. Prepare to challenge elite students and advance to the genius category. Crazy, this kid is really crazy. When Lu Qingyu saw the news about Su Yong, she immediately murmured to herself. Su Yong was too lazy to pay attention to Lu Qingyu's news, and instead chose to start screening information about elite students. Do you need to challenge the top 10? Why not? Let's challenge the top 10 elite students. Finished. Su Yong directly sent a challenge invitation to the last person in the top 10 in the elite category. But soon the other party also chose to agree. The news soon spread throughout the entire academy. Is Su Yong going to challenge the 10th place among elite students? Holy crap, this is not a challenge for 10th place. It's such an obvious challenge, don't you understand? Su Yong is planning to be promoted to a genius student. But can Su Yong do it? Su Yong is very strong physically, but his other abilities are estimated. I see, those perverts in the genius category are not the only ones that can be challenged by students like Su Yong who are just exercising. News of Su Yang's challenge quickly reached Li Yang's ears. Challenge the elite students. Is this the plan to promote ourselves to genius students while us talented students are back to rest? This guy is very good at calculating. Li Yong couldn't help but sneer. Although Li Hong is dead, he is dead, a waste who has lost his qualifications as a warrior. There's no way the academy is planning to settle a score with Li Yong because of a waste. But Li Hong is also Li Yang's dog. It all depends on the owner when it comes to beating a dog. But Li Hong is dead, and Li Yong has to stand up for Li Hong no matter what. But last night, Li Hong actually planned to trick Li Yong into killing Su Yong, and even suppressed Su Yong. As long as you're not a fool. Obviously Li Yong also understood that Li Hong was trying to trick him. But we still have to stand out. Let's see Su Yang's strength first. Naturally, Li Yong would not really stand up for a waste. Everyone knows that Su Yong has a very good relationship with Lu Qingyu, and they have also helped Su Yong a lot. A warrior's dantian was destroyed. For such a major matter, the academy only sent out a few tasks as punishment. This shows that there is also someone behind Su Yong. This person, Li Yong, is probably Lu Qingyu. Let's go and see how powerful the new body training madman in the academy is. Just as Li Yong was about to go out, he couldn't help but see Yang Feiyan appearing in front of him. Brother Li, why don't you take me with you when you go out to play? Yang Feiyan didn't know what Li Yong was preparing to do, but he still wanted to follow him and have a look. Ah, Brother Yang, there's someone competing in the academy. Do you want to take a look? Li Yong looked at Yang Feiyan and wanted to go, but it was also difficult to refuse Yang Feiyan. Why don't you just ask Yang Feiyan to come over and take a look? Is that so? Let's take a look. Yang Feiyan also called his companions and followed them together. Please. Several people walked towards the competition ring. Along the way, I naturally heard many old students telling stories about Su Yong. Like tearing apart monsters with your hands or something like that. Oh, Brother Li, do your students here still want to take the path of physical training? Yang Feiyan expressed disdain for the training method of body training. After all, the requirements for physical training on oneself were a bit stronger in the past. If you are not sure about anything, maybe he would completely destroy himself instead of dying at the hands of a monster. I don't know, but I heard that this person is very strong and can train his body very well. Li Yong also heard reports from some of his subordinates. After all, they were just hearsay. Brother Li, let's go and have a look. Isn't that why we are here? Then Yang Feiyan followed Li Yang and walked towards the challenge stage. However, many students looked at Yang Feiyan and the others when they passed by. Because it was discovered that the clothes of Yang Feiyan and others were not the clothes of the college. Naturally, it attracted a lot of people's attention. Su Yang was also on his way here, and when he passed by, he also met Wang Yayuan. Yaya, well, Su Yang, are you really going to challenge elite students? Wang Yayuan also just received the news and rushed over immediately. Yes, everyone can't stand still, right? Su Yang smiled calmly. Su Yang needed to fight for the improvement of strength and the student hierarchy. The other one is that all college martial arts conference. Okay, come on. Wang Yayuan did not stop Su Yang, but also cheered for Su Yang. Well, thank you. Then Su Yang also started walking towards the challenge arena. Soon I noticed that the entire stand was filled with various students. It seemed that everyone came to see Su Yang challenge. There are so many people. Wang Yayuan glanced around indifferently, and then sighed. It's not bad. To me, it doesn't matter whether there are more people or less people. Su Yang didn't pay attention to the crowd of people. Instead, it calmly moved to the center, planning to challenge elite students. You came. The latter had also been here a long time ago, waiting for Su Yang's arrival. Well, hello, senior. Don't call me senior. If you succeed in the challenge, you can become my senior. The latter waved his hands gently and looked calm. The moment Yang Feiyan saw Su Yang in the stands, he couldn't help but be surprised. Hey, this kid is a little weird. What's wrong, brother Yang? Li Yang asked Yang Feiyan curiously, wondering what Yang Feiyan had discovered. It's okay, I just found an interesting guy. Yang Feiyan also used his natural abilities through perception. I want to see Su Yang's strength and cultivation. Or maybe it's something like talent. But the result was completely lost and no sound was made. This made Yang Feiyan curious. He didn't know whether Su Yang had some kind of treasure on him, was it isolated, or something. Su Yang also felt that someone was detecting him, and couldn't help but frown. Su Yang was very unhappy about this kind of thing. If it were detected by other elders, Su Yang would not have any complaints. But the students present, each one is of similar strength. Su Yang will be very unhappy if he detects them now. Then his eyes looked in one direction. I found a few students who didn't fit in. Oh, is the perception quite strong? I don't know how strong it is. Yang Feiyan naturally noticed Su Yang's behavior and couldn't help but look at Su Yang suspiciously. Su Yang knew that these people might not be students in the academy. Just don't worry about it anymore. It's better to take on the challenge. Senior, please. Junior, I hope you will be merciful. Then the aura in Su Yang's body surged, and a powerful aura emerged. The opponent also made a combat pilot, with an extra spear in his hand. Knowing that Su Yang was good at physical fitness, he immediately planned to strike first. Chang! The spear made a soft sound, and the gun flower was like a blooming rose, full of beauty and danger. Fierce rose spear technique. Su Yang looked at the aura around him that was filled with flame rose petals, and also produced one after another strange aura. While raising the corners of his mouth slightly, he stretched out his fist to directly use force to break the spell. Diamond fist. Boom. Immediately, majestic sharp gold surged around Su Yang. It turned into an afterimage and rushed directly towards the elite student in front of him. Under the stunned expression of the opponent, he dodged the spear attack. Liatian shoots back. Swish. The spear suddenly burst out with a burst of flames and then swept towards Su Yang's body. Break. Su Yang shouted loudly, facing the flame spear with such a huge aura, he had no idea of evading it. In the other party's shocked expression. Click. The spear collapsed completely, and the raging flames collapsed instantly. Before he could recover, he saw a figure that frightened him. Boom. A huge sound came, setting off countless strong air waves. Wait for everyone to take a look. I found Su Yang present and the elite student who was challenged standing there for a long time. Bang. The spear broke apart, and the elite student fell to his knees heavily on the ground. I lost. I accepted the offer, senior. Su Yang's diamond fist, which was accompanied by a strong golden aura, did not attack the elite students in front of him. It's just a challenge after all. It's not a life or death feud. What a strong physique. Yang Feiyan saw Su Yang's moves in the stands, and also saw Su Yang's physical strength. It's a really strong physique. The same is true for Yang Feiyan's companions on the side. After Yang Feiyan heard this voice, he couldn't help but be ecstatic. Then he immediately came to the other party's side and was about to say a word when he was interrupted. We're not that familiar with each other yet, and coming here with you is just boring. Yang Feiyan sighed helplessly. Li Yang also heard the cold and crisp female voice, although the woman was wearing a mask and could not see her specific appearance. But looking at Yang Feiyan like that, it is obvious that this person has a high status. However, Li Yang didn't dare to say anything, he just looked at the relationship between the few people calmly. Well, it's a bit complicated. This man is very physically strong. But for now, it's not invincible. If Su Yang were here, he would definitely agree with what the other party said. But he also curses. Aren't you talking nonsense? Su Yang's own Thunder God training method has not been continuously improved. The current physique is just much stronger than those of the same level, that's all. When Wang Yayuan on the side saw this scene, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Su Yang is really a monster. Killed an innate warrior level instantly with one punch. Girl, you still need to improve your strength now. Among the freshmen, apart from you, only Su Yang is stronger. Don't worry, master, I will work hard to become stronger. After all, I am not a vegetarian. Wang Yayuan's fighting spirit was also ignited by Su Yang. But you have to be careful, I discovered a terrifying physique. What do you mean? Is it Su Yang's? Wang Yayuan frowned, she didn't really want to hear what the master said. Because this is related to Su Yang's privacy and so on. Su Yang was originally a little afraid of Wang Yayuan. If we talk about this again, I guess, it's not Su Yang's. I don't know what method Su Yang used now. I can't detect him anymore. Not Su Yang. Then master, who are you talking about? Wang Yayuan couldn't help but become suspicious. In the entire academy, Su Yang's talent is probably the scariest. That thunder talent, it is definitely beyond the reach of ordinary people. In addition, there are swordsmanship talents and swordsmanship talents that have not been exposed. The ones on your left. Those people on the left. Wang Yayuan couldn't help but look over and found that the other party's clothes were different from those of the college. And they are all wearing masks, so you can't see their faces clearly. That girl in the middle, that girl has a terrifying sword body, a rare perfect sword body. What? Sword body. Still a perfect type. Wang Yayuan couldn't help but widen her eyes and just glanced at the other party. But the other party also glanced at Wang Yayuan. The look between the two. It was like sparks were being rubbed invisibly. She is really an interesting little girl. What a terrifying sword intent. Wang Yayuan just glanced at it and immediately felt that she was trapped in a sword tomb environment. Facing countless long sword gazes. It was like being pierced through the heart by 10,000 swords in the next second. Master, thank you. It's not a big deal, it's just that the girl is eyeing you. Wang Yayuan just smiled at the other party again and said nothing more. His eyes looked in the direction of Su Yang again. I want to see why Su Yang hasn't left the ring yet. It's strange, Su Yang doesn't want to challenge him anymore, right? I don't know. What the hell is Su Yang doing? Are you planning to challenge those elite students again? Still challenging? Aren't you afraid of the challenge? Aren't you ready to take a break? Rest. Do you think this madman was injured just now? There shouldn't be any. That's okay, you're not injured, so why can't you continue the challenge? That's right, it's me, and I will continue to challenge. Faced with Su Yang's actions, many students also planned to see how Su Yang would make a decision. Look at the forum, Su Yang has posted another challenge. What? Who is it this time? He is the 9th elite student. Junior Su Yang, I have heard about your deeds. The person who came was none other than the 9th elite student. I know Su Yang's name quite well. Junior, please. Senior, please. The two of them also got into a fighting stance. Diamond Fist. A powerful force of sharp gold directly shattered the opponent's long knife, and punched the senior's right side. Boom. A deep pit was blasted out of the ground. Looking at the terrifying sharp golden aura filling the air, the latter swallowed his saliva. Junior, I lost. I accepted the offer, senior. Su Yong also respectfully bid farewell to the other party, and then did not choose to stay any longer. Holy crap, another punch. How strong is Su Yong really? Will all this shit be solved with one punch? Is it possible that only those perverted genius students will stop Su Yong? Su Yong hasn't left yet. Is he waiting for the next challenger? I feel like it's possible. This kid doesn't really want to keep challenging, does he? Lu Qingyu, who was watching Su Yong through the surveillance camera, couldn't help sighing. Su Yong has simply gone too far. Forget it, let this kid like you do whatever you want. Lu Qingyu also no longer intends to pay attention to Su Yang's nonsense. But, Lu Qingyu looked at the few people wearing masks. Lu Qingyu did not expect these people to come to the academy. Let's see what these people want to do. Then he turned his attention to Su Yang's battle again. At this moment, Su Yong also eliminated another senior. PFF'd, but this time Su Yong was a bit harsh. Senior, I admit it. You don't have to be like this, it's because my skills are inferior to others. The other party also gave a bitter smile, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turned and left. Continue. All of a sudden, the elite students, as well as the top few students, all received Su Yang's challenge news. But it also combines the rumors about Su Yong among freshmen and old students. Many top 10 elite students came here one after another. Su Yong, I am 6th. Su Yong, I'm here to accept your challenge. Su Yong, Junior Su Yong. In less than an hour, Su Yong directly challenged all the elite students, and only the top few remained unchallenged. Junior Su Yong. A gentle figure appeared in front of Su Yong. The senior, who was wearing a long dress in blue and had a smile on her lips, looked at Su Yong with her beautiful eyes. Su Yong, no one else will come. Su Yong couldn't help but frown. If they didn't come, how could he be promoted? Don't be nervous, Junior Su Yong, as long as you beat me in the challenge, everyone else will also admit defeat. After Su Yong heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. He took a look at the opponent's strength. Innate perfection level. But more of it has an aura that comes from the wood attribute. Senior, please. After seeing the person coming, those who knew the identity of the woman in front of them couldn't help but be surprised. Why is it this woman? Li Qingxin, this woman's wood spirit art, combined with her poison ability, is simply invincible. Let's see how Su Yong handles this matter. Wang Yayuan also heard the master's explanation. That little girl has the talent of wood type and the talent of poison type. She is a bit difficult to deal with. Let's see how Su Yong handles it. Li Yong also clearly knew Li Qingxin's extraordinary qualities, and had even suffered a lot at her hands. He is also considered the first person in the genius category. Withered wood peak spirit. Su Yong also looked at the other party with solemn eyes. Bang, bang, bang. I saw countless emerald green vines sprouting from the surrounding land, which were completely gathered with wood energy. The vines seemed to be going crazy, mixed with countless emerald green liquids. Phew. When Su Yong saw a drop of liquid falling to the ground, his eyes instantly shrank. All I saw was a large area of corrosion on the ground. Poison. Wood. Poison. Su Yong couldn't help but smile. The wood attribute and the poison attribute were really a perfect match. Junior, you have to pay attention. Although Li Qingxin said this on the surface, his subordinates showed no mercy. Su Yong became extremely vigilant upon seeing this. Bang, bang. Su Yong turned sideways and dodged a thick vine without intending to hide his strength. Shan legs. A powerful mountain and river momentum, like a big mountain, emerged all over Su Yong. Perfect level martial arts. Yang Feiyin and others couldn't help but be surprised for a moment as Su Yong possessed perfect level martial arts. But Su Yong is not the only one who knows the perfection level martial arts. There are still many people who can achieve perfection level martial arts. Think of this. Yang Feiyin looked at the entourage on the side. This woman knows more than just a little bit. He no longer thought about anything else, but turned his attention to Su Yang's battle. Bang. I only saw Su Yong using the perfect level Shan kick, stepping on the flying vines, catching the flying vines, and landing with one foot. The vines fell directly to the ground. But Su Yong also felt that his shoes had been corroded. But for Su Yong, this is not a big deal. Su Yang's mountain-like legs kept stepping on the flying vines. When Li Qingxin saw Su Yang's behavior, he immediately raised his hand again, and countless vines emerged again. Hold him. Break it for me. Su Yang let out a light roar, and a majestic flame emerged from his palms. Fire palm. Bang, bang, bang. Not good. Li Qingxin saw Su Yang's flame energy aura, coupled with the terrifying wave of hot air coming towards his face. I was panicked for a moment. Vajra fist. It's just that when Su Yang first used flame palm, Su Yang also changed his moves. Su Yang punched Li Qingxin directly in the abdomen. I accept it, senior sister. A beautiful figure flew out, looking a little embarrassed. Li Qingxin looked at Su Yang with resentful eyes. Junior, you really don't know how to show mercy to others. Su Yang touched her nose, feeling embarrassed but chose to ignore the other person. Snort. Seeing Su Yang's embarrassed look, Li Qingxin just snorted. Congratulations, Junior Su Yang, for successfully becoming the #1 elite student. This is also the last place Su Yang challenges. It's just that Su Yang's actions naturally caused many people to feel helpless. Junior Su Yang, you really don't know how to show mercy to others. Yes, you are willing to take action on such a beautiful senior, so she is still single, right? If I had such strength, I would definitely win over senior Li Qingxin. But you don't have that strength. Yeah, it's a pity. As the challenge finally over, Su Yang also breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes became extremely determined. He also began to plan to challenge the genius students. After challenging the genius students, Su Yang also planned to upgrade to the strength of the innate warrior. Is Su Yang still planning to challenge the genius students now? Not sure. It seems that he should plan to challenge the genius students. Everyone was also excited. After all, the elite students were promoted to genius students. It was obviously an exciting time. Su Yang, this kid, his strength is really abnormal. A peak innate strength has not been able to force Su Yang's strength out. Wang Yayuan also nodded. She knew Su Yang's strength and talent very well. She didn't let Su Yang show these. It can only mean one thing. Su Yang is not serious yet. Brother Li, it seems that your academy really has a lot of talents. Yang Feiyan obviously didn't expect that Su Yang really won the battle with his physical strength. There are always people who are better than you. Li Yang was about to explain something when he heard the cold words. After seeing the person clearly, he also didn't say much. After all, sometimes Yang Feiyan still listened to the words of the woman in front of him. Yang Feiyan turned his head speechlessly, and looked at Su Yang who was standing there indifferently. But this kid named Su Yang seems to be planning to challenge. Do you want to continue to watch? The women who were about to leave did not stop. Then let's take a look. After hearing this, Yang Feiyan was completely relieved. Okay. Su Yang was confused at this moment, and now he didn't know who to challenge. What is Su Yang doing? I don't know. I didn't see any information about the challenge on the forum. Isn't Su Yang still selecting challengers? It's possible. But it seems that Su Yang hasn't found one yet. Look, isn't Li Yang a genius student? How about letting Li Yang fight Su Yang? After hearing this, Li Yang was speechless. Li Yang, I'm a fool. Li Yang wanted to curse, wondering why you didn't go. Li Yang. Su Yang's hearing was clear, and then he looked in the direction of Li Yang. Li Yang cursed inwardly, but he didn't look like a coward, looking at Su Yang. You're not his opponent. What? Yang Feiyan and Li Yang both looked at the masked woman in shock. Are you sure? Are you kidding? If someone else said this, Li Yang would definitely slap him in the face. But the other party was a companion that even Yang Feiyan was afraid of. This made Li Yang alert. Although he was unhappy, Li Yang had to take the other party's words seriously. Sorry, Su Yang, I just came back and I am still injured. Please forgive me for rejecting the challenge. Su Yang never thought that Li Yang would refuse the challenge. This made Su Yang not know who to challenge. Li Yang refused. No way, I don't think Li Yang looks injured. Is Li Yang afraid? Is this the case for genius students? What a coward. Li Yang was so angry that his face turned red. Mainly those words were so infuriating. If you feel confident, you can challenge it, but don't forget that if you fail, you may lose your qualification as a genius student. Li Yang was silent. Genius student Li Yang doesn't want to lose. But among the students around him, no one could stand it. Don't worry, don't pay attention to these words, let Su Yang find someone to challenge. Is Li Yang really a genius student? Why are he still afraid? Wang Yayuan couldn't help but wonder whether Li Yang was a genius student. After all, how can any genius student be so cowardly? Not necessarily. The little girl next to him should have reminded him, otherwise Li Yang would definitely accept the challenge. Oh, Wang Yayuan also heard her master say before that Li Yang is not Su Yang's opponent yet. But it can also allow Su Yang to exert half of his physical strength. In elite class combat, Su Yang is also the kind of person who fights as he pleases, without any serious intentions at all. Now it seems, Su Yang was probably too lazy to do anything. It can only be said that Su Yang's strength has surpassed that of a large number of talented students. Makes sense. Wang Yayuan nodded. The current Su Yang is also a rare talented student who seems to have returned. Now Su Yang also needs to upgrade his student level. Thereby, Su Yang also plans to go to other places to experience the power of martial arts foundation building. After all, those talented students can go to those places, and now Su Yang also wants to go and see them. This will also help improve your physical fitness. Certainly, Su Yang can also practice his swordsmanship or swordsmanship without restraint. Is this kid really so early? Lu Qingyu looked at Su Yang's actions and had already sent all the challenge invitations to the talented students. Unfortunately, no genius student has yet agreed to Su Yang's fight. This is why Su Yang was very helpless at the moment. Do we really have to wait for a while? The time for Su Yang's challenge is also limited, with a 3-day limit. Now there is no reply to all. This also shows that Su Yang was rejected in disguise. Su Yang felt helpless and said that it would be okay to fight alone. Otherwise, how would you enter the so-called realm? Or maybe somewhere else. Su Yang really wanted to see the realm Lu Yuanong mentioned. There are also some hidden secret realms of the ancient human race. You also need to obtain some mysterious treasures and the like. Gone. What Su Yang also didn't expect was that these guys were so cowardly. No one challenges anymore. Look, Su Yang is planning to leave. What a pity. We thought Su Yang could improve the student level. Oh, what a disappointment. Seeing Su Yang's back turning away, many students felt sorry for Su Yang. Pity. Wang Yayuan did not expect that those talented students would not choose to accept Su Yang's challenge. Or maybe he really had something to do and was resting. Pity. After Yang Feiyan heard the voice, he also turned his head to look. But seeing that the other party was also leaving with others, he simply said to Li Yang, "Brother Li, let's go too." Well, okay Brother Yang. Although Li Yang had resentment in his heart, he did not express it. After all, he also has backbone. How could a genius student be afraid of an elite kid? Chapter 91. Let's go. Let's go. Many people also watched after Su Yang left. The rest of the people also left together. After all, it was Su Yang who was challenging the ring. However, Su Yang now has no choice but to return to the elite single room. If no one challenges me, what should I do now? Su Yang just wanted to say. Come and have a genius student and fight with me. How about, tell Yang Jian and let him fight with me? Su Yang thought that he was still the enemy of Yang Jian's cousin, so Yang Jian probably wouldn't reject him. At this moment, Yang Jian was unaware of Su Yang's challenging behavior. Still in his single villa, he continued to practice to see if he could break through to the martial arts foundation. Alas, it still failed. Yang Jian shook his head helplessly, his expression a little disappointed. Just the next second, an elite student handed a document to Yang Jian. Then Yang Jian took a look, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. You mean, maybe Su Yang was the one who killed Yang Yu? Yes, Brother Yang, it could be Su Yang. Yang Jian had been building a foundation in martial arts in the past few days. But nothing. Yang Jian has never been able to completely break through the martial arts foundation and condense his own martial arts path. But after hearing that Su Yang killed Yang Yu, Yang Jian felt an inexplicable feeling of comfort in his heart. He didn't know what was going on. Then Yang Jian took a look at the specific information. It is also very likely to be understood. Su Yang should be the one who killed Yang Yu. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Su Yang to solve such a big trouble for me. Then Yang Jian couldn't help but laugh relaxedly, not feeling that there was anything wrong in what Su Yang did. In the Yang family, it would be great to have one less competitor. But then Yang Jian immediately thought of the recent past. When I met Su Yang at that time, Yang Yu was mentioned. Thinking of Su Yang's alienation from herself, Yang Jian also couldn't help but smile. Junior Su Yang, it's really. Then he asked the elite students around him, Junior Su Yang, what's the matter? Ah, Brother Yang, Junior Su Yang is currently trying to reach the level of genius student. Oh, was it successful? Not yet. None of the talented students who have returned this time have accepted Su Yang's challenge. No, Yang Jian couldn't help but become suspicious, and then smiled calmly. I thought of those people on the other side of the earth, facing the pursuit of martial arts foundation builders. Presumably, it's okay, no matter what, let me fight with Junior Su Yang. After all, I also want to have a competition with Junior Su Yang. When Yang Jian heard about Su Yang's achievements, the fire of fighting in his heart also continued to burn. Anyway, you can take advantage of Yang Yu's situation and let Su Yang fight with you. Of course, Yang Jian would not really avenge Yang Yu. A simple discussion. So why do you have to live or die? Then Brother Yang, wait a minute. After all, those talented students have never accepted Su Yang's challenge. They will be forced to accept the challenge. Although martial arts foundation building is very strong, every genius student has a trump card. It should be normal to escape from the monsters or demons who have established a martial arts foundation. It's just that when being chased, I feel a little embarrassed. Yang Jian was also chased by the martial arts foundation monster and fled in embarrassment. Those days were quite miserable. Go down and practice hard. Yes, Brother Yang. Yang Jian then threw the document in his hand into the sky, and the sword behind him flew out instantly. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the files turned into ashes and became a pile of fragments. Boom, countless flames burst out in an instant, burning up the fragments. No one challenges me. In the past few days, Su Yang has been looking for challengers. The results of it. The talented student is the one who has not accepted the challenge. This made Su Yang feel that these people were too timid. But when I thought about the other party just coming back, he must have been injured or something. Forget it, let's go see my senior sister. Su Yang also came to Lu Qingyu to see if there was a way to be promoted to a genius student. After Lu Qingyu heard Su Yang's inquiry, she couldn't help but look at Su Yang jokingly. Yo! Did you know to tell me? I thought our great genius wouldn't want to talk to me. Su Yang couldn't help but touch his nose in embarrassment when he heard Lu Qingyu's strange words. No way, Su Yang would not teach Lu Qingyu a lesson. If it were anyone else, Su Yang might be slapped to death. But for the benefactor in front of me, Su Yang also understood that Lu Qingyu was doing it for his own good. Senior, what are you talking about? No matter how strong I become, you are still my senior, aren't you? You have a conscience, huh? Women, they just want to hear good things. Although Su Yang doesn't want to be tied down for the so-called love at the moment, he still knows some of the little personalities of girls. Lu Qingyu is naturally the same. Although Lu Qingyu is very powerful, she is just a girl. You brat, you are too eager to challenge me. Senior, it's not that I'm not eager, but I have to go to the so-called realm over there. Su Yang sighed helplessly and stated the purpose of why he had to go. Because Su Yang's own physical fitness is difficult to break through. Coupled with the Thunder God's bodybuilding method. This thing, Su Yang must also practice. 5 Yuan Dragon Elephant bodybuilding method. Using monster blood and medicinal baths can no longer increase physical strength. The first part uses the blood of monsters and the bath of medicinal herbs. But the last few layers, Su Yang needs to go through a more difficult step. I know you want to improve your strength, but now you need to stabilize your mentality. Lu Qingyu also understood Su Yang's desire for strength, and then explained it again. Don't worry, there are many talented students returning this time. In a place where you let others rest, and even if you win, you won't be able to win, right? After Su Yang was silent, he thought that what Lu Qingyu said was indeed true. Also, do you think that any talented student can go to the underworld? That's also a matter of waiting time. This time the academy has also arranged for the battleship to arrive half a month later. What are you in a hurry for? Half a month. Su Yang also nodded, knowing that when the specific time came, that would be the best. By the way, it's not easy for you to have conflicts with the students from other colleges recently. Those people are very strong. I see. Do you really know, or do you pretend to know? Lu Qingyu complained helplessly. At this moment, the starry sky is slowly showing its charm. Countless stars are twinkling, symbolizing the vastness of the starry sky. 3 women wearing masks stood slightly on a building, looking up at the sky. Greetings, senior sister. Yang Linyu waved her hand, and her cold eyes slowly looked at the moon in the sky through the mask on her cheek. Exhaling, Rulin said in an indifferent tone, "You don't have to be so polite." "Yes, senior sister, this is the information you need." Yang Linyu stretched out her green hands, took the document, and flipped through a few pages. These messages. Naturally, it's Su Yang's information, including everything about Su Yang's life from childhood to adulthood. I can't believe that such a person was born in such a rotten place and has such a hard mind. As expected of someone who can make my sword body restless. Then I briefly watched Su Yang's information. Basically, it all happened when Su Yang entered the academy. You guys go down, I'll go find him. Yes, senior sister. The women also left one after another, and then Yang Feiyan also jumped up and came to Yang Linyu, thinking about what to say. I know your little thoughts. Yang Linyu's words made Yang Feiyan stunned for a moment, and he shook his head in embarrassment. Miss, do you think it's possible between us? Yang Feiyan looked at Yang Linyu's cold eyes and her plain gaze, which made Yang Feiyan's whole body hairy. Mainly one. Yang Linyu herself is an existence with a perfect sword body. And Yang Linyu's identity is quite terrifying. It was so scary that Yang Feiyan had to lower his body to talk to Yang Linyu. This is not to attack your martial arts path. The sword path you are taking is not suitable for you. You also know the Yang family's rules and my rules. Yang Feiyan nodded helplessly. The path of swordsmanship. Yang Feiyan is not suitable for taking this path. But because the Yang family is a family where all members follow the path of swordsmanship. It was also because of the pressure from his father that Yang Feiyan had no choice but to choose the path of swordsmanship. In fact, Yang Feiyan's kendo talent is not as good as the junior kendo talent. Just a defective product. Yang Feiyan's stronger talent is just another talent. So, you better give up, it's useless. Yang Linyu is not the kind of person who whets people's appetite, but the kind of person who is very indifferent. Okay, miss. Yang Feiyan didn't like this kind of cold woman to begin with, mainly because it was just a task assigned to him by his father. Yang Linyu then jumped up and turned around to leave. Only one sentence is left. I'm taking a walk, you don't need to follow me. Yang Feiyan knew Yang Linyu's identity and Yang Linyu's terrifying strength. Under the foundation of martial arts. Has the reputation of being the first person. And I heard that she is also extremely beautiful, which has led many people to want to pursue Yang Linyu. The result, either he was killed by Yang Linyu's sword, or he was persuaded to retreat by the Yang family's rules. Yang Linyu also walked on the road to the academy board. There is still a bit of a gap compared to those colleges where I am. Yang Linyu understood that this academy only belonged to the third-rate category. Yang Linyu couldn't help but feel a restlessness in her body again, and the emotions in her heart that had been silent for a long time were inexplicably pulled away. It's him. Yang Linyu looked around and found that it was the young man with a strong physique. If she hadn't met this young man, Yang Linyu wouldn't know why her body would become so flustered. A long time ago, Yang Linyu had already sealed her feelings with sword ice and followed the path of swordsmanship. A path to the ultimate in swordsmanship. But after coming here, Yang Linyu also felt an inexplicable attraction to Su Yang. But for Su Yang, the person involved, there is no such inexplicable attraction. Is it that woman? Su Yang also noticed Yang Linyu's dress, mainly because Yang Linyu's dress was too weird and incompatible with the college's clothes. However, Su Yang ignored Yang Linyu and then turned around and left. After all, Lu Qingyu had explained it. Hello. But Su Yang didn't want to talk to him, but Yang Linyu was the first to speak. That cold yet gentle tone made Su Yang stop in his tracks. When Yang Linyu finished speaking, she was also surprised. Yang Linyu used to have a very cold tone when talking to everyone, but why did her demeanor change when she was in front of Su Yang? What's up? Su Yang also looked at Yang Linyu indifferently. She said that she didn't really want to deal with Yang Linyu. I don't know, can you take me around the academy? I don't think so. Su Yang shook his head, then his eyes became dull and indifferent, and he immediately turned around and left. Etc. Yang Linyu just thought of grabbing Su Yang's wrist, but the moment she touched Su Yang instead, she immediately screamed out in surprise. Ah! Under the mask, Yang Linyu's face turned extremely red, and the beating sound in her heart kept touching Yang Linyu's heart. What are you doing? Su Yang couldn't help but frown, looking at the woman in front of her to see if she was sick. Even at night, he was wearing a mask. Me, I want to be your girlfriend, is that okay? Su Yang, what are you doing, sister? Don't do it, okay? I admit that I'm handsome, but it's just the first day we met, okay? Phew, the bad woman just wants to take advantage of me. No, I refuse. I have no feelings for you. After Su Yang said that, he turned around and left immediately, because Su Yang also felt that the woman in front of him was very strong, but if this person came to be strong, it would be bad luck. Ah, Yang Linyu was still in the stage when she just talked nonsense, and she was still wondering if she was crazy for saying such things. Finally, I heard Su Yang's words and came back to my senses. Looking at Su Yang's quick escape with cold eyes, he couldn't help laughing. It's really interesting. Yang Linyu didn't know what was going on, but as soon as she touched Su Yang's body, she subconsciously wanted to occupy Su Yang. This kind of wanton attitude really made Yang Linyu feel extremely ashamed. What happened to me today? Is there something wrong with the sword? Shouldn't it? After Yang Linyu thought of something, she immediately sent a message. However, Yang Linyu also looked at Su Yang's leaving figure, and then turned around and left. I was also wondering in my heart what was going on. Or maybe there is something in Su Yang's body that is pulling his sword body. It's difficult. Let's wait for the master to see what happened. That woman must be crazy. Su Yang was also scared, especially the look in his eyes just now, which was originally cold, turned out to be cannibalistic. At first glance, she looks like a crazy woman. System, what happened to that woman just now? Ding. The opponent has a bloodline with perfect swordsmanship. She has the blood of a swordsman, what does that have to do with me? Ding. It has something to do with it, because the host itself has top-notch swordsmanship talent. Explain the system. Ding. The perfect kendo body is like a scabbard, and the kendo talent is like a sword, like the survival of the fittest among creatures, with the strong dominating. The host itself possesses top kendo talent, which will naturally attract the attraction of a perfect kendo body. Secondly, because the host has a hidden aura, the other party cannot sense it, but it is still somewhat attractive, but the effect is not great. Unless it is physical contact, it will completely resonate with the body of the perfect sword. Wait, then according to what you said, why would I be fine? Su Yang began to suspect that the system was lying to him. It must have tricked him into wanting to draw a lottery and extract those bloodline constitutions. Ding. The host has seen courtship in the biological world, and which one is not the male creature that occupies the king's position? Depend on. Su Yang also completely understood that the crazy woman in love was going crazy because of her own bloodline and constitution, right? No, what if it's a boy? Ding. Nothing happened, just a fight from time to time. Then what should I do now? I have to go out, right? Ding. Just avoid contact. That's pretty much it. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Who would be able to accept this if he met a crazy woman as soon as he went out? Boys must protect themselves when they go out. Well, stay away from that woman from now on. Master, what did you say? The same was true for Yang Linyu on the other side. Her delicate cheeks under the mask instantly turned red. Do I actually have such a physique? Yang Linyu was angry. Unexpectedly, his perfect kendo physique is actually a physique that can filter out kendo talents. That's not right, master. Then why is it that my family has so much swordsmanship talent? Why didn't I react? Yang Linyu suddenly thought of a fact. Unless he is a top swordsman talent. This is the only possibility, but after you two came into contact, girl, you will be tempted. It should be that the boy used some method to hide his swordsmanship talent. It's up to you, girl. If you like it, as your master, I will fully support it, and your father will definitely be happy too. If it doesn't work, I will personally take action, tie him up, and force him to have love with you. I don't believe it anymore. When you have children, this kid will not be responsible. When Yang Linyu heard her master's words, she was instantly ashamed. Master, forget it, it's better to let nature take its course. Okay, it's up to you girl, but give me this information. Master, what are you doing? You plan to investigate someone. Yang Linyu instantly became alert. After all, investigating Su Yang's matter is definitely not possible. It might cause dissatisfaction among some of the Yang family's core members, and they might cause trouble for Su Yang. You are stupid. I want to see who is behind this kid. He can hide his top swordsmanship talent. No one can hide it except a warrior with my strength. Yang Linyu thought of her master, who had obviously come into contact with another realm. That is, after the legendary realm. The curiosity about Su Yang has obviously increased a lot. Often a girl becomes more curious about boys. Then it will soon fall. No, but Yang Linyu still had a cold tone, which made her master laugh and curse in anger. Stinky girl, wait. Yang Linyu immediately turned off the video call. Then he thought of Su Yang's previous behavior of running away, and couldn't help laughing. He's really an interesting guy, but since you want to hide it, you probably don't like to get too close to others. Yang Linyu also discovered Su Yang's personality in Su Yang's information. Just a few simple comments. An emotionless fighting machine promoted for strength. Ha, ha, you hide your talent in swordsmanship, but choose to train your body, which is disliked by everyone. A person like you has so many secrets. Through her perfect kendo physique, Yang Linyu understood that Su Yang also possessed a top kendo talent. Hidden so deeply. But Yang Linyu also discovered that Su Yang also had one or two close female friends. One is Su Yang's mentor, Lu Qingyu, although the relationship with Lu Qingyu did not reveal much during the investigation. But Su Yang started exercising as a freshman. Yang Linyu guessed that Lu Qingyu helped. On the other hand, Su Yang is just a new student. Where can he get so many college points to exchange for some medicinal materials to improve his health? Yang Linyu looked at the information. Lu Qingyu probably helped Su Yang the most, but she also understood that Su Yang had feelings for Lu Qingyu. But it should be the kind of relationship between noble people. As for the other one, Yang Linyu found that Wang Yayuan's information was also very pitiful. But the relationship with Su Yang can't be said to be good, but it can't be said to be bad either. At first, Wang Yayuan approached Su Yang with purpose, but Su Yang was also very afraid at first. Now it seems, the relationship between the two is just that of friends. It seems that this guy Su Yang really keeps a clean mind and doesn't have much emotional communication. Yang Linyu also discovered that Su Yang was really a blank slate when it came to relationships. Neat and clean. A simple sentence sums up Su Yang's character. Woman, how can a woman improve her strength? He is really a lunatic who concentrates on improving his strength. However, Yang Linyu put the information aside and couldn't help but helplessly hold her forehead. Now his own perfect sword body. Once he touches Su Yang's body again, it will probably be the same as before. Presumably, Su Yang also knows these things. In Yang Linyu's view, there should be a powerful master behind Su Yang. If Su Yang knew it, he would be speechless. Is the system considered a powerful master? It can only be regarded as a golden finger on the wall. I don't know what Su Yang thinks of me now. Yang Linyu's cheeks turned red after hearing this, and she felt 100 reluctances in her heart. Suddenly, he began to complain in his heart, this sword body is really troublesome. Ha! Su Yang quietly left the elite single room. After walking out of the single area, I felt a lot more relaxed after I didn't find that nymphomaniac. After all, who wouldn't want to meet a crazy guy right out of the house, and it's a woman. Su Yang also began to plan to take a break for a while to accumulate his own strength. I plan to listen to what those college elders have to say. This is also the task Lu Qingyu assigned to Su Yang. Study. Hey, why is Su Yang here to attend the class too? I don't know, but why are you here to take the lesson on the path of swordsmanship? I don't know. Let's see, maybe Su Yang is just bored. Su Yang's arrival attracted a lot of attention. After all, even the academy elders are like this. The elders like Su Yang have also heard of Su Yang's name a lot. A newbie who is training his body. But now he is considered number one in the elite category. I am currently challenging students from the genius category and plan to be promoted to the genius category. The time is up, let's start teaching. Because there are still newcomers, we won't go into details about the previous things. Students who haven't heard of it can learn from other students in private. Naturally, I said this to Su Yang. Then let's also start telling the story of the difficulty of the road to Kendo. Talent is also the most important link in the path of swordsmanship. Those who do not have the talent for swordsmanship will never be able to go further than those who have the talent for swordsmanship. Unless you're immortal. As soon as this was said, many people laughed. Su Yang also understands that if you don't have talent, you want to compare yourself with those who have talent. Just don't even think about it. Swordsmanship is better than those elemental talents. Without this element in elemental talents, you will not be able to catch up with others even if you are immortal. The swordsmanship talents are the same as the swordsmanship talents. Anyone can practice it, but those without talent are compared to those with talent. The time and energy spent will be 10 times, 100 times, or 10,000 times more than if you have talent. Especially because of time. This time, Su Yang listened very seriously and planned to come here every day to listen to the elders' lectures. As time goes by little, Su Yang also knows a lot about Kendo. Sword intention, sword heart, sword energy, sword Dao artistic conception, etc. The next step is to go to the next lecture place. Dao said, "What is this kid doing?" Lu Qingyu also noticed Su Yang's strange movements and first went to the place where the Kendo lectures were held. In a place where sword training is given. There are other places where weapons are taught. Just wandering around with nothing to do. Lectures on various weapons. I was completely listened to by Su Yang one by one. This kid is really bored to the extreme, isn't he? Lu Qingyu didn't know Su Yang's plan, but she was furious when she saw Su Yang doing nothing before. Forget it, let's ask someone to fight Su Yang, otherwise, Su Yang will probably continue to act like this. As for why Su Yang attended the lectures one by one, it's nothing more than wanting to learn about some weapons and other fighting. Similarly, Su Yang will definitely not have so few talents in the future. Even said there would be more. Elemental talents. Although Su Yang only has 6 talents, he has the 5 elements talent and the thunder system talent. As for the talent of light and darkness, Su Yang plans to use the 5 Yuan Dragon Elephant strengthening method after he has upgraded it to the highest level. After all, these talents are in no hurry. There are many kinds of talents. Su Yang, are you going to attend class again today? Along the way, Wang Yayuan also noticed Su Yang in the past few days. Su Yang also attends classes every day. Wang Yayuan also knew that Su Yang had talents in Kendo and sword art. It is normal to attend lectures. Well, let's listen to it. Su Yang smiled lightly and said nothing more, explaining nothing. Holy shit, what's wrong Su Yang? Wang Yayuan heard Su Yang's exclamation, looked at Su Yang's panic, and couldn't help but look back suspiciously. Is it that guy? Wang Yayuan looked at Su Yang and was very wary of the woman with a perfect swordsmanship. My heart felt inexplicably weird. I don't know what happened between Su Yang and Yang Linyu. Go quickly, go quickly. Su Yang immediately called Wang Yayuan to leave quickly. Is this guy so scared? Yang Linyu noticed Su Yang's panic and smiled. But there was a slight blush on her cheeks under the mask. No way. Although he knew in his heart that the feeling was no longer there, he had touched Su Yang's body, and his body of perfect swordsmanship had become dependent on Su Yang. Ha, coward. Yang Linyu looked at Su Yang's appearance and couldn't help but feel aggrieved and secretly scolded Su Yang for being a coward. But Yang Linyu was just passing by with Su Yang. In order to suppress the strange feeling in my heart, I'd better choose to stay away from Su Yang. Su Yang felt relieved after watching the crazy woman Yang Linyu leave. No way. Being targeted by a crazy man, a woman. Su Yang is still a little hard to accept. For nearly a week, Su Yang also learned various theoretical knowledge. Then Su Yang stopped attending classes. This kid really wants to play. Lu Qingyu thought Su Yang was really going to attend the class, but she stopped attending the class within 10 days. This completely annoyed Lu Qingyu. Forget it, this kid is planning to take the physical route anyway, it doesn't matter whether he listens or not. Lightning talent, plus that powerful physique. If he hadn't died in the hands of those monsters before he grew up, then he will definitely become the thunder genius guarding one side. Lu Qingyu has already given Su Yang a good name in advance. But everything will have to wait until Su Yang grows up. You brat, don't live up to our expectations. Lu Qingyu sighed slightly. There is a sense of fantasy, and I really want to see the moment when Su Yang grows up and becomes the genius of thunder. Hey, what am I thinking about? A brat who hasn't even established a foundation in martial arts, why is he imagining that he will become a thunder genius? Then Lu Qingyu immediately abandoned this sense of unrealistic fantasy. But according to time, someone will accept Su Yang's promotion challenge. Lu Qingyu understood that Su Yang's promotion challenge must be accepted by someone. As for who, Lu Qingyu didn't really want to know, nor would she interfere in the promotion challenge. All this depends on Su Yang's own choice. If it fails, Lu Qingyu will also helplessly ask Su Yang to wait for a year. After all, the All Martial Arts Conference only happens once a year. This is also to provide the upper-level forces with more valuable talents. The purpose is to resist the invasion of monsters and monsters. Su Yang also sent a message to the genius students again. This time, the returning genius students. Their strength has almost recovered. After all, there is Su Yang who has always wanted to challenge them. Oh, someone actually accepted Su Yang's challenge. Yang Jian was thinking about whether to fight with Su Yang himself. After all, fighting with Su Yang has been a long time for Yang Jian. But he found out that someone actually fought with Su Yang. Then Yang Jian chose to give up accepting Su Yang's challenge. For a while, the genius students accepted the promotion challenge of the elite students, and naturally spread throughout the academy. I heard someone accepted Su Yang's challenge to be promoted. No way, I heard that this time it was a genius student who was also a bodybuilding student like Su Yang. What, isn't this what Su Yang, the madman, thought? Bodybuilding versus bodybuilding. This is definitely the drama of the year. I wonder whose bodybuilding is stronger. It should be a genius senior. After all, genius seniors have experienced more battles than Su Yang. It may not be the case. Su Yang's physical strength in battles is definitely not to be underestimated. Is Su Yang going to be promoted to a genius battle? Wang Yayuan also saw the red-headed mark on the college forum. It was obvious that the challenge was accepted by a bodybuilding senior. This time, Su Yang is in trouble. Why do you say that? Wang Yayuan didn't know what the master wanted to say, so she just started asking. The battle between body forging and body forging is not as simple as imagined. The competition is about endurance, speed, physique, and the perception of martial arts. Once someone is weaker than the other, he will be severely injured. A genius student should have experienced a stronger life and death struggle than Su Yang. In this case, the genius student is better. Wang Yayuan couldn't help but get nervous for Su Yang when she heard this. But she still chose to believe Su Yang. But master, you forgot one thing, that is, Su Yang has never exploded his strength. Su Yang's terrifying strength obviously makes people feel oppressive. Especially before Su Yang made a move. When fighting with elites, Su Yang never took it seriously. Maybe this time, it would be better to see Su Yang make a move. Facing Su Yang, a physical demon, he will fight with another physical demon. For a while, Lu Qingyu and Lu Yuanong also paid attention to it. Including Li Yang. Su Yang is going to fight that physical maniac. Li Yang was surprised. Among all the genius students, only that madman was also training his body. He thought that physical strength was the strongest. But his strength was far behind that of other monster geniuses. Unfortunately, the other party thought that his own physical strength was too weak. When his physical strength was stronger, it would be better. He is really a madman. Madman vs. madman. Li Yang also shook his head helplessly, feeling that the warriors who trained their bodies were all stubborn. You mean, Su Yang is going to fight with others? A cold voice sounded from the side, making Li Yang shudder slightly. Yes, yes, Yang Linyu nodded, and then said, take us over to see. Also, let you see the gap between you and Su Yang. Yang Linyu knew that Li Yong seemed a little unconvinced during this period. After all, a genius senior was afraid of an elite junior. This was really unreasonable. Let Li Yong see why she said that. Don't dare, don't dare. Li Yong had no complaints in his heart, which was a lie, but when he saw the other party's appearance, he didn't dare to refuse. Who knows if this woman will chop herself with a sword? Let's go, Yang Linyu said indifferently, and then led Yang Feiyan and several other schoolgirls to walk towards the challenge stage. Yes, yes, yes. For a time, the entire challenge stage was filled with dissatisfied students. There are even many talented students who plan to come and take a look. Holy shit, he's really a genius in physical training. Come on, let's see how senior's record is. Wow, 500 games, I won 400 games. I lost 100 games when I was promoted to the genius category. I heard that I still challenge the top 10 seniors in the genius category. Senior Shi Yun, sure enough, he has a terrifying physique. Shi Yun, who was on the ring, had bulging muscles all over his body, like a bodybuilding coach. But it is full of explosive power. Shi Yun glanced at the time and found that Su Yang had not arrived yet, and couldn't help but frown. Su Yang is here. When he heard someone say this, Shi Yun also wanted to meet this junior who had the same physical training as him. Then Shi Yun also looked at the door not far away. Su Yang is only 1.78 meters tall. Neither up nor down. Shi Yun looked at Su Yang with his eyes and felt that the aura emanating from Su Yang was the same as his own. I met the senior. Yes, junior. Shi Yun nodded. Although he couldn't see what Su Yang's physique looked like, he could feel that Su Yang's whole body was also heating up slightly. It's like a collision from the same system. Bang. Shi Yun also began to take off his weight-bearing equipment and moved his brisk body. Junior, come on. Shi Yun also clenched his fists and began to move his body briskly. That's senior, I'm offended. Su Yang also smiled indifferently and took off his coat, revealing the explosive muscle lines of his body. Whoosh, whoosh. The two figures disappeared instantly, and they immediately stepped forward and rushed towards each other. Bang! The shock wave from the punch to the flesh spread out instantly. Bang! 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 The entire competition arena was filled with the sound of collisions between bodies. The other students present looked as if they were watching wild beasts fight. It feels so good. I haven't felt this good in a long time. Shi Yun laughed loudly, tore up his clothes, and his eyes became extremely excited. When fighting with those people, you have to dodge completely. When fighting with the body training, you don't have to worry about that at all. Su Yang was also extremely excited and began to tremble slightly. Such a situation. It was enough to show that Su Yang was trembling with excitement. Because Su Yang discovered that his 5 elements dragon elephant bodybuilding technique had improved a little. Even the Thunder God's physical training method is also slowly improving. Junior, let's continue. Good. The two of them continued to grapple together like tireless beasts. These two are really monsters and madmen. I saw the beast-like behavior of the two people on the stage. Everyone felt their scalps numb. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the two extra shadows collided with each other on the ring, a huge energy collision sound was produced. As a result, the arena became dilapidated. Even the memory metal began to recover unsuccessfully. Each time before recovery, it was destroyed by the next impact. It's so cool. Ha ha ha. Junior, it's so cool. Shi Yun burst out laughing, his fist in his hand not slackening at all, and once again turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Su Yang. Senior, I think so too. Su Yang also smiled lightly, and his figure also turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Shi Yun. Bang, bang. Yang Feiyan secretly complained in his heart when he saw the two of them with such terrifying physiques, not feeling tired at all. It's really a terrifying body. When Li Yang saw this scene, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. After all, what Yang Linyu said was true. This time, Li Yang completely believed what Yang Linyu said. He is no match for Su Yang. Those who exercise are all crazy. Only then did Li Yang realize that what Su Yang did was just like a madman. Yang Linyu stared intently at the battle between the two, and also began to analyze. Who can win this duel? But if you are so strong, you don't know how to use swordsmanship. Yang Linyu knew about Su Yang's terrifying swordsmanship talent, and his physical strength was also so strong. Guessing in mind, Su Yang definitely plans to take the path of physical fitness, as well as the path of swordsmanship. After all, it's impossible to waste such a good talent in vain, right? Wang Yayuan, who was watching the battle from a distance, also swallowed her saliva. Master, are we seeing just the tip of the iceberg about Su Yang's physique? Who knows about this little monster, but I feel like Su Yang should have some backup plans. Wang Yayuan thinks so too. Not to mention that Su Yang's lightning talent has not yet been demonstrated. Su Yang's talent in swordsmanship and swordsmanship. This time, Su Yang's probability of winning is very high. Because Su Yang, the bodybuilding maniac, and the genius-type bodybuilding maniac also appeared. The battle between two bodybuilding madmen. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the entire academy. Master Wang also brought Li Wenwen over to watch this battle. Master Wang, why did you bring me here? Li Wenwen was very puzzled. After all, she was only a non-combatant at the moment. It's okay, I'll let you know after you see it. Master Wang smiled but said nothing, then looked solemnly at Su Yang fighting Shi Yun. I couldn't help but be secretly frightened. Is Su Yang really planning to pursue a physical education career? But why can't I feel this guy's talent? Master Wang also discovered that when Su Yang was detected, there was no reply. Apparently Su Yang used a special way to hide himself. There are weird imps. Girl Wenwen, who do you think can win between the two of them? Li Wenwen rolled her eyes when she heard Master Wang's answer. She is a non-combatant. How do you know who loses and who wins? But there was something going on. When Li Wenwen was watching, she couldn't help but feel an urgent need to know. The black apricot eyes were staring at the battle between the two. The movements that were originally invisible were the afterimages left on the stage. Li Wenwen could actually see clearly now, and even the trajectory of his actions was beginning to be clear. After Master Wang saw Li Wenwen in a daze, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Is this girl finally starting to wake up slowly? Even Master Wang was surprised by Li Wenwen's ability, and even a little jealous. But Master Wang didn't dare to set his sights on Li Wenwen. I feel like they didn't try their best. Li Wenwen uttered a sentence in an understatement and looked at the arena in front of her with empty eyes. Master Wang was surprised when he heard this. Girl Wenwen, are you sure? Li Wenwen was thrown out of that other state by the call, and felt a sense of loss for no reason. But after hearing Master Wang's words, he shook his head but nodded again. I'm not sure, but I feel like the two of them haven't had enough fun fighting each other yet. They both have a lot of hidden tricks. Master Wang looked at the two people with surprise. Who would have known that the two of them were actually just little tricksters, hiding their strength quite a bit? After all, a warrior who forges his body. In the minds of other warriors, they are usually the kind of muscle maniacs who don't hide any strength at all. After all, it is best to deal with the opponent instantly. In fact, Su Yang did not hide it deliberately. Instead, he thought that it would be best to fight the way he is now. Bang! Again, the huge fists clashed with each other. Immediately, Shi Yun also relied on the impact force to retreat backwards. The same is true for Su Yang. The other students on the stage couldn't help but be surprised when they saw this scene. Hey, aren't the two of you going to fight? Yes, these two are not thinking of a tie, are they? But it looks like it's really a tie. It's almost like no one can give in to each other, it's very helpless. Really, no one can give in to anyone. Then, when everyone thought it was a draw, they heard Shi Yun's smiling tone echoing around the ring. Junior, how about you show your true strength? Although Shi Yun was a little excited from the battle just now, he also understood that Su Yang in front of him seemed to be hiding something. Senior is really wise. Su Yang also looked at Shi Yun with a calm smile. Originally, Su Yang thought there was no need to reveal the secret of body training because no one could force Su Yang to reveal his own strength. It's not a realm that transcends too much. Su Yang will basically not be exposed. But now, Su Yang also felt that he underestimated others. Simply, it's better to choose to show your true physical strength. What, does Su Yang have any backup plans? That's not right. Look at Shi Yun's expression. It's obvious that he has a backup plan. Who said that everyone who exercises is just the same? If this is revealed, I will beat him up immediately, let me tell you. Let's take another look. I'm not sure if the two of them really hide a lot. I don't know what kind of fight the two of them will have. At this moment, countless students looked at the two people in front of them in surprise. Especially in that ring. Su Yang also began to slowly take off his clothes. Get ready to show off your true physical prowess. Drink. The aura in Su Yang's body surged, and his figure grew slightly taller. The body that originally looked strong suddenly had muscles all over his body, leaving behind perfect muscle lines. When everyone looks at it, behind Su Yang, an extra mark pattern like 5-element energy appeared on Su Yang's back. Also among the 5 different colors of energy are golden dragon elephant marks. Not enough. Not enough. Su Yang's tone was full of violence, and his eyes became extremely cold. 5 Yuan Dragon Elephant Body Strengthening Method. Open. The full power 5-element dragon elephant bodybuilding method was activated directly by Su Yang. Hold head high. The sound of dragon roaring appeared directly behind Su Yang, and the aura all over his body had gathered into golden rays of light. A golden dragon elephant suddenly condensed and floated in the sky above Su Yang. Gold. Open. Buzz. The majestic golden spiritual energy continued to condense around Su Yang. It seems to be blessing Su Yang's body, or it is blessing the golden dragon elephant above Su Yang. Wood. Open. The healing wood spirit energy once again exuded and began to stabilize Su Yang's body. It seems to be able to bring endless resilience to Su Yang. Water. Turn on. Waves of water aura like tidal waves are also blessing Su Yang's whole body, as if to enhance Su Yang's agility. 2. Open. A thick and steady breath, trembling like the earth, appeared in front of Su Yang. Fire. Fire. A ball of violent energy suddenly made Su Yang's fighting spirit surge again. When Shi Yun saw this scene, his expression froze. 5-element body building method. Shi Yun has also practiced, but Shi Yun does not have the talent of the 5 elements and the 5 energies. Since then, it would be difficult for Shi Yun to break through, but even if he did, the effect would not be great. And Su Yang was able to almost master the 5 Yuan bodybuilding method in front of him to this point. The fact that this is true illustrates Su Yang's abnormal 5 elements talent. Plus, this physical training method seems to have been modified by Su Yang himself. Shi Yun's talents are wood and earth, or a variant of earth, rock. Wood spirit stone body forging method. Shi Yun's figure also began to grow rapidly, and he was a head taller than Su Yang. After seeing the rock energy aura emerging from Shi Yun's body, continuously wrapping Shi Yun's body, strictly, no gaps can be seen. Junior, take action. Shi Yun also knew the two people's physical training abilities, so he might have lost. But a warrior who exercises his body never flinches. Ha ha ha. Senior, it's better to obey orders than to be respectful. Su Yang's deafening laughter instantly echoed throughout the arena. Has Su Yang's bodybuilding method been modified by him? Lu Yuanong discovered that Su Yang's bodybuilding method actually contained the shape of the dragon and elephant, producing the shadow of the dragon and elephant. This really surprised him. Well, he came over and asked me where he could get the blood of dragon monsters. Lu Qingyu also widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, extremely surprised. Regarding Su Yang's terrifying 5 Yuan dragon elephant bodybuilding method. This was the first time I saw Su Yang using all his strength to perform such a powerful bodybuilding method. Hold head high. From the moment Su Yang took action, as the shadow of the dragon elephant in the sky roared furiously, a sound that sounded like a dragon but not a dragon, like an elephant but not an elephant emerged. In the blink of an eye, it turned into starlight blessings all around Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang was like a cannon being ejected from the chamber, and the ground immediately collapsed. Shi Yun saw a plundering figure rushing towards him. I was secretly frightened, but also extremely excited. Welcome. Bang. Immediately, Su Yang's fist exuding 5 kinds of terrifying energy landed directly on Shi Yun's layers of rock-like skin. When it fell with a huge sound, a figure was completely blown away and fell heavily to the ground. Cough cough cough. Shi Yun felt Su Yang's terrifying blow, coupled with Su Yang's majestic 5 kinds of energy, instantly hit Shi Yun's chest. This also caused Shi Yun to feel bursts of severe pain in his chest. This is something Shi Yun has never experienced before in such a long battle. One punch. Impossible. Can Shi Yun be knocked back with just one punch? This. Many students in the stands stood up and stared at this scene as if they had seen a ghost. What a terrifying physique. What a terrifying speed. What a terrifying power. What a terrifying explosive power. This is something that countless people in the stands have realized. No way. Su Yang's powerful physique once again made people feel the pressure of despair. After all, Su Yang's physique is already among the top among all genius students. One punch. Just one punch with all his strength sent Shi Yun, who was also forging a body, completely flying backwards. Although Shi Yun still has the strength to fight, the gap between the two is still obvious. Scary boy. Lu Yuanong was also surprised by Su Yang's terrifying physique, but then he became overjoyed. After all, no matter what Su Yang said, he would still be a member of the human race fighting against the invasion of monsters in the future. Did you really keep it? Cold sweat dripped from Li Yang's forehead, and he was even more afraid of Yang Linyu's knowledge. Yang Linyu was also surprised. After all, she knew that Su Yang had top kendo talent. She didn't believe that Su Yang didn't practice kendo secretly. Even Yang Linyu felt envious of this talent in swordsmanship. After all, Yang Linyu only has high-level kendo talent, but her own physique has the perfect kendo body and blood. I thought I could see through you, but I still can't see through you. Yang Linyu murmured to herself, but then she became excited. Su Yang is powerful. It only shows that Yang Linyu doesn't know Su Yang very well yet. This is currently the case. Cough cough cough. The blood spilling from the corner of Shi Yun's mouth showed that he was seriously injured this time. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he smiled bitterly. Am I really not suitable for exercise? No, senior, it's not that you're not suitable for physical training, it's just that you didn't choose to continue working hard to improve. Su Yang shook his head. Does it matter whether physical exercise is suitable for this? Su Yang doesn't think whether it is suitable or not is important. Since you have chosen this path, you must keep going. Don't forget why we chose to take this path in the first place. Shi Yun returned to his original appearance, recalling his original ambitions in his mind. To be the first person to exercise. If others don't dare to exercise, then I will exercise. I want to do things that others dare not do. Shi Yun smiled bitterly, feeling that Su Yang should be considered the first person to train. There is no end to physical training, just like there is no end to the journey of a warrior. If the senior wants to give up, the junior can only say that the senior is short-sighted. It's not that you are weak through exercise, but that you are too weak. Am I too weak? Shi Yun suddenly realized something. Yes, this is obviously because I am too weak. If I become stronger, will I lose? Shi Yun completely accepted the fact that he was too weak. Then he looked at Su Yang with a stern look, and with words full of fighting spirit again, he sent a challenge invitation to Su Yang. Junior Su Yang, I will definitely surpass you. One day, I will challenge you again. Good. Su Yang heard this and did not choose to attack Shi Yun. After all, the Shi Yun in front of him was indeed very strong in tempering. If Su Yang hadn't blessed a dragon elephant entry in the 5 elements body training method, then a mutation occurred. The 5 element body building method became the 5 element dragon elephant body building method. The mere 5 element body building method is really not necessarily Shi Yun's opponent. Ba bang bang. Lu Yuanong's figure couldn't help but fly to the center of the ring, came to the two of them, and couldn't help but applaud. Then all the students also applauded. For a time, the entire arena was filled with laughter and laughter. Okay, congratulations to student Su Yang for successfully being promoted to a genius student. After Lu Yuanong finished speaking, he nodded to Su Yang with satisfaction. The same thing was said to Shi Yun. Don't be discouraged. If you lose, you lose. Just win it next time. Well, I understand, Mr. Dean. Shi Yun nodded solemnly and looked at Su Yang with the same fighting spirit. I plan to defeat Su Yang next time. When Su Yang saw Shi Yun's appearance, he couldn't help but think of the boy Li He he met earlier. I don't know what Li He is doing now. Forget it, leave him alone. Congratulations, Junior. Lu Qingyu couldn't help but tease Su Yang jokingly. This made Su Yang feel embarrassed and got up and said, Senior, are you kidding? Without your help, I really wouldn't have reached this point. HMPH, brat, you have some conscience. Lu Qingyu was very satisfied with what Su Yang said. What Su Yang said is indeed true, if it weren't for Lu Qingyu's help. So if Su Yang wants to be promoted to the current level, it will take more and more time. Even a year is not too much. Let's not talk about the difficulty of the 5-element dragon elephant bodybuilding method, but also the huge 5-energy monster blood. This fully shows that it is a considerable expense. Can only say, the journey of a warrior is too expensive. No wonder many warriors give up on their journey to becoming a warrior. There are even some warriors who deviate from their sword skills and choose to rob other warriors of their training resources. Okay, you should rest now. Lu Qingyu waved her hands, looking very calm, but she was also a little reluctant in her heart. After all, Su Yang can be regarded as a student trained by her herself. Now Su Yang must be going to the underworld. Su Yang. What's wrong, senior sister? Su Yang was just about to leave, ready to go back and break through his own cultivation. As a result, Lu Qingyu's cry was heard. Don't forget, you owe me this. Lu Qingyu slowly raised 2 fingers, and then waved to indicate that Su Yang could leave. Also, I can't go there to hunt monsters. When you leave, come find me. Su Yang nodded when he heard this, turned around and left. The other students in the arena also left the arena excitedly. He even began to reminisce about the battle between Su Yang and Shi Yun. Let's go. Yang Linyu also turned around and led the others out of the challenge arena. Li Yang also looked frightened, but chose to shake his head and leave. Regarding Su Yang's abnormal and terrifying physique, this also shows that if he had fought with Su Yang, he would definitely have lost. And you might lose miserably. Brother Yang, Su Yang wins. An elite student also showed a video to Yang Jian. Did Junior Su Yang win? After Yang Jian watched the video, his expression was not filled with shock, but with endless excitement. Okay. That's great. Junior Su Yang actually won. That means his strength has surpassed all the gifted colleges. In this case, sooner or later we will be able to fight Su Yang. Yang Jian was still very excited about fighting Su Yang. After all, this was what Yang Jian had always been thinking about. But according to what Junior Su Yang thinks now, he probably won't fight with me. He will go to that place in a few days. Yang Jian also thought of the terrifying location. There is also endless fear, endless hatred, and endless fighting spirit in my heart. And now Su Yang. At this time, there was a feeling of confusion. Because when Su Yang was about to take over Shi Yun's villa, he met someone he least wanted to see. Yang Linyu. Li Yang didn't expect to meet Su Yang on the way back. But when I think about Su Yang being promoted successfully, apparently, they have also moved from single rooms for elite students to luxury villas for geniuses. You guys go back first. Yang Linyu waved to Yang Feiyan and the others that they could go back. Now she wanted to ask Su Yang if he was learning swordsmanship. Yes. Yang Feiyan also looked at Su Yang strangely, and then looked at Yang Linyu's masked face. Hey, although Su Yang is a bit handsome, there is nothing attractive about him. Why is the lady attracted to him? Yang Feiyan couldn't help but muttered something suspiciously. After all, Yang Linyu can be said to be quite serious about her other half. Su Yang said that she didn't want to be so handsome. Another thing, even if she likes me, I still don't like her. We meet again. Although Yang Linyu's tone was much cooler, it still looked a little cheerful. Su Yang nodded without showing any disgust. Just a very bland expression. Can I ask you a question? Can't. Su Yang directly rejected Yang Linyu's request, and then chose to turn around and leave. She really didn't want to have too much communication with Yang Linyu. Yang Linyu had never seen anyone refuse her request. She usually refused others. Why should I change the pair now? Yang Linyu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Hey, let's talk about it. At worst, I won't bother you anymore. Yang Linyu unknowingly had a coquettish tone. Even she herself doesn't know. Okay, just ask. When Su Yang heard that he was no longer bothered, he immediately stopped and waited for Yang Linyu's inquiry. Are you practicing kendo? Su Yang was silent for a moment. It's not that he didn't choose to learn swordsmanship, it's just the current situation. Su Yang didn't dare to practice at all. Once he practiced kendo, the kendo would come out to cause trouble and damage his own body. An accident. Then it was completely torn apart by the two energies. I understand. Yang Linyu found that Su Yang was silent, and obviously did not choose to practice kendo. She was slightly disappointed. With such a strong talent, Su Yang did not choose to practice kendo. Sorry, I won't bother you again in the future. Su Yang nodded. It's not that Su Yang doesn't want to practice kendo, and Su Yang's own sword and knife skills are still being practiced. In addition, Su Yang has no interest in the perfect kendo body. As for why Yang Linyu has an inexplicable liking for him, it is obviously the effect of the perfect kendo body. It's okay to let her give up this idea. After watching Yang Linyu leave, Su Yang was relieved. After all, Su Yang was also surprised by the other party's powerful strength. Listen to the tone. It should not be much older than Su Yang, and it may even be the same age. But he is also afraid of the effect of Yang Linyu's kendo body. Once the two touch each other slightly, Yang Linyu will be controlled by the perfect kendo body. If Su Yang dared to resist, Yang Linyu would probably force him to stick to her. Let's choose to exchange more college points for some monster crystal cores. Su Yang also began to plan to draw talent entries, only in this way can he be immune to Yang Linyu's attraction. Difficult. Su Yang also went to the hunting hall, looking at Li Wenwen's excited eyes, making Su Yang look like a little fangirl. However, Su Yang looked at the tasks. He found that there were no innate warrior level hunting tasks. Acquired warrior level monsters. Su Yang also chose to give up directly, not because he was arrogant. An acquired warrior can't bring Su Yang many lottery points. In one, there is no progress in improving his own strength. And it's a waste of time. Sorry, Su Yang, the innate warrior level tasks have been accepted. Li Wenwen also saw Su Yang's embarrassment and felt a little helpless for Su Yang. It's okay. Su Yang waved his hand and then left the hunting hall. Earn academy points in exchange for monster crystal cores. But for now, let's choose to upgrade to the level of innate warriors first. Su Yang left the hunting hall. Master Wang also looked at the direction Su Yang left and couldn't help laughing. Are you ready to break through the innate warrior? This kid's strength is improving so fast. Master Wang also learned that Su Yang's strength has improved quite fast since he entered the real student. Completely crushed the freshmen, even surpassed most of the genius students. Tisk tisk tisk, it is estimated that the human race will give birth to another monster genius. Then Master Wang silently took out a book, just like a martial arts method. But for now, I still have to wait before giving this thing to you. Thinking of the inheritance of an old friend, Master Wang currently has two choices. First, Shi Yun, who is also a body forging. Second, that is Su Yang. Shi Yun's personality is also similar to Su Yang. If Su Yang was not encouraging Shi Yun, maybe Master Wang would not have planned to give the body forging method to Su Yang now. Give it to them later. Their strength is still too low at the moment. After saying that, Master Wang also put away the bodybuilding method in his hand. After Su Yang returned to Shi Yun's villa, he took a quick look. It turns out that the villa for geniuses is much better than a single room. Then let's start practicing. Su Yang also began to choose to quickly operate the 5 elements Kaiyuan Ju to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. For a while, the villa was also filled with a lot of spiritual energy. Yang Linyu, who was resting in Li Yang's villa, couldn't help but notice the violent spiritual energy around. Is someone breaking through? Yang Linyu looked at the direction where the spiritual energy gathered, which was obviously in the direction of Su Yang. Is Su Yang going to break through to the innate warrior? Yang Linyu thought that Su Yang, with the strength of an acquired warrior, could only use the strength of his physical body to harden Shi Yun, and even beat Shi Yun with one punch. It is enough to illustrate Su Yang's terrifying strength. It's a pity that he is unwilling to choose to practice swordsmanship. Yang Linyu felt a pity, and the beautiful eyes under the mask also flickered slightly with loss. Does this mean that I have broken up without dating? Thinking of this, Yang Linyu couldn't help but laugh, and then abandoned this unrealistic idea. There is no way. Yang Linyu also understood that it was her own perfect sword body that made her feel good about Su Yang. But Su Yang didn't have any feelings for Yang Linyu. In addition, Su Yang didn't choose to practice swordsmanship and planned to follow the path of swordsmanship. At this time, Yang Linyu began to resist the perfect sword body in her heart. Next, I can go back in a few days. Yang Linyu stayed here for a long time, thinking of going to the earth, killing some monsters, and improving her own sword perception. But in the next second, Yang Linyu widened her beautiful eyes and looked in one direction. In that direction, Yang Linyu clearly felt a breath from the sword. Then she uttered two words aggrievedly. Liar. Yang Linyu understood that Su Yang must be annoyed with her, and then lied to her and said that he didn't choose to follow the path of swordsmanship. Big liar. Suddenly, Yang Linyu, who was originally a spoiled girl, felt a little more aggrieved after meeting Su Yang. Next is the extreme shadow sword technique. After Su Yang took a deep breath, he also began to choose to improve the level of the sword technique. But this time, Su Yang did not choose to practice the sword technique alone. Instead, he chose to practice it together with the tyrant sword technique. After all, the two ways of practice, as well as the sword Dao talent and the sword Dao talent, must be balanced. Difficult. In order to improve the level of the two techniques, Su Yang chose to practice at the same time, and he could only choose to do so. Otherwise, if there is a deviation, Su Yang will be unlucky. Doing two things at the same time. Su Yang also did not dare to be careless and chose to practice at the same time. For a while, Su Yang's forehead burst into sweat, and his expression was extremely solemn. I don't know how long he waited. Su Yang opened his eyes again, and now his eyes looked a little tired. Ha! Su Yang also breathed a sigh of relief, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally everything is done. After Su Yang slowly stood up, he moved his body. At present, he only needs to improve the Thunder God technique. However, Su Yang is very tired now. He has to control the operation of two sword techniques and two energies, and he cannot let them conflict. As a result, Su Yang is now more exhausted than fighting with Shi Yun. It's really troublesome, but I just need to get that mysterious bloodline. Su Yang sighed and chose to rest first, preparing to improve the Thunder God technique again. Finally congenital. Su Yang opened his eyes again, and purple lightning flashed in his eyes. Yang Linyu also clearly felt that Su Yang had broken through to the realm of the innate warrior. Have you finally become an innate warrior? It's so fast. Yang Linyu was not familiar with other auras, but she knew the aura of swordsmanship very well. Big liar, huh? Under the mask, Yang Linyu couldn't help but smile happily. At present, Su Yang was finally promoted to an innate warrior. But the next step is to choose to earn college points. Su Yang found that earning college points was quite difficult. How about asking the senior sister? Su Yang thought of Lu Qingyu, and then shook his head and refused. Now if Su Yang asks Lu Qingyu will definitely choose to give away millions of monster crystal cores to Su Yang for free. But the choice is for Su Yang. It is true that those monster crystal nuclei are needed, but if Lu Qingyu keeps giving them, Su Yang feels that he owes Lu Qingyu too much. Then something came to mind. System, I remember what you said. Can my skills after the mutation be shared? Ding. Yes. Su Yang couldn't help but smile happily when he heard the system's words. The 5-element dragon elephant bodybuilding method is just enough to hand over this thing. Su Yang also began to plan to contribute the 5-yuan dragon elephant body training method, so that he could also exchange for some college points. But I don't know how many college points I can get. Go ask senior sister. What? Lu Qingyu was called over by Su Yang and looked at Su Yang in shock. Are you saying that you want to sell all these 5 body training books and these 5 exercise books to the academy? Yes, senior. Su Yang nodded, just in case. I thought that the academy points I could exchange for my own self-created exercises, bodybuilding methods, etc. would probably be very few. After all, the rewards for ordinary level bodybuilding techniques and exercises are generally not very high. There are so many, can I take a look? That's absolutely fine, senior. Lu Qingyu looked at Su Yang in surprise, knowing in her heart that Su Yang definitely needed college points. I simply started to check the exercises that Su Yang exchanged. Lu Qingyu became more and more shocked as she watched. She couldn't help but feel that there was an old monster in Su Yang's body, and then gave Su Yang advice. Su Yang, although these are ordinary level techniques, they have a complete system. Are you sure you want to trade? Well, I'm sure, senior sister, I also need some college points to exchange for some monster crystal cores. Lu Qingyu secretly thought that it was true. Su Yong really needs the monster crystal core at present, otherwise he would not provide his own skills and training methods to the academy. Okay, but I don't know the specific value, so I need you to wait. Okay, senior sister, I can afford to wait. Su Yong also wanted to prevent herself from going to other places and did not know how to redeem her lottery points. So Su Yong took out 10 books of techniques after the mutation at once. It's just that the level is a bit low, there are only ordinary level techniques. Okay, I'll take these 10 books and leave first. By the way, if you need monster crystal cores urgently, just tell me and I will give them to you in advance. Okay senior, but I still don't need it at the moment. Lu Qingyu looked at Su Yong like that and knew that she didn't want to owe too much debt of favor. He simply shook his head with a smile and left. While Su Yong was waiting, he was also exercising his cultivation and physical fitness. Just for now, Su Yong seemed a little bored and wandered around the academy. Su Yong, ya. Su Yong also saw Wang Yayuan appear in front of her and nodded silently. I heard you are leaving the academy. Wang Yayuan also heard some secrets about the college from the forum. After all, they are talented students, completely capable enough to go hunting in other places. Well, I have to leave. Su Yong did not deny anything. After all, this was what Su Yong was about to do. If that's the case, wouldn't the number of times we meet be reduced a lot? Wang Yayuan said to Su Yong half-jokingly. Not necessarily. Maybe you will be promoted to the genius category soon, and you may go to that place. Who said that? Maybe I will always be crushed by you and catch up with you. Wang Yayuan couldn't help but laugh and tease Su Yong. After all, Su Yang's terrifying strength puts even Wang Yayuan to shame. If I'm being bullied, I'll call you by name and you'll stand up for me. Su Yong laughed out loud, knowing that Wang Yayuan was making fun of her. But also to relax, Wang Yayuan also joked, okay, whoever bullies you then, I will slap him to death. PFF'd. Wang Yayuan looked at Su Yang's appearance and couldn't help laughing. But his eyes also became a little serious. Don't worry, if you are really in danger, I will not watch my friend get hurt. I will definitely let you escape first. Su Yong didn't say much. Although the journey of a warrior is very helpless, it is a winding road with thorns. It is also necessary to avoid its sharp edges. No fool would be willing to face a powerful monster and choose hard steel. If Su Yong hadn't wanted to improve his physical strength, he probably wouldn't have chosen to confront the monster head-on. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Maybe when I'm in danger, I can slap him to death. Su Yong waved his hand. He just said the same thing. No way. Su Yong couldn't give Wang Yayuan a definite answer. Similarly, Su Yong was only an innate warrior. Wang Yayuan nodded and didn't say much. She just looked at a familiar figure not far away. Hello, senior sister. Lu Qingyu also slowly came to Su Yong, her beautiful eyes looking at the relationship between Wang Yayuan and Su Yong. Realizing that the relationship between the two seemed a bit unusual, he laughed a little and joked. What, are you two dating? Senior, please don't make fun of us. Su Yong is too powerful, so he definitely doesn't like me either. Wang Yayuan shook her head, then turned and left. Then senior sister and Su Yong, you two talk first, and I'll leave first. Lu Qingyu watched Wang Yayuan's back with interest, and then looked at Su Yang's plain eyes. Apparently he was overthinking it. I couldn't help but feel relieved in my heart. Strange, why am I excited? Senior, do you have anything to do with me? Su Yang's words brought Lu Qingyu, who was still in a daze, back to her senses. Ah, here you go. I know you are short of monster crystal cores. I will give you all the monster crystal cores that you can redeem. They are all in this ring. You can redeem them. Really, thank you, senior sister. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.